the Vikings expand their lead.
And that right there was the final unofficial nail or official in the Dallas Cowboys game and the Dallas Cowboys season. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Cowboys Monday. Almost got everyone back together again with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, our Cowboys insider back from vacation, and AT&T Stadium, Bobby Bell. We got Kevin and no Aiden, as we'll get everyone hopefully back tomorrow on DFW Sports Station. That right there was the turning point to me. Brandon Aubrey misses the 59-yarder early in the fourth. You're down one. Naylor, who Bobby scouted as someone he was worried about on Friday, scores the touchdown. I think that was on Donovan Wilson. Again, hard to tell with this Cowboys defense, what the assignment is and who the closest man is supposed to be. 31-23. Night-night. See you later.
Yeah, it does appear that the season has come to an end. It does appear that is the case. I suppose you could still have some hope, but after this game, I don't know why you would. I agree with the same exact turning point, the missed field goal, and I never would have thought I'd say that about that. Brandon Aubrey would A, miss a field goal, and B, that would be a turning point in the game, but it turned out to be, because that was, and you know, like there was a turning point defensively, I think, where it just something clicked for JJ. Where JJ McCarthy clicked and he started to look like he was a good quarterback. Oh, yeah, I know what that was. The turning point was when they decided to stop bringing any pass rush.
I thought the turning point was when you saw DAL on the schedule, where everybody gets right and gets healthy. Bobby?
Gosh, I don't know. Honestly, the moment where I was like, crap, they're in trouble was when Jordan Addison caught that 55-yarder. And it was like, this is twice now that they've looked really just dumb in coverage. And that makes me concerned that it's one of those nights again. And it's the same exact way. I mean, the Jordan Addison thing was pathetic. Because, I mean, you're talking about one hard step to the outside is all he gives. And then Kalen Carson can't get turned around. Like, that was just a guy who did not believe somebody was going vertical and refused to even be in position for it. And I went and checked it on Next Gen Stats. When Jordan Addison hit that jab step and started running full speed, he was going 16 miles per hour. Kalen Carson at that moment was going 6 miles per hour in a back pedal. He was not going to catch him. And that's because he just didn't think there was any chance. He was playing 10 yards off at the line of scrimmage. So that when I saw that, I was like, this might be one of those games for them. And then they missed the field goal.
Tying it at 14.
And it just, from there, it kept going down. The fact that even early on, you had to, all right, we got to do a backwards pass from Brian Anger on a fake field goal to get here. We're making all these aggressive decisions. It just felt early on like, does Shotty not think they can keep up? Like, it feels like he's really having to be aggressive here because he's concerned.
You now have a 1% chance. The Detroit game should have taught us the lesson that they cannot protect. I put too much faith in Dak and Schottenheimer against Brian Flores, and you could hear it after the game. The only thing they did not say was the exact sentence, we got outcoached. You can make fun of, it's deservedly so, Michael Lombardi, former NFL GM. He's there with Belichick. But one of the things that Lombardi would always talk about in previewing a game, he takes the OC versus the DC. All right, so it's going to be Schottenheimer versus Flores. And in that matchup last night, Brian Schottenheimer got worked. He knows it. Dak Prescott knows it. I think Dak is so comfortable with Shoddy that Dak actually in his post-game presser felt comfortable saying, yeah, we didn't have the answers, whether it be myself or the coaching staff, without us turning it into, oh, he's throwing Schottenheimer under the bus. But Brian Flores worked the Dallas Cowboys offense last night. And then when Nate Thomas went down, the whole thing was over with because Collinsworth was praising Nate Thomas. The biggest beat that I saw on the offensive line from a tackle standpoint was Terrence Steele getting spin moved, and Collinsworth was praising Nate. And then Nate gets hurt, Adeniji comes in, and Dak Prescott once again fearing for his life.
A really good defensive coordinator can make a guy who has been in the league for a decade, who knows everything that you're throwing at him, can make him really struggle at times and make him feel off his schedule and a little pressured and speed up the clock. And then whatever we have out there can make a rookie quarterback who scored 6 points 3 weeks ago. 6 points in the game 3 weeks ago.
Well, you got to go back to 3 weeks ago because last week he was dominant against Washington.
That's right. So in the last 2 games, he scored 61 points. But in 3 games ago, he scored 6, and you made him look extremely comfortable. And you allowed him to just sit there and pick you apart with his arm, with his legs, whatever.
Cowboys with zero pressure again. Questions all throughout your secondary. J.J. McCarthy with his best first half of the year with 142 yards. He pulled up that stupid gritty with that touchdown. Man, if I have to hear that term one more time.
The gritty?
The gritty nonstop last night. I'm like, come on, wasn't this 3 years ago?
He post-game got asked about it and said, I did it in practice this week, and I got in trouble and was told not to do it. And then he still did it because he said it was just so wide open. I knew I had the time to do it. So he said, I'll probably get a minus for that.
That naked boot did get me.
It got everybody in the stands, every camera, everybody in the press box thought it had been handed off.
Twitter went and got the replay of Peyton Manning doing it in Arlington.
Yeah, it was very similar to that 2013 game.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was well done. Great. Yeah, the fake was done really well, but that's one play. You shouldn't have had the problems that you did. It's not like Justin Jefferson went off on you. It was Naylor. It was Jordan Addison. It was Hawkinson hitting stuff down the field that he has not done in 4 years. Like it's all this different stuff that you didn't even get abused by Aaron Jones like you're used to.
If you actually look at the box score and you didn't watch the game, you'd think the Cowboys probably won. Dak with 294. JJ had 250, but his QBR was about 25 points higher. Aaron Jones only had 34 yards. They rushed for 77 as a team. The Cowboys rushed for $138 as a team with an outstanding Javonte Williams star-up second half. CD had 6 for 111. Jordan Addison led the way for them, really on one catch, had 66 yards. Then Hawkinson, then Naylor, then Jones. Jefferson again struggling with JJ, 2 for 22. You sit there and you look at that and you're like, okay, this looks good.
You won the turnover battle. You got that too.
But you missed some field goals and you settle for field goals.
And you were awful on third down.
Yeah, your red zone wasn't not even just the red zones. It's very arbitrary because even from the 23, you settle for a field goal. But your drive stalled out. And they were able to punch them in.
What I said to you guys before we started was, Bobby said, "Did this ruin your night?" It didn't ruin my night because as you're watching the game and refamiliarizing yourself with the Cowboys, you're like, okay, I remember. What the NFL does is it has the magic of the week off to allow you to dream, to allow you to hear Jerry on Tuesday, then Jerry again on Friday, and then sit there and say, okay, I just didn't see this the day before. Because you're watching, how many times as a Cowboy fan on the fan text did you say, I know this defense cannot stop anybody. I know it's not going to happen. How quickly did you forget about the tackles against the Lions, giving up, 18 pressures, 11-7, and then reality hits again, and I said, okay, I remember a week ago. And that's why I'm not devastated. The Cowboys are not good enough. We're not ready, and they will be sitting home for the postseason with a 1% shot.
Yeah, it's just the disappointing thing about it is because there's all these different things that you can look at and say, all right, that's the Cowboys we know. And that's the Cowboys that we've known. And that's the Cowboys being what they've been most of the season. The disappointing thing was you had Kenny Clark playing better. You had Osa playing better. You've added Quinnen Williams. The edge rushers were starting to play a little more consistent. And this is 2 weeks in a row where there was massive vulnerability in pass protection from 2 different offensive lines on the interior. Minnesota is one of the worst offensive lines in football when it comes to pass blocking, like efficiency-wise. It is one of the worst. In fact, the 3 of, I think, the 24 worst pressure rates from interior offensive linemen this season are on the Minnesota Vikings. They're that bad.
Cowboys had 1 quarterback hit, 1, and 0 sacks. I think it was Fowler that hit him.
And Fowler, by the way, I don't know what he's done to just completely fall out of favor. I think he had 3 pass rushes last night. They had him in there 3 times. James Houston is back on the bench because God knows what he did to Matt Eberflus. I don't know why they make some of the decisions. I guess it took until the third quarter for them to go, oh, yeah, we said we'd play Logan Wilson more, and Kenneth Murray's out here getting cooked. We should do something about this. It's just that's the frustrating thing is that you had strengthened the front 4. They had played better recently. You've got legitimate, proven players along that front four, not just guys you're banking on. Like, those are guys who have track records. And going against a poor offensive line, a poor interior offensive line, 2 weeks in a row, you got stonewalled. And that is the biggest disappointment of all of them.
Jerry Jones on what hurts the most after last night's loss.
I think that the fact that we were making field goals rather than getting some touchdowns instead of those possessions, and that ended up biting us, especially when we missed the two that we missed. But I think our inability to not keep them out of the end zone, and that was frustrating.
Why do you think your defense is taking a step back?
Well, again, I want to say that we let their quarterback have an outstanding game, and I thought we could do more about that rather than to let him. I think that's pretty telling that when he has the kind of game that he had, that we weren't be able to do really mitigate that.
Jerry, on the reality now that you are going to miss the postseason.
Well, I don't know that you accept it. You just, but I sure am going to live with it. But you don't have to accept anything. But they're out there competing with their guys too, and this can happen to you. We didn't expect this. I really thought we'd come out of here with a win, so I'm very disappointed. But I thought that we would play better against Detroit too. So really, when I look back at both games, this is a letdown. I know it is for our fans.
What do you want to see from Matt Eberflus over these last 3 weeks defensively?
Well, I'd like to play better defense, and that at the end of the day, that's what he does. And from the standpoint, I know Matt, of course, individually, since he's coached here for many, many years. But I thought we made some adjustments tonight. They handled them pretty good.
All right, that's good, Kevin. You were right there. Obviously, Bobby, and I heard a Diggs question as well. Look at you, 1 week off, getting inspired by KNC with those Friday interviews that you want to stick around and get your shine on. And there you go. You had the courage.
Yeah, well, I always ask questions in the scrum, the Jerry scrum. I just don't. I'd gotten scared away from asking Mike McCarthy anything because I didn't want to. Pretty dramatic there, Bob, so I didn't do that. But it didn't run out there, but at the very end of that clip, he starts talking about what they do defensively. And he goes, you're talking about the Vikings. And he goes, yeah, I think, when you look at them, they like to show you a lot of, like, basically paraphrasing, they like to show you a lot of really aggressive things. They like to do this, they like to do that. And then they show you something different. And, blah, blah. And he goes, and we have a different way of doing things. And tonight, there's one out. And it's like, okay. I think last night you were starting to hear the cracks in the support for Eberflus.
877-881-1053 to get in for Star Down, Star Up, Star Down, wherever you want to take it. Brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness, the unofficial end to the Dallas Cowboys season. Who gets the most blame for this one? Star Up, Star Down. Your Cowboys report card is next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you over to Hurtado Barbecue, the official barbecue of the morning show, and, of course, the Texas Rangers. Stop on by today for Service Industry Monday. Brandon Hurtado.
Schedule a free estimate.
Back to Sean and RJ. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's 2nd and 4. Shotgun and McCarthy back and looking to his right. The pass is blocked at the line of scrimmage. Was that picked off on the deflection? It sure was. And the Cowboys have a takeaway, and it's Big Q, Quinnen Williams, who comes away with the football. And the defense has provided the first spark of the game.
Well, it started off well, and then it led to my first star down when the Cowboys couldn't do anything offensively with the Quinnen Williams interception. All of a sudden, you are 3 and out. Just like that. And then you resort to the fake field goal. It was an awesome backwards flip, as Bobby tweeted, and the Cowboys go up 7-0, but we all know what happened. It's star up, star down. Brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness and Wild Fork Foods here on Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider, Roberto. Give us your Cowboys report card on DFW Sports Station. Bobby, start off with star down or wherever you want to take it.
Yeah, let's not start off with a star up. That seems just not appropriate this morning. We're going to go star down with a combo platter here, and I kind of referenced it a little bit last segment. It's Kalen Carson and Deron Bland. Those two throws they give up. Bland giving up the first touchdown to Naylor.
Don't tell Collinsworth that.
I love Deron Bland. I think Deron Bland gets way too much criticism usually. Like, I think a lot of times stuff he gets criticized for, it's not on him. And I think that's one dude who has consistently shown physicality and toughness and willingness no matter what the score is. Like, he's always willing to go in there and, like, make a play. He's not making business decisions. That being said, that was just an awful read by him. He thought he was getting blocked up. Because you could see, like, you know, whenever we've talked about Pickens coming off the line of scrimmage and how on run plays, a lot of times you do that silly dance where you come off the line of scrimmage and then we're just faking like we're blocking each other, but they're really doing it over there. Bland looked like he was getting ready to receive one of those blocks. Like, okay, yeah, this is where we just kind of, bump fists and, hey, how are the kids? And instead he starts running past him and Bland just, like, starts panicking and turning around to follow him. Should have been flagged for interference probably on a play where Naylor caught it, but that sort of a read there, and then Kalen Carson's read on the ball that Jordan Addison, where you should never get beat. 10 yards off, you should never get beat by 10 yards. That should never happen. And yet there he was, just completely flat-footed. So star down to the eyes and the discipline of your two main corners last night, or two of your three main corners in Kalen Carson and Deron Bland.
Deron Bland was trending after giving up that touchdown. I was trying to sit there and excuse it and say, okay, look at the coverage was decent, even though people thought he could have been flagged as well. But people just destroyed Deron Bland for being that next Jerry mistake with the contract extension. But Collinsworth was praising him for the Justin Jefferson matchup. At one point in the game, Deron had matched up against Jefferson 6 times. They targeted him 3 times. And he had 1 catch for 12 yards. So the highlight package, again, right. What I said last week is so much of our opinion is determined by the announcers and the replay packages, because Chris Collinsworth would be giving Deron Bland a star up today.
He would. Look,
and the highlight package they showed against Jefferson were good.
And Bland was targeted 6 times yesterday. 3 of those were qualified as tight window targets. So, I mean, he was giving, like, even when he was being targeted, he was sticky in coverage. That first touchdown, though, was a big momentum builder for them. That's a big confidence builder for J.J. McCarthy, and it's just an awful read from Deron Bland.
Here's what I'll say real quick, Choppy, about Bland. When they gave him his extension, I was not expecting him to be a 1. What comes with that, in my expectation, is flashes, some plays that remind you of a 1, but you are definitely a lockdown 2. I have seen very little to nothing from Deron Bland since he got paid to make me feel that any of those prerequisites have been met. Not even being a lockdown 2. I've seen tight ends against him. I've seen, number 3s like Naylor against him. And I have not seen putting your head in for the tackle. That's not good enough for me when you get paid $90 million. I need to see some flash plays of a number 1 DB and definitely a lockdown number 2, and it's not there. It has not been there.
Well, listen, I accept this from you because you were on my side. But I don't want to hear it from Twitter, because Twitter wanted to run off Byron Jones for years. They said, no, you got to get a guy like Bland or Diggs that intercept passes. Okay. All right. Coverage over picks, baby. Every day of the week. This team couldn't cover. They can't cover at all. I'm trying to think of a good reference, but it's 6:25 in the morning. And I'm not coming up with a good analogy on this one, a clever take. But, this is what just listen to what I'm saying. Always. Coverage over picks.
We have a RJ.
Coverage over picks.
By the way, all three of the tight window targets from Bland yesterday were in man coverage. So that sounds like a guy who can't cover chop.
We have an RJ Choppy look back segment about listening to you with what was going to happen and the reality of the Cowboys. That is coming up later.
That's for the team, okay? That's where I'm an idiot. Individuals?
We got individuals thrown in this too.
I don't think so.
It's going to be good.
I don't think so.
It's going to be good.
I don't think so.
Star up, star down.
Look, this was, we mentioned the fake field goal coming back. For the break. We got to do something about these early game scripts. They're so conservative. That fake field goal saved that first series. That first 3 series, they were ready for a field goal there. I mean, just on a 3rd and 8, you're throwing it 4 yards short. I just don't get it. Like, I don't understand some of the conservative early game scripts they have.
Shotty got worked by Brian Flores. He just did. And Collinsworth even referenced it. Bobby, when you're facing the zero look, right? Mm-hmm. And there's nobody back to give help. Mm-hmm. When you have these types of weapons, the easy common sense answer is, okay, throw it up one-on-one. There's no better throw it up receiver in the league than George Pickens. Now, the counter to that is you do have to have some time to drop back and do that, but it felt like and looked like they did not have enough just throw it up attempts. As Dak said in the post, we did not and could not scare them out of it.
Yeah, so that's the problem, is that if they're showing you a cover 0 look, or they're showing you cover 1, which is just one deep safety, and then everybody else is at the line of scrimmage except the corners, Flores is very Baltimore-like. Like the way Baltimore, like their defense operated 10 years ago, and the way that they like to attack teams, the Wink Martindale type of way, like there's similarities there. So what'll happen is, imagine Dak's walking up to the line of scrimmage, and he's got 2 receivers out wide, and I'll pull one of the next-gen stats, like little X's and O's play out so you can see on a screen, and I'll put it up there so you can see how it like breaks out. But you got 2 corners outside against your receivers, you got a single high safety, and then there's 8 guys at the line of scrimmage saying we're all blitzing. They're not all blitzing, but they're telling you they're all blitzing. So the problem is when you get up to the line of scrimmage, you have to go, which one of these guys is not? Who's dropping into my passing lane? Who's rotating back to play safety a half second before the snap and change completely? That's all night. Harrison Smith was walking up to the line of scrimmage, and he was blitzing a lot. He had, I think it was 4 unblocked pressures in this game because you had trouble telling when he was going to go. Then there were, most of the time, he'd be at the line of scrimmage, and right before the snap, he turns and he sprints backwards, and now they're showing 2 high safeties. It just completely changes what they're looking at, and I think a lot of the time they were just concerned about throwing in the middle of the field because the guy's dropping back into passing lanes that they didn't know were going to be there, and then throwing deep into the outside like you weren't blocking things up long enough to be able to take the shots.
Dak Prescott on the defensive dilemma that Minnesota gave them.
Yeah, the 0 that we talked about just throughout the week gave it to us a bunch. We didn't have a good enough answer, and when you don't have a good enough answer for that, especially against Flores, you're going to see it again and again. And yeah, that's what happened. They did a great job of the back end, right, playing with vision. So it made it tough to get to the beaters, normal 0 beaters when they're playing man, looking at the man, but they're looking at the quarterback. And so, they're going to rally when you throw it underneath, and, you don't have time to get it past them. And they did a good job. They kept it on us, and we didn't adjust fast enough or come up with something good enough to scare them out of it. And we saw it the whole game.
You talked earlier this week about having to win out.
So they've got, when they're looking at this is why this was a big thing about the trenches and who was going to win. If you block things up, if you're able to effectively block things up, you can involve Pickens more, because Pickens runs routes that are 7, 8, 9 on the route tree, which are the deeper end of the field. So he's going to run stuff downfield typically. That's what he was running a lot last night. I think it was the second snap of the game where he checked down to span forward. They wanted to go to Pickens on that. They couldn't block it up. He didn't have time to get there. But when you can't involve Pickens because you can't block things up, well, now they're not necessarily concerned about that, and they're not trying to play prevent. They're not devoting defenders back. Well, now you can't pick apart the intermediate part of the field. You can't throw between the 10 to 20-yard area because it's not softened for you, and they keep showing you these blitzes, and it just becomes this domino effect where the way that Dallas's offense operates and the way that Dallas's offense hurts people is all dependent on that sort of stuff. And so when they show you, we don't think you can block us, and we don't think you can read correctly who's coming and who's not, then when they're right, you really can't operate your offense.
And that just leads to star down for protection. At one point, Bobby tweeted Dak has been pressured on half of his 22 dropbacks. On half of his 22 dropbacks. My father-in-law, who was always team Tony Romo over Dak, is even texting me the last 2 weeks. He's even feeling bad for Dak. He's like, what's he supposed to do? And for my father-in-law to say that, being a Romo defender till he dies, that says a lot. So they could not figure it out. They could not block it up. The Lions not supposed to generate that pass rusher and that pass rush, and the Minnesota Vikings brought it to the quarterback again. Star up, star down at 877-881-1053.
By the way, he did finish the game pressured on more than half of his dropbacks. He was pressured 21 times on 40 dropbacks.
RJ Choppy, over to your boy, star down to the George Pickens stat line. He was targeted 6 times, 3 catches for 33 yards. His longest was 17, an average of 11 per. What's up with WR1?
I don't know. Is he getting doubled, Bobby?
So he had the devoted safety most of the night.
Oh,
but
so the Vikings are telling you that he's the one.
No.
So just like I said.
No. So he had the devoted safety most of the night in terms of that was rotated to his side of the field, but because he's the deep threat generally. But the bigger thing was just they know that you can't block us. You don't even have time to let this route develop.
Right.
That's why J.J. McCarthy, over 2.5 seconds, they had the stat last night. He was awesome over 2.5 seconds. Under 2.5 seconds, he was awful. And it's because he had time to just kind of sit there, let things develop, and take shots.
Right.
I texted you and said late last week on the radio I wanted Bobby just to watch Pickens for the first 2 or 3 series. The effort level. Was he going to come out regular George, overachiever George, or middle finger George? Like, screw y'all. Here's what I really can do if you think that I'm capable of tanking on the effort. How did he look?
Like Pickens. So he was not going above and beyond. It's not like, whoa, he's really upped his motor this week. It wasn't like that. But it was not Detroit. Detroit was very clearly a different, I think just by the fact that...
I have a research project for you that I think is going to be phenomenal that no one else in radio will do.
What's that?
I think one day, well, we're in the dog days now because the season's over. I want you
Meat of the season, meat of the schedule.
I want you to take 10 Pickens plays, and I want you to take like 5 or 6 great ones, and then basically the Lions game, right, where we're questioning the effort. And I just want you to show him off the line of scrimmage when everyone says that's what he normally does.
Yeah.
So I want to see on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube for all the Tolos before we make this offseason decision and determination what his usual style looks like that leads to great plays, and then when it doesn't, so we can see it.
Yeah, because to me it looks different. I think if you guys saw it, you would, like, if it was laid out like, hey, here, for example, there were some people giving him hell last night. I saw for, I think it was the second drive, he's running the slant route and the ball, like, from our angle, it looked like it may have bounced off his hands or got disrupted or something, but it was close and just got the ball broken up. Watching that route, I liked the way he ran the route. Like, he actually walked up, got physical at the corner, like, made a move, like he exploded out of his break. Like, that was all stuff that's like, okay, that's the way you want to see him run that route. That is not the way he ran that route the week before, where he had the ball pop off his hands and it got picked off. That was a different way to run it. So he did have better routes last night. He was playing with more intensity last night, but it was still kind of just George Pickens energy, which is a little more like a little. Sometimes it looks like the kid chasing the butterfly in left field.
Dak on GP's night.
Yeah, honestly, just the zero looks and things like that, and I mean, simple as that. Is that they were, anytime we're in a passing situation or passing downs, and when they were giving us that look, and we tried to throw them just a quick smoke early, not early, well, late, honestly, and maybe we should have done it earlier. Maybe we should have just thrown them a slant. A lot of maybes. I'm frustrated. This was one of the toughest ones I've been a part of.
We continue to star up, Star down. What the heck is going on? People are like, forget the game, forget the season. Ask Bobby what the heck is going on with Trayvon Diggs. Jerry Jones getting testy about it as well. Micah Parsons, Patrick Mahomes are done for the year. We continue on the home of the Cowboys with the 6 a.m. Club with Sean, RJ, and Bobby with your star down after this. But this is Frankel and Frankel, voted the best personal injury lawyers in DFW. They are chosen by the TOLOs and
available all season long. Check out the latest Spiss and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Second and goal. He's under center. They give it to the fullback, and Ham walks in. He walked his dog, your dog. That was way too easy, and the Vikings will regain the lead with the extra point. It's tied right now.
Oh, I actually thought at this moment, it was the same thing I said to myself in the Lions game. One stop here, one stop, and you're good to go. It's 4th and 3. Naylor, who Bobby scouted as a dangerous third option for them, has a 23-yarder on Revel. And, man, what build up. You want a perfect microcosm of Jerry Jones? It is his hype of Savone Revel throughout the year. And he's going to come back and be Deion Sanders.
This is new Dorrance Armstrong.
My gosh. And, look, he's a rookie. He's a kid. He's coming off injury. I'm not sitting here and calling him a bust, but he's a liability is what he is right now. That's just the reality of it. 4th and 23, Naylor for 23 on Revel in the third. And I said, one more stop here, and I think you might be able to break this open. One more stop. It's 23-17 Cowboys, and then Ham runs it in for the 24-23 lead. That was the miss/lost opportunity for this hapless Cowboys defense run by Matt Eberflus. But right there, I had written down one stop here, and I think the Cowboys can really be in control.
Yeah, because it's, we're sitting here talking about star down for Shotty and Dak, and we're talking about, Pickens not getting involved to the extent that he can. It's wild that when you look at, they had 10 drives last night. They punted once. They punted one time. They finished in Minnesota's territory all but one drive the entire
Cowboys
night.
You're talking about.
The Cowboys the entire night. They had one drive that went 3 and out, and that was it. Otherwise, their drives that last night were touchdown, missed field goal, field goal, missed field goal, downs, field goal. And it's like, if you're just... This is the danger of Brandon Aubrey being as good as he is, besides last night, which going into last night, he had 3 missed field goals at AT&T Stadium. He had 2. But... this is the danger of having somebody as good as Brandon Aubrey. And I think we asked Shoddy about this like week 1 or week 2 something of just
early.
like, hey, do you have to guard against being too conservative? Because that's absolutely a problem whenever you have somebody who's as talented at kicker as Brandon Aubrey is.
In the second half, they had drives of 50, 67, 24, 51, 42. Okay? That adds up, if my math is right, Kevin Hagelin style, to 234 yards. They scored 9 points. Bill Parcells used to say every 100 yards of penalties equates to 7 points. Every 100 yards of ground gain is 7 points, whatever, right?
Just make that up.
That's Parcells used to say.
I know. I'm just saying, did he just make it up? Like he made up that as a metric?
That's how he looks at it. Like, if I get 100 yards of penalties, I'm giving away 7 points. That's how he looked at it, right? Well, I mean, that should be, 234 yards should be, let's just say 17 points. They get 9 out of it. You're not maximizing. You're not being very efficient with your yards. That's what happens when you settle for field goals, and that's what they did. And I don't mean I don't think any of them really I disagreed with. There was one where the numbers said they should have gone for it in the second half.
All right.
And they wound up kicking the field goal, and that was the one. It was the 4th and 7 from the 8-yard line. It's the third quarter in a tie game. And the analytics said go for it as a 1% win probability increase if you went for it.
I thought the 4th down decision that we were really going to focus on was it's 4th and 3. You're up 3 with 5 minutes left in the third. 4th and 3. You're up 3. They decide to kick, and they're up 23-17. That was right before the Ham touchdown that we just played. How did y'all feel about that? Did you want Shoddy? Now, it ended up backfiring on you, but in the moment, I was okay with going up 6 points. 4th and 3, up 3 with 5 in the third.
The numbers say it's basically neutral, right? It said go for it was a 4th and 3, up 3 from the 18, right? And then what happens is they wind up getting a penalty and they wound up kicking it anyway.
Well, the penalty was intentional.
Yeah.
They were trying to get him to go offside.
They're trying to get him offside.
Yeah.
Which I hate. I mean, how many times are you going to do that?
At least they didn't burn a timeout. I was happy about that.
That's
Shotty used to just burn the timeouts, throw them away.
Yeah. I would have, to me, going from one possession to one possession with this defense, with your defense, there's no point in a 6-point lead to me. That's just me. I'd rather stay at 3 and make them go 80 to 8 yards.
I felt similar, where I was like, this isn't putting me up 7. This isn't putting me up 8. This is making it 6. They're still in position here, and I hated the idea of that was was that 3 drives in a row at that point that were ending in field goals, where it's like, or field goal attempts, where it's just like, it was 4 drives because there was one there was a miss in there. So it's just like, I need touchdowns here. This has been a theme throughout the year of why are they settling for this? They need touchdowns. Same sort of thing against Detroit. Need touchdowns. Yeah. And we were going like, you got to score. You got to go for it at some point. And last night, that was a disappointing night from Shoddy in terms of, I thought, the decision making with some of the field goals.
And I really hope with the missed field goals.
Now, one was 60. I need to throw that in there.
I agree.
I know he's Superman, but it was a 59-yarder.
I really hope with the missed field goal that I never have to hear the phrase, just take the points again. I hope I never have to hear that phrase.
You're going to hear it from me moving forward, so I mean, might as well throw that out the window.
Dan Campbell, for the first time ever, decides to kick a field goal, and they miss it. It's like, this is why you don't take the points.
877-881-1053 for Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness and Wild Fork Foods. Is there anyone on the fan text who is just getting it that we have not covered before we move on to the drama and absence again of Trayvon Diggs? Anyone that has to be low-lighted?
No, I don't think so.
Jerry Jones, pretty testy, and Bobby's scared that the Jerry blow-up will happen with us tomorrow at 8:30. Jerry Jones, pretty testy on Trayvon Diggs being deactivated again.
I feel good. I feel good enough to play.
Oh, wait, hang on. All right, so that's Diggs. You know what, we'll start off with Trayvon. He talked after?
Yeah, he talked for 6 minutes. So this is like a minute of back and forth that he had with some of the media members. It includes the questions and everything.
I feel good. I feel good enough to play. I practice all week, so I don't know. It's not my decision. It's not my call.
Is there a certain hurdle that they're saying you have to overcome in terms of recovery, or has that been communicated to you?
I don't know the special requirements that I need to show that I can play. I've been in practice. I've been practicing well. Been running around doing what I'm supposed to. So, it's not my decision at the end of the day. So, we just have to wait and see. Come Monday or whenever we go back to practice, just do what I can do to show that I'm ready to play and go from there.
When were you told that you wouldn't play?
Yesterday.
What was your reaction?
I was upset.
Did you communicate that to them?
Yeah, they know.
Do you need to play just to show everybody you're fine and you can play at 100% level? So
yeah, that would be nice.
Jordan Schultz tweeted this on Saturday. Trayvon Diggs not playing comes after what was described to me as a great week of practice. That's not coming from Trayvon's agent, by the way, because Trayvon doesn't have an agent. He represents himself. Multiple sources tell me the relationship between Diggs and the organization has soured and has been severed. Told reporters this week that he was ready. This was before last night. Trayvon saying, yeah, I want my future to be in Dallas. I love Dallas, of course. But, at the end of the day, it's a business. Whatever happens, happens. I'm prepared. I'm ready for it. I would love to be here. I love everything that comes with Dallas, the fans, the relationships I've built here. But if that's not what it is, that's just not what it is. Jerry Jones getting irritated on the Trayvon questions after.
Diggs isn't healthy enough to be out there for us.
What'd you say?
Period. Okay, did everybody hear that? I said he's not healthy enough for us to put him out there.
What's the issue with his health? Because he said he feels better now.
Again, you've got to look at practices, and if they practice good enough, and they're whether it's a limitation that they've had in recent games or a long-term injury, you've got to make your mind up when you see them practice. And when we looked at practice, we didn't like what we saw relative to his health and ability to make plays.
Bobby, you're the Cowboys insider. Solve it.
I mean, I think they're telling you without telling you in a lot of ways. So,
well, Shotty is. Like, this is the most disjointed and separate, disconnected that Jerry and Shotty have been on a subject that I can remember this year. They're on the same page in terms of Eberflus and supporting him publicly. They're on the same page in terms of moving forward in the perspective. They're on the same page in terms of covering up injuries. Brian Schottenheimer, to his credit, on this show and in the press conferences, is saying that Trayvon's not doing things the right way. Jerry's making it all about health. So how do we tie the two together? Is there something that he's not is what he's not doing the right way rehabbing? Or is he healthy enough and he's showing up late or doing other things keeping him off the field? Shotty is telling us it's the other things, and Jerry is saying it's the health.
Yeah, I think that the way Shotty's saying it, though, because like when he gets asked about it in post-game and stuff like that, is he'll say that, well, yeah, doing the things to be healthy and, you know, to be there, it's all the same thing. And Diggs is telling you, I'm healthy. And when he's told, have they told you what hurdle you have to clear specifically? He says, no, I don't know what it is. There's clearly, when they're talking past each other like that and things, this is, I think, A, about friction that exists between management and Diggs. B, I think his knee is still hurt. I think he is still dealing with that.
Still.
To some extent, I do.
Ooh. 6 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, more than 6 weeks, a year.
Well, the other knee. I thought it was the other knee now.
So he's been dealing with that for the whole time. And then the other aspect of this is Jerry kind of hinted at it on Friday. They don't, if they want a divorce here, I don't know that they want to put him out there, have him risk another injury, and then it triggers an injury guarantee where next year's salary is guaranteed.
Ooh.
And Jerry started saying, well, you know, there's certain triggers and incentives, and he goes, but I wouldn't comment on any of that. And then he stopped. It's almost like I swear I saw like Tad in his office, like waving his arm, like, stop, don't say that. And so, but I think it's layered. It's all three of those things coming together and just saying that, you know what, we don't want him on the field right now.
If he played last night, what percentage do you think he would have been at physically? I know that's an impossible question to answer, but the impression I'm getting is 95. 90 to 95.
What percentage would he be at relative to what he's capable of being at now? Or what percentage would he be at relative to 2 years ago? Because that's a different question, I think. I don't think he's ever going to be the guy from 2 years ago.
Well, his health.
Makes your decision easy.
What he's capable of being these days, health-wise.
These days, yeah, 95%. Relative to
why is he not playing at 95%?
Because I think the guy he was 2 years ago, he's more like 75% of that. And that's just what he's capable of now.
Brian Schottenheimer, what are you still not seeing?
Yeah, different things, consistency. You know, I think I've been very honest about that. There's, with all of our players, there's things that they need to do from a consistency standpoint to make us feel good about, you know, putting them out there. And again, I know he felt like he wanted to play and he felt like he was ready to play. And like I said, you know, we made a decision as a team, and I made a decision, and we went a different direction. So we'll see how this week goes.
Okay.
He's not going to step on the field for them anymore.
No, and like,
which many people called as soon as he got the concussion and was put on IR.
Yeah, and it's like, I don't know. I've kind of checked out on him anyway. So if he doesn't play, he doesn't play. It's like whatever you get out of him is a bonus. But I'm with Bobby. Like, if I were them, I wouldn't risk it. I wouldn't risk him getting hurt and then having to guarantee the contract for the next year.
That's why Jalen Smith got cut in the middle of the year a couple of years ago.
And that's the thing.
If he would have gotten, because you can get to the end of the season and go, hey, my pinky kind of hurts. I'm getting surgery on it. And they go, that occurred while I was playing. My contract's guaranteed. It is that easy to get a contract guarantee with injuries.
And if that's the case, then just cut him now.
I don't think financially, like the way they want to, they've got their out right now. Right. They can just have him sit. And so I don't think they want to mess with that.
877-881-1053 for your Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness and Wild Fork Foods. We have a brand new giveaway this week. We want you to win it as part of the 6 a.m. Club, Avenge Sevenfold, and Good Charlotte in the commercial-free expressway. What else happened around the NFC East? And Micah Parsons, Patrick Mahomes, and Devontae Adams all going down yesterday around the East, and the rest of the NFL after this.
But hey, yesterday was a sad day. Do you need a spot spot for happy hour drinks today, or how about somewhere for that work lunch you got going on? I've got your spot. It's Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports lodge with a...
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hurts delivers. Brown touchdown.
Good morning, Metroplex, around the rest of the NFC East. Choppy, you said the Eagles would go 1-3 down the stretch, that they would beat the Raiders.
This was their one.
And boy, did they.
Yes, they did. Old Sneaky Pete. If I were him, I am taking that money. I am going to Cabo, Punta Cana, Playa del Carmen, Puerto Vallarta, and I am just riding it out. Because he has quit. They have quit. Holy cow. What do they have? They have 100 yards passing? I'm sorry. They have 100 yards.
No, they did not.
Yes, they did not. You're right.
They didn't have 100 passing?
No, they didn't have 100 total yards. They had 74 total yards.
Yards total.
Yeah, they're bad. We saw them a couple weeks ago. That's an awful football team.
Our bank account did.
There you go.
That's an awful football team. I mean, they're just not capable of really moving the football consistently. And when you throw Kenny Pickett out there, that Pete Carroll's going to be one and done. That's what's going to happen there. That's just not working out.
2 Goddard shovel passes.
2 Goddard.
7-0 start. Hurts was running more. After the game, he's like, everyone just needed a reminder on who I am and how I'm built after beating the freaking Raiders. 17-0 after a Saquon touchdown, then 24-0, then 31-0. A shutout in filthy. So the Raiders not doing you any favors. I was hopeful that Kenny Pickett could give some type of revenge spark over sorry Geno Smith. That did not happen.
No, it didn't. And look, Pete Carroll's just going to have to start contemplating how bad do I want to be the Dallas Cowboys defensive coordinator next year? How much humble pie can I truly eat? Because that'll be the question for him. But no, I mean this was so bad. They picked up the Raiders picked up 3 first downs on the opening drive, and after that they picked up 4 for the rest of the game.
I don't know if that's how you draw it up.
That's a script.
That's a script,
That's
baby.
A good script.
That's
Shotty
a good
should
script.
Copy that script. On over to Battle of the Tank between the Commanders and Giants.
From the Giants 39. Fumbles. Ball came loose. Giants have it. It's recovered by Carter. And then he laterals it back. This is Paulson Adebo. He sends it back to Javon Holland. And Holland is finally upended inside the 30.
There's the call on Fox TV. This was 13-0 early on. The Commanders over the Giants, then 22-7. Giants come back. They make it 29-21. They force 2 straight turnovers, and the Commanders end up hanging on. In the Meadowlands, Giants fall to 2-12. The Commanders are 4-10.
The Commanders drop to the 8th pick. The Giants stay at number 1. 1.
Boy, if you are the Raiders and you're as bad as you are, you're just like, we're still not bad enough to get that pick.
Yeah.
The Giants get it, who already have a quarterback they think in place for the future and have some stud receivers they can work with.
Right, so they're going to have number 1. They'll trade down. They'll trade down.
They'll take a running back.
Yeah, Jeremiah Love.
Choppy asked a really good question last week. Would you rather the Giants or Commanders have the top pick or a higher pick?
The Giants, probably.
Okay.
Because I trust that the Giants are more likely to mess it up, is what I think they'll do. I was looking at this yesterday. I was trying to find a note actually about how bad the Raiders' offense had been. And so I was trying to research something, and I accidentally stumbled upon a crazy note about the Commanders. Last week, Zach Ertz in an overtime game had 10 receptions for 106 yards. That is the lone 100-yard receiving game for a Washington Commanders player this year.
Wow.
Season's almost over. It's Zach Ertz at however the hell old he is with 106 yards in an overtime game is the only time they've gotten 100 yards receiving this year.
Internet was making jokes when Abdul Carter wakes up and realizes when team meetings are, he's pretty good. When he gets rid of adult entertainment off his phone, that is a Twitter joke. It's not a true story. It's a fabrication. Then he is pretty good. And there he was, acting like the Ravens with the lateral. Everyone was lateraling yesterday.
Laterals
throughout the league.
Yeah, all the laterals all over the league. But yeah, Giants 1, Vegas 2, Titans 3. They're all 2-12. So any win by the Giants, you're dropping potentially as low as 6 because Cleveland, Jets, and Arizona are all 3-11.
877-881-1053. We have a brand new ticket giveaway this week in the Commercial Free Expressway coming up. Avenged Sevenfold and Good Charlotte.
There are 9 teams that already have 10 losses. 9 teams that are 6 games under 500 or more.
A little bit of good Cowboys news yesterday. Of course, losers like us root for stuff like this now.
What a loser.
Green Bay lost to Denver. And the Broncos, we're going to have a segment on Jacksonville, Chicago, and Denver where we may have to take some accountability and possibly admit that we have been wrong throughout the season. But the Broncos, Bo Nix made some big-time plays, big-time throws, and the Broncos win again. They beat the Packers 34-26. Why is that good for us? Because, like the losers we are, we got to root for other people's failure as the best measure for our success. So if the draft was today, the Dallas Cowboys would be picking
14th
at 14 and 23.
Right. And, that 23 could change, obviously, based on what Green Bay does in the playoffs.
And when Dallas inevitably trades it back into the second round so that they can pick up more picks because they don't have any until the 4th.
Right. That also could play. Perhaps that segment could be called One and Done or One of One.
Maybe.
Maybe. We'll have to workshop that in the post-show meeting. Micah Parsons, though, goes down in this game, and it was a non-contact knee.
Yeah, bad knee. There was a couple of those yesterday. And, the people in the NFL are probably fist pumped because, hey, they're on grass. So that could get rid of the turf conversation.
This has been the discussion that when this has come up, we've brought it up before. What's Invesco? Is that what it's called?
Whatever it's. Yes.
That is the number one field for ACL tears over the last 5 years.
What?
And then the Giants is the number one for
second.
Achilles.
Yeah,
that's the one for Achilles.
Well, but yeah, the ACL tears. Denver has the most ACL tears on their field of any stadium in football.
Micah did walk off under his own power. It was not a cart. I got a couple Cowboy fans in my mentions saying, "See, Jerry was right. Jerry was right. He breaks down at the end of seasons." Number one, have a little bit of a heart. Number two, I'm not going there as this being an indicator.
No.
If Micah gets pushed around and fatigued and teams start running at him or running at the Packers or all of a sudden his pass rush fades, okay, now we can talk about end of season Micah. His knee going out, that's not an example of that.
No, what Jerry's talking about is like juice, like being a long distance marathon runner. He's not talking about his durability. He was healthy pretty much the entire time he was here. In fact, we used to make jokes about whenever he'd my arm, and then he'd be right back out there getting 2 sacks. He was never off the field. He was always out there. But watching that video, I've never seen an ACL tear like that. One where it's just basically happens on a plant of just him stepping forward. It didn't have the normal motion you would normally see of he kind of buckled or he did this. Yeah. He just looked like he took a weird step and it tore his ACL.
Yeah, he's also got 6 sacks in the last 5 games. Let's not say
he's been beasting.
Yeah.
And he stripped Harvey yesterday as well. So he has been balling out. Dak got the Micah news after.
Yeah, I did. Honestly, I shot him a message before the game and tell him to keep his head up. Tough game, tough business. He responded. A great message, great attitude about it, and he'll attack his rehab.
So that's Micah Parsons with an unfortunate end to his season.
Green Bay is they're looking a little dicey. It's not like a slam dunk for them. So they're now sitting at 9-4-1. And then they've got the next 2 weeks, they've got the Bears and the Ravens. And the Ravens obviously have not been great this year, but the Ravens are fighting and trying to play for something right now. And so you're talking about they could be staring at 9-6-1 going into the last week. They were helped by Detroit losing yesterday because now Detroit's at 8-6. But they would have been, if Detroit wins that game yesterday, Green Bay would start sweating, especially knowing they're not having Micah.
Well, and also, their tiebreakers are nullified by the tie.
Mm-hmm.
So any tie, they're 2 wins over Detroit. If they both end with 6 losses, Detroit wins out and Green Bay
Detroit
loses 2 more, Detroit goes because 11-6 is better than 10-6-1, regardless of whether Green Bay has the head-to-heads.
The king is dead. The king is hurt as the Cowboys' next opponent, the Los Angeles Chargers, end the 11-year playoff run of Pat Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, 16-13, and an ACL for Mahomes.
Man, and this this sucks for the NFL because you want your big stars in the postseason, and you could have a postseason where you don't have a Patrick Mahomes, and you don't have a Dallas Cowboys, and you might not have a Lamar Jackson, right? There's a lot of what ifs that you don't have, and you got some big fan bases and some big time players, and that's not what they want. But there's a lot of layers to the Mahomes injury that at some point we can get into, but not least of which is that this ends I don't say that ends the dynasty because they can come back next year.
Yeah,
but this iteration of the dynasty came to an end.
Bobby, I kind of went to Andy Reid here over the past couple of weeks that his offense, being the offensive genius and still having a quarterback in his prime with a lot of names and still some weapons there at receiver, has completely fallen off. I know this because it helped screw me against Walchuk in my fantasy football playoff as the two kings have been eliminated. Myself and Mahomes. Yes, I am in the exact same sentence as I scored like 140 and still lost. But
there's no time into their offense. It's drop back and let Mahomes run around.
Yeah.
That's it. It's stupid.
I mean, he was the last 7 games. He finishes the season, the last 7 games. He was under 60% completions for 7 games. He was 8 touchdowns to 9 picks. Like, he was so human at the end of this run. And that was the thing that you were starting to see last year that was so frustrating when they kept winning games that they had no business winning. You would see that team and you go, that's a 9 or 10 win team the way they're winning games. They have like 5 games that they get just miracle results at the very end. Somebody botching a snap, an extra point getting blocked. Like, that's how they were winning games last year to go 15-2. But these cracks, it feels like, have been showing up. Like, you were waiting for, all right, when is this team going to show that they've lost a step? And this is the year where they started losing all those breaks.
Back to Inside the Star at 7:20 with a brand new concert ticket giveaway throughout the entire week here on Sean and RJ. The return of Bobby Bell. Fernando Mendoza wins the Heisman Trophy Saturday night.
Yeah, he did. And one of the more out-of-nowhere Heisman trophies that you're going to find. And I went back and looked.
Someone won $100,000. Someone won $100K on a $1,000 bet.
Oh, that's gutsy.
Gutsy.
That's a gutsy bet right there. How much money do you have just hanging around? But if you go look at the other Heisman Trophy winners, just go back and look at all the Heisman Trophy winners. I mean, this is the most out of nowhere one since what? Johnny Manziel, who was a freshman, and nobody thought anything of it since then. And then prior to that, probably Charles Woodson, because defensive players never win it.
I don't know. Maybe Devontae Smith. Devontae Smith, I still sometimes forget that he won one whenever it comes up, because it was just we don't have anybody to really give it to, and so they give it to Devontae Smith, and that was the COVID year. And Fernando Mendoza at the start of the year, there were some people who were projecting, he'll be the number 1 pick. So I mean, there were people who were buying him. But yeah, Indiana, you wouldn't have thought that this was going to happen.
Yeah, he was one of the. He wasn't the highest paid transfer portal quarterback. He didn't have the cachet of Mateer. But people liked him.
Did last night's loss with the Cowboys unofficially eliminated at least seal the fate of Matt Eberflus? Your Cowboy calls to go off as well at 877-881-1053. And a brand new concert ticket giveaway was last night, the unofficial end of the Cowboys season and the unofficial end to Matt Eberflus. Commercial free in the Expressway on the home of the Cowboys next.
After we get you over. Ooh, wow. Ooh. Let's get you over to QC Cut.
kept it, and he bootlegs in all alone, and he walked the dog. Touchdown McCarthy, faked out all of the defense and me. What a great ball fake that was by McCarthy. Oh, my goodness.
Brad Sham with the call, along with Babe Laufenberg on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again, along with you on the D&M Leasing Hotline, and we'll give you the cue to call momentarily for the brand new giveaway this week, thanks to the promo department. Avenged Sevenfold and Good Charlotte tickets, best and worst of the weekend, coming up at 7:40.
Boy, that got me. I'm a sucker for good quarterback play. Nothing I love more than good quarterback play and the intricacies of the game. Play action. Play action might be my favorite part of quarterback.
Well, then you must love J.J. McCarthy, because that's a good quarterback.
You guys made me sick last night.
I do like J.J.
On the Derek Holland text chain.
I do.
You Johnny-come-latelys. Or Bobby trying to hang on to his drafty value, just ignoring his entire season as Holland is like, how about my Wolverine? How about my Wolverine? And you're like, he's great. He's fantastic. He's really, really good.
I liked him out of the draft. I thought that, because your boy.
You did like him.
Yeah. I mean, like, a lot of quarterbacks. I'm sorry, a lot of coaches. Some of the coaches were like, I'm high on him. I know that Sean Payton may have been playing some games trying to get teams to jump up to get him, or kind of putting that out there. I don't know if it was real or not, but
I thought Collinsworth was going to pass out last night. That series where JJ was letting him rip, and Collinsworth was like, oh. I thought he was going to faint.
Yeah.
Tarico was going to have to get him an ice pack.
Man, that one pass, Roland was right. I mean, he threw a bullet. I was like, jeez.
Yeah.
Break a finger there.
And another player/unit that gets right against the Dallas Cowboys, as Bobby Belt tweeted out at Bobby Belt TX. Of the 13 teams that have played the Cowboys this year, 13, 8 of them have put up one of their 2 highest scoring performances of the season. The Giants did it, the Bears did it, the Packers did it, the Panthers did it, the Broncos did it, the Cardinals did it, the Lions did it, and last night, Minnesota did it.
Yeah, and I couldn't think of a concise way to really explain how bad it was, but if you wanted to include other teams there, it would be that is the most, recently when Philly scored 21, that's the most Philly had scored before yesterday in the last 6 weeks was against Dallas. All the other guys. So there's still other little niches in there for the teams that didn't. We've got consolation prizes for the guys that didn't score one of their 2 highest performances. Yeah. You were still able to put up some points against Dallas in some form or fashion.
If it was just the NFC North teams that did damage, because look, it's very likely that all the NFC North teams know exactly how to attack Matt Eberflus.
Yeah,
right. They played him twice.
3-1 against him this year,
and you gave up 30 to all of them, right? Mm-hmm. But you could understand how the Lions and the Vikings and the Packers would understand, and now the Bears, because of Ben Johnson, would understand exactly how to attack Matt Eberflus. I don't necessarily hold that against him. It's the other games. It's all the other games that you got to hold against him.
Archer had the note a couple weeks back that Dallas, it's obviously changed the statistic in the last 4 weeks, but there was a point a couple weeks back where the average score that a team had the week after playing Dallas was 15 points lower. So teams on average were scoring 15 fewer points the week after playing the Cowboys.
Because we beat them up so much.
We abuse them.
Physically abuse them so much.
Wear them down.
Mentally wear them down. Mm-hmm. They don't even get right till Thursday.
Their mind gets so thrown off looking at such a basic defense that it numbs them to a sharp mind.
The coaches have to spend all Monday just watching that game. They can't even get onto the other game. They got to rewatch this game so many times. That's what happens.
Bobby, recite some of the numbers you tweeted out about this defense.
Yeah, there were some pretty awful notes yesterday. First off, J.J. McCarthy had a 60.7 passer rating against the blitz this season, heading into last night. 60.7 is not a good passer rating. That's really bad. That's John Elway-like. Dallas blitzed McCarthy. Dallas blitzed McCarthy. It says 7 times. They're counting one of them as the bootleg because they count that as a drawback, but that's him running. So realistically, Dallas blitzed McCarthy 6 times. They did it once in the second half of the game. They blitzed him 1 time in the second half.
It's the same thing as last week.
He went 3 for 6 for 41 yards, a touchdown, an interception, and a 72-2 passer rating against the blitz. With no blitz, he was 12 for 18 for 209 yards, a touchdown, and a 124 passer rating.
So let's talk about that for a second. Mm-hmm. You said Nick Harris said that they got scared out of blitzing against Detroit because of Jahmyr Gibbs. What scared them out of last night to make them stop doing it?
So you could say that Aaron Jones being like a slip back is one of the things that they have to worry about, or that they're worried about smoke like routes or whatever else. But honestly, there's not a good answer for it.
Every team have a running back?
So if you look at, somebody asked me last night, they said why, they're like, can you like explain what reasonable explanation there would be for all this lack of blitzing that he has? So if you look at them efficiency-wise this year...
You can scheme pressure, I was told.
Yes, you can.
You can scheme pressure.
I've heard that somewhere.
If you look at them efficiency-wise this year, they are infinitely more efficient when they do not blitz. Like, infinitely more efficient.
Okay.
Last night was not one of those nights. In fact, that was one of, I think, 3 games this season where the opposing offensive success rate was lower when Dallas would blitz. And look, in order for this defense to work, you have to generate pressure because that secondary is just not good enough.
Yeah.
And so, numbers be damned, if you're not getting to the quarterback with 4 rushers, you need to blitz. Like, I'm sorry, you need to just risk it and figure out what's going to happen here. And so they didn't want to do that. They don't like disguising a whole lot of things. And that's just what you're looking at. But
you know what? I appreciate that. You know, I don't want to trick anybody here. I don't want to try to disguise anything.
There is an argument.
No, not right. We're just going along with your joke.
There is an argument for not disguising things depending on what your defense does. So, like, they've talked about this before.
Yeah, especially if they can't comprehend and understand.
Honestly, when Quinn first got here, Quinn realized pretty quickly, like, okay, some of the stuff I have them doing, switching and doing different things with the line of scrimmage, they, like, this group of players, they're athletic, they're talented, they can't handle that as processors. So he just stopped. He made them static. And he goes, we're better off just trying to beat you straight up because I can have all the great reps I want. If in between they're busting every other play and letting people run free, it doesn't matter.
And Collinsworth was pointing at the secondary last night. He's already going down the Cowboys' off-season priority list, and he's like, issue number 1, I think, is the secondary. Stewart yesterday with a bad face mask. Well, was it a face mask? I know it was a horse collar.
Yeah, it was horse collar.
Ready with a horse collar. The next play, Naylor with the touchdown. They were like down the field in 2 plays after Cavante. I actually gave Cavante kind of a star up for his return.
Okay, very good.
What else am I going to
fair catch?
What else am I going to give?
Well,
certainly not for letting balls bounce 30 yards.
And you know what he did?
His awareness on Madden has to be like a 4.
Yeah,
he's the worst. He is dead serious. The absolute worst I've ever seen, judging all the different aspects of returning a punt.
But was it like this before this year?
He was always a good kick returner. Like punt returner, he's broken some, but like
his football, and I'll just say it. People are going to take it out of context. He has to have one of the lowest football IQs on the team. In terms of judging what he's supposed to do, he's in another universe.
Were you not a fan of the 1-yard run on a 3rd and 8? You weren't a fan of that 1-yard pass route? I thought it was solid, man.
That punt hit at the 30 and rolled to the 3, and he gave the old, maybe I should have used my speed to go up and fair catch that. Did you see what he said earlier in the week about what they need to do?
Just start holding. And then they threw a flag for
Did you see this?
They threw a flag for holding on the kick return that he broke.
What?
That's legitimately what he was telling people. So he was like, maybe we just need to go back to holding. He was joking, but then they threw a flag for holding, so the refs were looking for it.
Well, then I need to hear it, because reading it, he said, the blocking technique is not going the right way that we want it to. We need to start holding people like they're holding us on kickoff returns. That's what I feel like. That's a lot of what we did last year. I just feel like we got to get back to that. We just start holding like they're holding us on kickoffs. I feel like things will be all right. So that was total joking?
I mean, he starts like he's complaining at first, and then he's like laughing through
it.
But
we need to about the holding.
Yes.
Okay.
But that
makes me feel a little better.
He's now had of the last of 16 punts that were kicked his direction. Out of the last 16 punts where there was not a no play, 5 of them have been downed inside the 5-yard line. 1 out of every 3 punts right now to him is getting downed inside the 5-yard line. This is not getting directionally kicked out of bounds inside the 5. He is letting them drop, he's letting them roll, and he's judging that, they won't be able to get to that. 5 different times he has judged that, and they've put it inside the 5.
Back to the star down for Matt Eberflus and the defense. Shoddy, what's up with your guy?
Well, I think, at the end of the day, each drive's different, Nick. I felt like we gave up too many explosives today. You know, I mean, they hit a big double move, but, you know, I think those are the things you have to eliminate. Again, these guys play hard. These guys played at a really physical game. But at the end of the day, we have to play better, as a football team. And, got to get more pressure on the quarterback, got to get him on the ground. We finally won the turnover battle. That gave us a chance. Great play early on with the interception. We finally took care of the football. But at the end of the day, I don't think we played well enough to win. And again, that's not just the players. That starts with me and the staff. And I own that. I take that. And, again, give them credit for making the plays that they had to make when they made them.
So I will admit, and I should have just kept this to myself to sound a little bit smarter, but I have diarrhea of the mouth a lot of times, and I got to put it out there.
Better out than in.
And your mic would be better on than off.
Oh, no.
After they beat the Eagles and the Chiefs, I was getting ready to come on here and say, it's a lock that Eberflus is back next year, right? With the new players, the little mini win streak that fooled us again, and Jerry saying over and over and over and over and over again, I got to stop changing coordinators, which I think he's taken a little bit too much blame on, with Zimmer not wanting to come back unless he was head coach and Quinn taking the Washington job. But I was like, I think Matt Eberflus is back, and maybe he even should be back. I didn't make it a radio topic. I'm glad I didn't make it a radio topic.
Yeah, slow down, Wolchuk.
I thought it. But Bobby, you were getting a little Jerry before we play this audio. You were getting a little maybe change of Jerry opinion last night in the postgame.
Yeah, I think, and we can interpret after we hear it, but I think that when you hear him talking last night, there are a couple of different points that when he's discussing Eberflus or Eberflus comes up or the defense comes up, he's doing that sly Jerry way of like, hey, I'm not totally happy with this right here, and this needs to be better. And, we always talk about whenever you pose him a direct question, if it's not a direct yes or no, he's wanting you to think about it. He'll just go, yes, or he'll go, no, if he feels that way. When he just goes, well, again, he wants you to think about it at least. And we were getting some of that last night about Eberflus.
Jerry, does there need to be big changes coming to the defense still?
Well, I just thought we could do a better job of stopping them with the defensive personnel we had out there. And so that was disappointing. But I thought we could do a better job of on offense. And I thought we could move the ball better than we moved it tonight on both sides of the ball. So this was no question about it. It was disappointing. And we had our opportunities. We had to settle for field goals. They made touchdowns.
Is Matt Eberflus still the guy?
Again, this is not, with games remaining, the adjustments that we should be making should be with this year, these next 3 games in mind. They should not be being made, and with 3 games left and the short time we've got to play them in, then that will impact any adjustments that you make regarding coaching of the time frame we're dealing with.
I got you.
I think it's good. I mean, that's a legit question for sure.
Oh, that's a legit question for sure. He goes, again, when he says, is Matt Eberflus still the guy? Because we've asked that several times during there, and he goes, yes. I want him in the foxhole with me. He goes, so it's word salad, and a lot of people are saying, that's word salad. He says the adjustments that we should be making should be with this year, these next 3 games of mine. They should not be being made with 3 games left in short time. We've got to play them in. Then that will impact any adjustments that you make regarding coaching, the time frame we're dealing with. What he's saying, translated through all the gobbledygook there, is he's saying these next 3 games are going to go into that decision, so I can't tell you anything right now. Is he saying that the end of this season, we've got to plan for these games, and I can't give you an answer right now when any adjustment, he kept saying adjustment, which is like a coaching change, but he's any adjustment to coaching. He goes, can't speak on that till I see what adjustments are made to these 3 games that we still have left to play with this year in mind. And so he's wanting to tell you, part of the evaluation is what's going to happen the next 3 weeks, how we finish the season, what this looks like.
Right, because if you were to look at it as the GM or a head coach or whatever, it's like, do you look at the totality? Do you just hyper focus on if you were to come at the end of the year and let's say let's say the defense allows an average of 20 points these last two games against the East.
Yeah.
Against Washington and the Giants.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe 18 to 20. They would be giving up, because right now they're allowing 26 points per game to the NFC East. Right? And if they were to allow, 18 in those games, bring it down a little bit. Do you focus more on how the defense performs against the teams you play twice a year, or the totality?
No.
I would do the totality, but they might look at it like, they're doing well against the NFC East, so let's bring them back. And it's a mistake.
You should be an attorney. You really should.
I can't read. So why would I be an attorney?
If Washington and New York weren't absolute garbage, I would.
But I understand. No, again, yes,
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I would think about it a lot more if they were like decent. And it's like, all right, I have an in-division advantage. I think what is really going to sicken Jerry is having to make this change again, because I don't think Eberflus is back.
No, I think the way Jerry was talking last night, because, like I said, when he started discussing,
and people may revolt if he is back.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, look, there have been plenty of times that Jerry's
maybe 10 less people at the game instead of 90.
Jerry's made plenty of decisions before knowing people were going to revolt, and he did it anyway.
Yep.
He did it when he hired his head coach. So I mean, I think he sounds like he's trending more towards hey, there's got to be something that we shift here. There's got to be something that's a little bit different, because he looks at it right now. Last night he looked genuinely disappointed. He was a little on edge. He didn't like some of the answers there, or some of the questions he was getting about Diggs. He didn't like some of the questions he was getting about Eberflus and different things like that. I mean, you could hear him going man, we needed to score more touchdowns. But when he's saying, last night answered about it, he goes, we did some adjustments in the second half, and then we did some more adjusting. And they always had pretty good responses to those. I don't think that's kudos to them. I think that's why the hell are they responding so easily. And when he says, this is what he said to postgame. He said, if you notice their styles that they get up, put a lot of people up there to look at, then they mix it up, kind of bring some out, take some out, and put some in, so to speak, what's going on. We kind of do it differently philosophically. There's one the day tonight.
And it's not just Eberflus, though, that needs change. There's a lot of personnel issues that need change, and
absolutely,
that's the biggest problem. It is easier to change one and find somebody to fit these players than to say, well, Eberflus needs 8 different guys to get this thing right.
I get it, but part of me, because we have done this time and time again, it's always the coach. We just scapegoat the coaches. We never blame the players, because who picks the players? He's never going to admit that he made a mistake with the players.
Somebody made a good point to me last night. Somebody on the beat. They said, just name me one player, one on defense that is better this year.
One player?
One player on defense that's better this year. If Matt Eberflus didn't make one player better on defense, you have to fire him.
Did Osa even, I know he played, but I was like, is Osa on the field?
Yeah, it was a quiet game.
Unless you come back tomorrow and post talk clarity and be like, Osa played well. I was like, I noticed Kenny. I noticed Quinnen. Hopefully Quinnen is okay injury-wise. Just go ahead and shut him down. I was really disappointed in Osa when Minnesota was just doing whatever they wanted.
Now, I think when Quinnen went out for that big chunk of time, he became their double-team target. So he got double-teamed last night more than anybody else on the field.
What about Logan? The mystery, the number one mystery around here is Trayvon Diggs, and number 2 to me is what is up with Logan Wilson?
So Logan Wilson started the game last night. He started the first 3 drives, something like that. So he was out there the first 3 drives. Then Kenneth Murray rotated in. Kenneth Murray is so bad that their drives go longer. So his one drive was more snaps than Logan Wilson had played the first 3. So he ended up with more snaps right there. I think Kenneth Murray had 2 drives total that he played on, and yet still by the end of the third quarter, he had 7 more snaps than Logan Wilson because they were lingered on the field longer. Logan Wilson then played every snap after that, so he ends up playing significantly more snaps than Kenneth Murray did, but through 3 quarters, it was Murray was ahead of him. And very first play Kenneth Murray was on the field was that 9-yard Aaron Jones run that he brought, the very first run of the night that, he got something. And it was Kenneth Murray stepping in the wrong spot and getting blocked out of the play, and Aaron Jones just having a free hole. I can't. You mentioned the odd mystery. That was Kyer Elam early in the season, where it's why is he still out there? It cannot be worse behind him. And Murray's got that point now. Even when you asked Shoddy a couple weeks ago about Logan Wilson, he flipped it over to, man, he's made Kenneth Murray up his game and play so much better. It's what?
Yeah.
Why is that where we're turning this? Why is there such a fascination with Kenneth Murray?
I have not noticed Logan Wilson or heard his name called on the TV broadcast one time since he's been dealt here. I'm being this is literal. I haven't seen him or heard him one time except for the pregame introductions last night. Nothing. Not a big. I'm sure he's made a tackle or two. I'm sure he's communicated and lined people up. Not one impact play. Not one. Since he has been acquired. Bill Barnwell, Bobby's favorite, tweeted this out before the game. Cowboys defense before and after the trade deadline. When, I'll raise my hand, I got fooled thinking this was going to be at least an average defense. Before and after the deadline per EPA. Before, 31st in EPA per play. After, 26. Points before. Points per drive before 31st, after 28th. So they've improved from 31st to 26, and then from 31st to 28th. So that's improvement.
That is improvement. That's a better spot. Now, they
basically the question is, have they really been, were they that much better than the Detroit game? They've gotten destroyed the past two games, but how much better is and was the defense?
I don't think you can... I understand, it may have been oversold. I don't think you can totally discount the way they fought and came back against Philly and the way they picked up every stop they needed to along the way. That's significant. Mm-hmm. And the way that, as damaged as Mahomes was, they managed to get those stops every now and then that they couldn't pick up earlier in the season against guys like Russell Wilson. So, to me, I still look at it and go, they definitely were better. And they had a moment there for a little bit. They had a nice little run. And then they got into Detroit, and they just got slapped up one side and down the other. And then you go into that game against Minnesota last night, and they're not getting the pass rush that they were getting those first three games. That's the biggest thing. If they're rushing the passer, if they're able to get pass rush up the interior with those guys, you saw what happened against the Raiders, the Eagles, and the Chiefs. When they can't against the Lions and the Vikings, you see, oh yeah, this is still an awful defense whenever they don't generate pressure. And that's basically what it comes down to, which that's a lot of pressure to put on the pass rush. And just say, you have to perform at a top level every time out. Otherwise, the rest of these guys can't do their jobs.
877-881-1053, the number to call to win these tickets all week long as we are commercial-free in the Expressway on Sean and RJ.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Avenged Sevenfold in Good Charlotte at Dos Equis Pavilion on Friday, August 21st. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
We go back inside the Star at 8 o'clock. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com in the final hour at 9:20. Let's quickly recap what you did this weekend in best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
877-881-1053, the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line to get in your messages. What was the best part? What was the worst part? RJ Choppy starting us off.
Well, the best, I took the oldest parallel parking over the weekend.
Oh.
He's getting his license in 2 weeks.
Ooh.
And I made it difficult on him, Sean. I shut the backup camera off.
Oh, first world problems.
I said, you're going to learn the old school way, baby.
Yeah.
You're going to turn your head, something I haven't done in an awful long time.
No, you've turned your head to cough.
Tuesday
That's
night.
right. Absolutely. That's right. But I don't even look. I never turn around.
Right. It's amazing.
Backup camera.
Yeah. And
you guys fully trust it?
Oh, yeah.
The very first turn to angle, I've got to look back. And then after that, I can look in the mirror. But the very first time I'm first look, I've got to look back.
What I don't trust is on Amanda's. It's got the self-park. Oh. And I did it in the parking lot just to test it a couple times. And I had to slam on the brake because it was gonna run into a car. I felt or go over a curb.
I trust the lining it up. I don't trust that camera's depth perception.
The overhead camera is the game changer.
That lines it up super smooth.
Oh, the truck is with an overhead camera, the truck is so easy.
How did you react to the camera going out?
He goes, well, where's the camera?
It'd be like me driving without a GPS.
Yeah, he's like, where's the camera? I says, we're going to learn this thing the old way. I said, you're going to take your right arm. You're going to put it on my headrest. You're going to use the leverage and turn your body. Okay, and you're going to turn around. And then so I put my truck in front. And then Sarah was out. She was out doing Christmas shopping. So I put the trash cans behind the vehicle, and I had a parallel park. Did it a couple of times.
How'd he do?
First time, we swam to the curb. Second time, he had to he went in, up, and then he had to back it up again. And then the third time, he nailed it. So then we practiced a few more times. So that was good. It's we got 2 weeks. We have 2 weeks, and apparently the parallel park is a 15-point. They have points or something like that. It counts 15 points towards your overall score. Basically, you can't fail it. You can't fail the parallel parking if you really want to pass.
And you have to drive. You can take your car to drive, or you have to drive theirs. And if you
It's whatever you're insured on. So, like,
Okay.
I think you have to be insured on it, and then, like...
So can you use the backup cam on the test?
Yeah, I would imagine.
That's cheating.
Yeah, I don't think they knock
Stop
it off.
you?
Yeah, I don't think they will.
Okay.
But I think you have to be, like, insured on the car. Because I remember there was something when I tested, it's been forever, but, like, I remember I had to test on, like, a specific car that we had in the house. Like, I couldn't do the others for some reason.
So your 1 to 10 confidence level...
He drives fine. Like, he drove.
He'll be good.
Yeah, we took him on the highway at night this weekend. I mean, he drives pretty well. He's still ditzy. Like yesterday we were backing out of the driveway, and he backed up and he was gonna go forward, but he forgot to put it in a drive, and he slams on the gas and we go backwards. I'm like, whoa, hey. He goes, I'm sorry, Mom's car, when I put it in drive, it moves. And I'm like, all right, well, this isn't Mom's car.
Did you remind him? Did you say this is the exact reason why I wouldn't let you drive to College Station with people your age?
Exactly right. I was like, come on now. Worst of the weekend, we did not have a chance to go to Wild Fork like we wanted to.
Boo.
Kids' schedules changed. We weren't in the area. We don't make trips for one thing. We cooked steaks from Sam's. By the way, we also cooked chicken, and whoever's cutting the chicken there
at Sam's?
At Sam's. Very bad job on the chicken thighs. Okay, awful.
How?
Awful job. It's like they just ripped it off the bone. It's not like they cut it. Okay, they just ripped it off the bone. It was terrible. But we had the sirloin. I'm a big sirloin fan. All right, love sirloin prime. They were prime. So I let them. I cook. I let them sit. Take them off at 117. I mean, they were perfect. We start making the plates, and Sarah made mashed potatoes and the gravy, and she's making my plate. She puts the gravy. She makes the circle in the mashed potatoes to get a nice little pool of gravy. Okay, and then I look at it, and my steak is covered in brown gravy.
Oh, it had a flood. It was like a break in the dam.
It was like a roast beef sandwich. You just flood it with brown gravy. I'm like,
it's the soaker.
Huh?
It's the soaker.
Yeah, and I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? Now she's just trying to be helpful. I get it. I can't get too mad. I said, what are you doing? She goes, you always put gravy on your steak. I said, no, I don't.
Oh, God.
I zoog. I'm a zooger.
What's that?
Where you take it and you rub it around the whole plate, right? At the very end, you rub it around. I clean my plate. I clean it.
So it wasn't a spillover from the mashed potato gravy. She put
she put it right on top.
On the steak.
Right on the steak. Smothered and covered. It's like my hash browns. I could have killed her. I was like, baby, I can't do this.
Yeah.
And she was like, I'm sorry, I thought you always do that. I said, no, I'm a zooger, man. I zoog. So that's...
You got yourself, as I said in the commercial, you got yourself a good old country girl.
Oh, yeah.
You got yourself
she's a country girl.
I know you
Lubbock,
make,
Texas.
You make Twin Peaks jokes. No, you got yourself a Cracker Barrel girl.
We love Cracker Barrel.
You got yourself a Cracker Barrel girl. She put the gravy all over the steak. Now, if this is a chopped steak, a Salisbury steak.
Salisbury would be great.
Is she going to the steak?
Burger. Could be a burger.
I don't think so. Don't put gravy on a burger. But you going to the fancy steakhouse? Is she requesting gravy to put on the ribeye?
No.
Or the filet?
Oh, no.
Okay.
She eats it dry.
Okay.
Yeah, she eats it dry.
That's good.
Which probably is an indictment on my cooking or the seasoning. But,
that's right. So do you have a thermometer? You're coming out with 117 measurement. Good for you,
yeah.
Chop.
I don't know if it actually works or not, but I have one.
Proud of you. My best of the weekend, I'll start there, was Wild Fork in Frisco. Well, thanks to all the Tolos who came out. They bought up half the store. It was incredible. GM Royal with a Twitter live that absolutely blew up. Jake Reitma showing his support. Tolo D, Mama D coming out, winning one of the 105 through the fan cutting boards. Awesome job by Raul. So just out there talking meat and smoking, and Mark Sweeney bringing his rig. And I left with about a $300 bill. After buying up everything for Christmas and everything in between, I need a new stand-up freezer ASAP. If anyone has suggestions on a stand-up freezer, mine isn't sealing correctly, and I got a freezer disaster.
Mine's not either.
I need a new one.
Yeah, my stand-up isn't
I need a new one delivered.
If you lived in an apartment, they would just replace it for you.
That's right.
So I live in an apartment.
That's right. My worst is whether it was Choppy, whether it was Ava, I got a house full of sickness. You can hear it in me today. I got that. I started getting the little bit of the throat on Friday, but I did the RJ Choppy, Dayquil, NyQuil combo. That took care of the sore throat or anything coming there. But I got the head cold. I'm stuffed up. My son has been running hot. I mean, real hot. He's going to the doctor this morning. Ava's hanging on. She might be the healthiest one. Amanda will be getting sick here soon. It's actually making Amanda... Two things. One was Chris Navarre. Before we had our first child, we were in Nobu. Well, not with Bobby's wife this time, while Bobby disappears and we have to take his wife out to dinner.
Yeah, not this time.
And Chris walks in to the hotel and he drops his wife off. I said, "What are you doing?" He goes, "This is what she wanted." And I was like, "What a crappy parent! What crappy parents you are! You can't even handle your child." So I was dead wrong on that. Prejudgment.
Right. Prejudgment.
That's the move. But my second prejudgment is people who vacation and go away for Christmas. People who go to a resort. People who leave. Because my wife, she's on the edge. And she's thinking about it. I still don't want to do it. The kids, the tree, the morning, but all the crap that is coming with the season. And you fall behind, and everyone's getting sick. It's like, let's book the vacation for December, and we don't have to worry about the Cowboys in the playoffs. I'm not going to be missing anything. Let's get the hell up out of Dodge. So my worst of the weekend, everybody's sick. Best, Wild Fork and Frisco.
Man, that's waiting a long time, though, to look at potential vacation for Christmas, because then you're going to start looking at those airline prices are going to be ridiculous the longer you sit there and wait. Because we're going to
How
look
would
at...
you know? You don't tell your wife nowhere.
We're going to take the kids to D.C. for Christmas. And then we looked, and the flights to get them out there were ridiculous. Like, I mean, because the Cowboys are going to be Christmas Eve, so I was like, well, I'm not going to be around any day. And so that was going to end up being like... Just to get the kids out there with Kristen, I mean, that was alone. The flights were going to be like $3,000. I was like, that's ridiculous. All right, yeah, weekend got off to a great start. Of course, I went hung out with the KNC Masterpiece. What an experience on Friday. Loved that.
I got something for that later.
Also, Friday had an appearance at Lowe's and Keller, and I want to give a special shout out to Tolo Bob, who I talked to for a while. He is a railroad man, works in the railroad industry, which, if you don't know, the railroad industry is still very relevant today. The railroad shut down.
I see trains.
The world shuts down. But he's got a pretty significant commute every morning. Says we're with him on his lengthy car ride every morning. Says he's got us tuned in. He's a big fan of the show. So shout out to Tolo Bob. Also, congrats to Sebastian and Kat McMichael, who I went to their wedding last year. A little over a year ago, they welcomed me at their wedding. And just a few days ago, they welcomed their first little one. So they got a little baby girl in the house now. I think like 2 days before their 1 year wedding anniversary.
I saw.
Like
that was quick.
And so that's all good. That's all positive. That's good. The worst of the weekend was you're kind of at fault, actually.
Me?
You opened my eyes.
I didn't see you last week.
You opened my eyes to the TikTok shop.
Oh, yeah.
And then I inadvertently was showing Kristen how it worked. And I'm not kidding. Within 3 minutes of showing her how it worked, she had bought 4 things off my phone. And they were all these different pieces. Do you know what it's for? It was for a effing water jug, like a 5-gallon water jug. She's like, well, I like having those, but I don't have them now because I don't have a stand. Do they have a stand for that? And then I went and found one. She's like, buy the stand. She's like, see if they got one of those nozzles. Then she bought a nozzle. Then she bought some gripper thing. And like all of a sudden now this is going to be like your Amazon package problem. This is not going to stop.
I'm out of the TikTok shop. I got screwed, got scammed.
Did you?
Yeah, I got scammed a couple weeks ago.
China.
I thought I was buying one of those Buffalo Trace liquor advent calendar. Gonna get a shot of all of them. Ornaments. I bought boxes of them, gifts.
Did you read it incorrectly? Or?
No. And now I try to contact them to get a refund. There's no company.
What?
No company.
Does RJ Choppy have to say about his boy George Pickens now? Back inside the Star in the home of the Cowboys next.
Well, let's get you over to my good friend Dr. Mark Bishara. Hair loss, frustrating, affects your confidence, your appearance.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Back goes Prescott. Has time, deep to the middle, caught by Lamb at the 35, the 30, head down, splits two defenders to the 23, stopped by Joshua Metellus.
Well, wide receiver 1 showed up last night. What about, and so did wide receiver 3. What about WR2? Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ on an Elimination Monday, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. 34-26, Cowboys with a 1% chance now. They would have to win all their games, and Philadelphia would have to lose all of theirs. RJ Choppy, you were a nominee by me for Worst Take of the Week, Friday at 9, for saying that the Dallas Cowboys would win the NFC East, and they would win it handily. So you are on the spot in this segment now, my friend, for your NFC East take and your boy, which I got a lot of Tolos saying, ask Choppy, where's his boy? What's up with his boy now? George Pickens, 3 catches, 33 yards after Detroit.
Well, it's simple, Sean, with George Pickens, is that they're playing a non-NFC East team, which means the quarterback doesn't know what they're doing against the non-NFC East team. That was just for Bobby.
Okay, I was going to say, you want to start roping me into this fight. I don't think you want that.
No, he's had a bad couple of games. I don't answer for him. I don't know what you want me to say. He's played like booty cheeks in the last couple of games. Now, the Detroit game obviously was all on him.
Largely.
This game, Bobby will watch the tape.
I'm a ball knower.
See how many times he was doubled, bracketed, if he was paid attention to as the number 1. Obviously, if Dak's not throwing the ball downfield because he's not having any time to let the routes develop, that's going to impact it. But he has not had a very good last couple of games. There is no sugarcoating that.
Who is wide receiver 1 on this football team?
Look, CD's more consistent. I've said that. CD is a more consistent player. I think George has got that ceiling to him, those great otherworldly type performances. But with that comes this. So he has a higher ceiling and a lower floor. CD is always a 9 out of 10. Always. George sometimes is a 4 out of 10. Sometimes is a 12 out of 10.
Yep.
But CD is always the 9 out of 10.
It doesn't feel like it, but it's stunning to realize, like, CD, even though he missed 3 games or whatever he did, CD has 2 more 100-yard receiving games this year than George Pickens. Like, it doesn't feel that way. And then Pickens' games were all like 160 and 140, and CDs have been like 112, 120. But still, that's CD. Like, you know what you're getting from him.
You know you're getting every single day.
Brian Schottenheimer on how they took Pickens away.
Yeah, again, a lot of cover 2, a lot of different technique things. They change their coverage up a lot. But again, there was a plan to try to limit our explosives, and I think he had 6 targets and only three catches, and that's not enough. And that starts with me and the offensive staff. We got to find ways to get him the ball better.
So how much was
aggressive in the first half?
Okay. Is that the end of the clip?
It was not the end of the clip.
Just kind of, okay. So how much is cover 2 versus cover 0 where there's no one back to help in terms of what they ran?
So a lot of when Dak would talk about cover 0, them showing cover 0, that was just what they were presenting. They didn't necessarily play in it. They still played cover 0 8 times, which that's tied for the most they've played all year. But they show you it a lot. They were in cover 2, though, yesterday. So for the season heading into the game, they averaged being in cover 2 about 6 times per game. Brian Flores did this year. They were in cover 2 on 16 different pass attempts from Dak. So, they definitely went way up on the cover 2 looks yesterday than they had previously had all season.
So I thought that Chris Collinsworth, the commentary of the game yesterday was Collinsworth relaying their meeting with Pickens. And he said, look, there's a lot of times when guys have games like he did in Detroit, people don't show up to those production meetings. They don't sit down with us. Pickens did. He owned it. He likes and wants to be in Dallas. I thought that was pretty noteworthy. Dak also told them, I saw it in George's eyes early in the Lions game. He did not have it. It wasn't there. And I knew I was going to have to go to CD on basically every play. Then CD gets hurt. So Dak told them it just wasn't there in George's eyes early on in the game, but Pickens likes it here, wants to be here, and Collinsworth was trying to kind of encourage him to the broadcast, saying, if he fights through the double coverages, if he fights and plays hard through the bracket stuff, we're talking about 150 a game, and we already know how good he is and the ceiling and potential. So that was Collinsworth sounding like a Pickens fan while relaying what George sat down and told them.
And that's a tough thing to have to fight through as a team, not knowing what you're going to get day to day. Like that is tough. Like,
Manny being Manny.
Huh?
It's Manny being Manny.
Yeah, like it's like
well,
Wash, you say that's the way baseball, that's the way George go.
But day to day may be, at least for this season, too extreme. We could be talking about 1 or 2 times out of 15 weeks.
Right.
That's not a lot.
No, I mean, I think it definitely does pop up moment to moment. It's just, do those moments linger? I got to say, because obviously I was not watching the pregame or anything else. We were there in the stadium, but that's super concerning to me.
What?
That Dak would say, I could see in his eyes he wasn't here tonight.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, well, that's bad. If like
you heard that, right?
Yeah, I heard that.
Because that either means George was making it super obvious to everybody he didn't want to be there, or Dak has seen it before and he's had to adjust to it, which is
it's likely that he's seen it
both are
before.
bad. Both of those things are concerning to me.
Jerry, on why GP struggled so much or didn't have the numbers yesterday.
I really don't know, other than they were doing a real good job, I thought, of pressuring our quarterback. And so I thought that did as much as anything to mitigate our passing.
So there's Jerry afterwards on the Cowboys and their offense. And look, Brian Schottenheimer, he got worked by Brian Flores. He just did. One of the most fascinating segments that we are going to have to get to as this season winds down and ends is our year one evaluation of Schottenheimer and a comparison of him to Mike McCarthy. We might need 2 expressways for that. And it's going to be interesting to see how we are able to separate the Friday interview from reality. And then you got to factor in the Marshawn Nealon stuff. We got to try to keep it objective and fair, despite the radio gold he gives us on Friday. But last night he got worked. And you could hear it in his postgame presser, and you could hear it in Dak's as well. 877-881-1053. I do have a star up for CeeDee Lamb, and I do have a star up brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness for Ryan Flournoy. I don't know who else you guys have star ups for, but Ryan, 4 for 40. I don't know whether he makes you, not that he can replace him or has that ceiling. I don't know whether just that type of receiver stepping in makes you reconsider the George Pickens discussion. And I should ask now on the fan text, is it a rush to judge? Are you making a rush to judgment by changing your mind about GP's next deal here based upon the last 2 games? But how does everyone feel about it now as of today at 877-881-1053? Choppy's still re-signing. Bobby's still re-signing.
Yep.
I would like to franchise tag.
Yeah, they're good, and they'll tag.
No,
I'm
I'd
sure.
like to tag and keep.
Oh, well, he won't play.
Probably not.
Won't play?
No,
Probably won't.
he won't even show up to Oxnard.
Oh, I know he's not going to show up to Oxnard, but
I mean, Michael wasn't even going to play on the 5th-year option.
well,
Same advisor.
and you just think he would have sat out the season?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
I think it would have been a Le'Veon Bell thing.
Well, I'll put more thought into it, but that is I'm a little bit worried.
Because there's a problem with both, because the reality is
I'm worried about
that,
the team building aspect too.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
I'm really worried.
I mean, you can see Dak becomes Joe Burrow, like from a broken man. You know,
Joe is depressed.
Joe's depressed, man.
Joe must have something going on with the parents or the family or something, because he's depressed.
I mean, he's stuck with bad chili.
He busted his ass to get back, and then he was like, "Oh, this seems awful. That's not a lot of fun."
You guys have any other start-ups, start-downs that we did not get to?
Javonte Williams was really, really good last night. In fact, that was 2 significant injuries you lost yesterday, were Quinnen Williams being out for the stretch time that he was, and then Javonte Williams being out when he was. Malik Davis having to step in there and pass protect was so bad. So I think he had 5 pass block reps, like in blitz pickup, while Javonte Williams was out. He gave up 3 pressures on those 5. He just could not, and that's where Javonte Williams has really protected them all year. So we're talking about some of these, 8-man blitz looks, and then you got to figure out who's coming and all the free rushers and different things like that. Javonte Williams would have been huge to have there to kind of pick up some rhythm and do what you wanted to do there. But even when he came back, he comes back with a shoulder injury after Hunter Lipke goes out with a concussion. You're really thin, and he ran the ball really, really well and really, really tough. I thought Javonte Williams was really good.
I thought they started to assert their will a little bit in the early part of the second half. I thought it was going to continue. They just stalled out on these drives. That's the problem.
Nate Thomas, nice bounce back.
He was not as it was better than I thought it was going to be. But I mean, he gave up 4 pressures, I think, something like that. But I mean, Hakeem Adeniji came in and gave up 4 in like 5 snaps. So.
I really only for this game have like plays.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily a player outside of Flournoy, outside of Javonte, like Donovan Wilson, right? Blitz, tip that led to the Q interception. Donovan also had a 3rd and 1 tackle for loss.
Yep.
In the third quarter. Bland had some nice highlights against Jefferson. Turpin did have some nice returns. Schoonmaker's one-handed catch, the 29-yarder.
He can't catch it 2 hands dead on him, but he can like leap, pirouette, and like fingertip grab it, which is ridiculous. That was nuts to me. I think I'm going to go back on post that, and I'm going to like in general how Savon Ravel played.
You're going to like?
I think I am. I mean, there were some moments in the second half where it's like, they're picking on him a little bit, but overall, like, he was asked to press a couple different times against Justin Jefferson, and he wasn't able to work Jefferson into the progression.
I had Fowler and Ravel on a 3rd down run stop on that second drive. That was the play where Kenny Clark knew the snap count.
Yeah, that was the most impressive play of the night for the Cowboys, was him just jumping that snap and making the play that he did. He was really, really impressive. I don't know why Dante Fowler's fallen out of favor. He played like 8 snaps yesterday. So Fowler played hardly anything. James Houston played hardly anything. And so they're tightening up that rotation again.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know what Fowler, I don't know if he's banged up or he was not out there very much.
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line for Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness and Wild Fork Foods. What did we all think of Phillip Rivers and the story that's rocking Hollywood as we speak? Next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Underdog Fantasy. Football season's in full swing, and Underdog is
brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3rd down and 4. Rivers, and he's got a man. Touchdown! That's Josh Downs, and that's Phillip Rivers with a touchdown pass. The 422nd touchdown pass of his career.
All right, let's go around the rest of the NFL real quick and take a break from the misery of a Cowboys Monday as they are going to miss the postseason. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby Bell, Cowboys Insider, back with us from the stadium and vacation last week. And my wife loves putting on the Grinch Christmas movie, but I told her from now on, you don't have to play it in the house for the kids. All you got to do is put on the YouTube of the show, because RJ Choppy is my new NFL Sunday Grinch. And yesterday I was loving part of the email where you were the only person in America not happy and not thrilled over the Phillip Rivers story. And I absolutely loved it. And it wasn't just a hot take you came up with, because you were trashing it last week, and Phillip Rivers almost had the miracle story end as they went down the field. They took the lead, but Seattle ends up responding, and the Seahawks kicker on Seahawks radio ends up going 6 for 6 with the field goals, and Phillip Rivers and the Colts end up losing.
Yeah, listen, don't think for a second that, I didn't love that Phillip Rivers. I didn't love get to see him one more time. Like, don't think for a second I didn't love that. My thought is just such an indictment on every single high school football coach and college football coach and quarterback coach out there and these gurus and every parent that sends their kid to these things. It's just an indictment on them, because it shows that we have not developed quarterbacking in this country. Okay, quarterbacking development in this country is as bad as social development that we have for children out there. They're all stuck on their phones. The fact that we got to get a 44-year-old who's just looking to get insurance for 5 more years, okay, to trot him out there because we have done such a piss-poor job of having that defenses are so freaking exotic in 2025 that it takes you 8 years in the NFL to figure it out. That's the state of quarterbacking, that we just say, hey, you know what? You can run and you can throw a little bit, so I'm going to be a lazy coach and I'm going to throw you out there instead of having to teach you how to play the position of quarterback, because there are no more surgeons in the NFL. None. You got John Wayne in Buffalo, and then you got 50 feet of crap, and then you got everybody else. And we have done such a bad job of developing and teaching. There's nothing that bothers me more than bad quarterback play. Nothing that bothers me more than lazy coaches. If you are coaching kids less than 16 years old, your goal is not to win. It is to develop. End of story. And that goes for you dumbass coaches coaching 8-year-old basketball, running a zone.
Is that what they do?
Oh, God, it just
not straight man-to-man?
They're running zones. They're pressing. What are you getting out of pressing a 10-year-old kid?
Right.
They can't pass the ball anyway.
Yeah.
You're just stealing points. And guess what? Your team isn't learning how to play half court. They're not learning this. And then if you're a football coach and you get a guy out there that could just run around, you're not teaching them how to play the position of quarterback. You're teaching them how to out-athlete. And that now the result of this is that you get a 44-year-old who didn't have shoes. All right, he didn't have cleats. He had to bring his own cleats out from his trophy case. All right, he didn't even weigh in. How much do you weigh? I don't know. All right, like it's the same thing with baseball. All right, they're not teaching kids how to pitch. They're teaching them how to throw. It just bothers me, and I'm fed up with it because it's just. And I'm a youth coach, and I fell into this at some point too. There's a laziness among youth coaches. That's just...
Or selfishness.
I want to win the Santa Cop baseball tournament.
Yeah.
No. If you're a baseball coach, you're coach a 12-year-old, your number one goal is not to win that tournament. Your number one goal is to get that kid prepared to play high school.
Josh Clark, Put that out there. RJ Choppy, not a fan of the Phillip Rivers reality, I will say. Well done, Choppy.
Thank you.
I am surprised you went that way, though. I thought you were going to take that as a chance to hit Chris Ballard. For like, what a loser Chris Ballard is. This fake GM that he's got to call up his 44-year-old buddy instead of going to find somebody to give a shot to. You idiot. That's what I thought you were going to go.
I get it from Indy's standpoint. It's just like, what a bad job we've done of...
It is a sad indictment of the state of it. Derek Holland yesterday was like, look at that. Look how easy he's making it look. Did everyone watch Rivers?
Yeah.
What did you see?
I was watching the Rams Lions show on turf.
Yeah.
That was a good quarterback game.
That was fun.
I saw him look like he looked like pretty much the last time I saw him, which is he has no ability to throw the ball more than 5 yards down the field.
Yes.
It's all very tight.
You want to play cover zero, Brian Flores. Do it right there.
18 attempts that were 7 yards or shorter.
Yeah.
Out of his 27.
18 and 27. I mean, the amount of time, the anticipation he had to put on an out route. Like, Tyler Warren almost got killed, pushing that thing to where it had to be. It was fun to watch, don't get me wrong. It was fun to watch, but it is a sad indictment of the position. Is this going to happen again? Is this going to happen for another week? Or is this a 1 week save? Is he going out there again?
I mean, Daniel Jones is done, and their options are...
I mean, it sounds like something Carly Ursay-Gordon would do. So, yeah.
This was, and I lost all my... What a horrible...
Who they have? Riley Leonard? Is that the other guy?
He's hurt.
Brett Rippon?
What a
or Mark.
Nightmare football weekend for me. A nightmare. The Cowboys get eliminated. I get eliminated, a freaking Woolchuck in fantasy after putting up a monster offensive output. I lose all three of my underdog bets. The freaking New England Patriots. I'm up 21-0. I'm starting off the day riding high. This is over. This is done. A new king in the East. And then Vegas comes back and Buffalo comes back to screw me. And then I lose all my plays in game for the Cowboys. And then I pick the Cowboys straight up to win. The one bet I did make, like a dumbass, was it was like over under Rivers 152. And I was like, he's not throwing for 152 yards. Bet lower on that. It's the one bet I didn't actually make. He ends up with 120, but he was really good and emotional in the post.
Maybe it will, I don't know, inspire or teach, to not to run or be scared of what may or may not happen, Hopefully, certainly I think of my sons and those ball players, that I'm in charge of at the school, that they'll say, like, crap, coach wasn't scared. You know what I mean? It's like, shoot, sometimes there is doubt, and it's real. And again, you can the guaranteed safe bet is to go home or to not go for it. And the other one is, shoot, let's see what happens.
It's a rite of passage. They all get that way. You become the weepy 40-year-old quarterback. It feels like every quarterback that gets up that way, like Brady became weepy in old age. You get a little bit of that from Peyton. I remember one of the McCown brothers going super viral near the end for this same sort of message. And then Phillip, it's just, it's kind of like the sunset on the quarterback careers. You got to get to the weepy stage. But it was cool. I like seeing him out there. I always loved Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers to me is everything. I'll be careful, but he's everything that like Cowboys fans wanted you to believe Romo was in terms of being the man. Just should be in there. Like Phillip Rivers is a legitimate Hall of Fame resume that didn't get to a Super Bowl. Like that. If you want to hold up an example of that, like that's more the case than Romo is. But that dude was doubted from like the jump at NC State. He was
weird motion.
Yeah, it was just like, you're weird. You throw it funny, which he did. He threw it really funny. It looks kind of like, gives me hope for Arch, to be honest, because it looks kind of like the way Arch throws the ball at times. But I always loved him and his personality, and it was hilarious hearing Shoddy talk about it on Friday when he was like the greatest trash talker who didn't use a cuss word.
Yeah.
He's the best at it.
Who wants to take the Rob Reiner story?
Oh, well,
I need to Google and see what's actually been confirmed from what I was seeing last night.
I'm seeing there's TMZ right now.
Yeah, there's reports out there. TMZ reported that the daughter, Romy, immediately told the cops the killer was a family member. So that was coming from his daughter. His daughter told the police, according to TMZ, that another family member was the killer. But yeah, they're.
It's saying. I'm sorry, I was just talking to Bobby offset that the throats slit.
Throats were slit by both of them by their son Nick. That's the report.
A family member,
right? That's the report. So there's Romy, who was the daughter, and then they're speculating. That's the report, is that the son did it.
And Rob Reiner, for those that didn't know,
he's a legendary director. Few Good Men, When Harry Met Sally, Spinal Tap, Stand By Me.
Stand By Me, the greatest coming-of-age film of all time.
Great, fantastic. Princess Bride.
He was an actor. He was on All in the Family.
He was an actor. He was Meathead in All the Family. In When Harry Met Sally, the restaurant scene where Meg Ryan gets pleasured by the sandwich.
Yeah, that's Katz's Deli.
But that's his mother. That's Rob's mom in the chair that says, "I'll have what she's having."
Oh,
that's Rob's mom. For me, for a JFK conspiracy theorist fan, he did a fantastic podcast about a year or two ago on the murder, on the killing, the assassination. It's like a 12, 15-part episode. If you're a JFK nerd, find it. It's Rob Reiner's JFK thing on Spotify. It's awesome. So he is one of the great directors we've ever had.
Are they talking about the relationship with the kid, of what it was and why it was bad, supposedly?
People, again, it's People magazine that was the one that reported the name of the son that it was. He had a lot of issues throughout his life with drug abuse and had been homeless at different points. But like they worked together on a movie. Like they co-wrote a movie together like a decade ago that they did a lot of media for. So there's a lot of like videos popping up from that time. But he was somebody who they don't have an explanation as to what motive would have been yet. But it's been known that like he's been very troubled throughout his life.
Rob Reiner and his wife are dead. They're thinking it was at the hands of a family member. That is the news that broke last night. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Bobby with the latest on what the heck is going on with Trayvon Diggs. And is Bobby going to actually say something negative about his guy, Brian Schottenheimer? That's next. And below,
the belt
on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan, and this segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
No more Friday breakfast chats in Shotty's office? Maybe. That may be the case. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. All right, so we've got... Shoddy and I have beef for the second time. This happened once before. If you'll recall, after the tie game against Green Bay, I was very upset when I came in the next morning with Shoddy. Because to me, it's like, you don't kick the field goal. Either win or lose the game. We don't have time for this tie crap. And the longer this has gone on, the angrier I've gotten about that, by the way. But just...
Glad you let it go.
Put it on the line with the defense playing as poor as it was. Go for the touchdown, damn it. And that's how I felt about it. And that was a little frustrating. But other than that one hiccup, we haven't had a lot of fundamental differences. We've got one now, which we're going to get into here in just a second. First, let's talk about Shotty's fundamental difference with somebody else, and that's Trayvon Diggs, which this continues to be the biggest mystery surrounding the Dallas Cowboys since... I mean, what was the last story that was even similar to this, where you're like, the hell's going on with this right now? I can't... To me, the one that instantly comes to mind, and you weren't here for it, it's the T.O. Did he overdose or did he have an allergic reaction? And now he's standing up here doing a press conference with his assistant.
25 million reasons.
That was a whole bizarre, like, the hell's happening over there right now? But other than that, like, I can't think of many things that stand out as being just, maybe anything involving Lucky Whitehead. Anything involving Lucky Whitehead, used to, like, with his dog getting kidnapped, or him, like, did he rob a store in Virginia, or did he not? Or that was
Lucky Whitehead or Joseph Randall?
No, Lucky Whitehead was the one who always had, like, 4 stories pop up. We found out through the Zeke court documents later that after the Pittsburgh game in 2016, which was this big one, they ended up having a fight on the team plane because she sent him DMs of, look, I'm chatting with your boy Lucky Whitehead, and Lucky getting his dog kidnapped, and then the cut and training camp. He was always wild. But this Trayvon Diggs thing has reached a point where they can't talk around it anymore because Diggs is talking now. And Diggs is laying out there that, nope, have no idea what they expect of me, have no idea this and that. This is a clip last night, about a minute, of Trayvon Diggs going back and forth with reporters about his availability.
I feel good. I feel good enough to play. I practice all week, so I don't know. It's not my decision. It's not my call.
Like, is there a certain hurdle that they're saying you have to overcome in terms of recovery, or has that been communicated to you?
I don't know the special requirements that I need to show that I can play. I've been in practice. I've been practicing well. Been running around doing what I'm supposed to. So, it's not my decision at the end of the day. So, we just have to wait and see. Come Monday or whenever we go back to practice, just do what I can do to show that I'm ready to play and go from there.
When were you told that you wouldn't play?
Yesterday.
What was your reaction?
I was upset.
Did you communicate that to them?
Yeah, they know.
Do you need to play just to show everybody you're fine? You can play at 100%.
Yeah, that would be nice.
A lot there. I feel good. Well, they say you don't. I don't know what they want. They say you do know what they want. I've been practicing well. They say you have not been practicing well. I was upset. They know I was upset. Do you feel you need to go out there and show up? That'd be nice. Very sarcastic, very flip. And that's just a minute of a 6-minute talk that he had there. But he's very clearly not happy here. He's unhappy with the whole situation. And I think that he's definitely not 100% healthy. I think he's battling back. But that's only one part of what I think also goes deeper with potential.
How is he not 100% healthy? We're talking about almost 2 months. How is the knee not recovered? He was running around. It felt like he could have still played if he forced himself out there, and they shut him down in part maybe because of the concussion, but also just to go ahead and rehab the knee. And now we are weeks past him coming off the IR, and Brian Schottenheimer on Friday. Didn't you hear from Shoddy? It sounded like health was fine.
Sounded that way. I mean,
Shoddy is saying it's getting ready, prep, the details of that. and Jerry is saying health. They're usually on the same page about everything. So is one speaking one way because of language, not wanting to get in trouble for something down the road? I don't know. But they're usually on the same page, Jerry and Shotty, especially when it comes to injuries and Matt Eberflus and all that stuff. This is the most different that they've spoken on a subject.
Well, and so because of that, and I think Shotty will always...
Shotty's making it sound like he's ready to go, but he is not doing what's needed to be done like everyone else in the ramp up in the week of, I'm throwing out meetings,
right,
or going through this drill, or participating.
I think Shotty's intentionally using a vague word like the ramp up or other different things like that because they could, ramping up like his knee. His knee's got to fire the right way. It's not totally healthy. Or ramp up in terms of like, are you practicing the right way? Like all these different things that go into it. So last night, because of that kind of being unclear, like when it's like, well, he's just not healthy. It's like, well, Diggs says he's healthy. He's not healthy. So I had asked Jerry last night. I said, okay, well then who makes the call ultimately that he is healthy enough to play? Who gets to make that call? This is what Jerry said.
For Diggs' health, come down to the training staff, or is that a Shotty call?
What?
Whether he'll be active or not in those moments. Is that Shotty or is that the training
That's
staff?
up to, if it can be training, it can be doctor, it can be Shotty's call, or it can be a behavior call. A lot of ways that you have to evaluate where you are on the field.
So what? That could be the doctor's call, that can be Shotty's call, that can be behavior call. Where did that come from? So now you're introducing behavior as what you're saying the problem is potentially. They're talking about this. I think it's, I don't want to use the term lie, but when you tell a story, or you're trying to like kind of, let's not tell them every little detail, and then you maybe lose track of what details you've already shared, and then you're like, wait, what were we saying about this? And they get asked about it so much that I think it's starting to burst a little bit, and you heard it there yesterday with Diggs. I think that's coming to a head. He has till December 20th, 5 days. There's 5 days for them now to kind of figure out, or 6 days, whatever it is, for them to figure out if Trayvon Diggs is going to play. Because if he's not active and playing by that point, then he is shut down for the year.
Let's examine the contract and what are we missing possibly about playing, getting hurt, what's guaranteed, what's not, because follow the money. Let's follow the money here, since they don't want to come right out and say it, and we're getting different stories. What's the injury guarantee for next year? How does that all work? Or if he played last night and then got hurt again for the season, like, so what? His money would be guaranteed next year? And does it usually work like that?
So as it stands now, and I got to see the exact number here. So first off, he has built into his contract, he has a $1 million per game active roster bonus. So they take $1 million, they divide it by 17 or whatever, and then that figure, they have to pay him that extra money every time he's active. So if they're thinking
$1 million a game.
No, $1 million total for the season. Okay. So, the fact that he would have played 3 games this year, or whatever it would be, 5 games, whatever it was, that would then be that he would get 5, whatever 17ths of $1 million. That's what he would get for being active. So they are saving money by every time that he's not on the field. It's not a ton, but they are saving a little bit of money.
In a do or die situation where the rest of your corners, you're not going to look. I'm not a Trayvon Diggs fan. I can't wait for him to be out of here. I said months ago I'm over and I'm done with it, and the Diggs cult came for me, and now all the little mice have run back into the hole in the wall.
Did you bookmark?
And
got a bookmark?
No, I didn't bookmark.
Got a bookmark.
I didn't see anyone. I could just go back to the post and go through the comments. I don't see anyone showing up.
I'm going to drive by UNT, see if they're still up there. I haven't heard anything from them.
So I could make an argument you're sabotaging your own secondary if you're being petty. I don't know. We're trying to find out. If you're being petty with him, you have gotten yourself eliminated because Savone Revel's not ready, and Stewart is out there with horse collars, and Deron Bland's not a 1. So I can make the argument you've screwed yourself if they're being petty with him. I don't usually give, and I'm not giving Trayvon the benefit of the doubt because I'm not a Trayvon fan, and I'm ready for Trayvon to be out of here. But if that's the case, you're done now.
His salary is $14.5 million next year. None of it's guaranteed. So if he were to have an injury guarantee built in there, and then he were to get hurt sometime in the last 3 games, then if he had to get surgery for something at the end of the year, like, I hurt my elbow at the end of the year, then all of a sudden that $14.5 million becomes fully guaranteed.
But do we know that that's in his deal? We don't know.
Most things are built in for injury guarantees like that trigger ahead. So a lot of times it won't show up in the language publicly unless there's a trigger to make it switch from that to vest to a full guarantee. But there's a lot to figure out there, and we'll get the answer soon enough, I would imagine. Now for my beef with Brian Schottenheimer. This was Brian Schottenheimer last night.
By the way, he's done, right? He's not going to play for them.
I don't believe so.
That's over.
No. I don't know. We'll see where he lands or if he lands somewhere else next. Brian Schottenheimer last night
chilling with
was
Micah.
Asked about some of the decisions to kick it instead of be a little more aggressive or pass on the field goals and go for touchdowns because of his trust in Brandon Aubrey. And this was his answer.
I did, but again, at the end of the day, I was hunting points. I mean, it's a good defense, and what was the score at the time?
You were up 20-17.
2017, yeah. I did, yeah. I remember it now, yeah. We thought about it, we talked about it, but, we were actually moving the ball okay, and unfortunately the third downs caught up to us. But I did think about it, but again, I wanted to take the points, and, hindsight, obviously, as you know, can be 20/20, but I like this with a 6-point lead.
Yeah, and he said he wants to always take the points because Brandon Aubrey's such a weapon. He's such a good player. And this is the problem. Shoddy is spoiled with Brandon Aubrey, and it's something we talked about with him early in the season because it's causing problems. So this can make you deadly, like have you end up leaning into like deadly conservatism in the way you call plays because you just go, we're good here. Or you know what? We've got points here that most people don't get. We've got this luxury. It can be a luxury. It can be abused then. And it can be too much. It's too much of a good thing. And this confidence in him, in Brandon Aubrey, has made him way too conservative calling plays past the 50-yard line. And it made me think back to a Matt Rule quote that has always been one of my absolute favorites. So Matt Rule was at a coaching clinic in 2017 right after getting hired by Baylor, away from Temple. And he told a story that this is what I always think of whenever I see coaches making conservative decisions with kickers. This was Matt Rule talking about the greatest year of his life at Temple.
We want our kids to understand no team is going to beat us by kicking field goals. Our kids take that as a win. My first year we were 2-10, and we didn't have a field goal kicker. He quit. It was the best year of my life other than going 2-10. I didn't have to make a decision. And we were not very good. You guys know what our touchdown percentage was in the red zone with no field goal kicker? 73, 72%. Because I couldn't kick a field goal. We kicked 3 field goals the whole season. 2 of them were in the last game. Both hit the crossbar and bounced in. People were crying. But we couldn't kick field goals, so 3rd and 6, we'd run it on 4th down. 3rd and 8, if we didn't get it, we'd go for it on 4th down. 70% touchdowns. And you see Lincoln Riley and those guys. They do a great job. They go for it all the time. They're bringing this to life. Red zone touchdown battle.
And that to me is the biggest thing, is that I think Shotty needs to learn to live with a bad kicker. Like, in terms of, I think we need to see him freed up because there's a comfort there. There's a little bit of, it's like the training wheels, or it's like just the safety net that you got here that just says, I know I'm going to be okay because even if this doesn't work out, if I don't bust this run on 3rd and 8, then you know what? I still get points. I still get to put those on the board instead of like Matt Rule's talking about. No, 3rd and 8 is setting up 4th and whatever because I can't kick it. And so I need to take advantage of this. And I think that is what will truly start to level up this offense, not being reckless and taking every single 4th down opportunity, but really recognizing when you got to stop kicking field goals because the last 2 weeks he has not recognized it.
Because by the numbers, he mostly was accurate. By the numbers, in terms of what the percentage play was last night. There was one, the 4th and 7 from the 8 in a tie game. The recommendation would be to go for it. Other than that, he mostly made the correct percentage.
So you have a problem, Bobby, with the 4th and 3 field goal to go up 23-17.
Yes. Okay. And I have a problem in general with just the way I think that it sets up
the
his
reason
play calling.
The reason I question your theory is because I would assume I didn't have a major problem with him going up 6. I think a lot of time, especially on Twitter, everyone acts like they knew what was coming. I didn't think that Minnesota was definitely going to score like 17 more points. And then after Minnesota goes and scores the touchdown after they're up 23-17, Johnny come latelys with hindsight 2020 go, I disagree with the field goal because Minnesota went down and scored a touchdown. I'm not saying that it's necessarily you. The reason I disagree with your theory or question it is because Brian Schottenheimer at this point, I think he'd have to be pretty stupid not to realize the defense that he has. So he should have adjusted that strategy after crossing the 50, knowing what Eberflus's unit is. So that's why I question what you're saying in terms of his mindset. He might not be good he might not be a good red zone play caller. He may not be good. It may be a hole in his game. I don't know, but why would he have this mindset of we can get away with 3 here, even though we're most likely to give up 7 15 weeks in?
Not get away with 3 necessarily. Again, it's not even so much about the actual 4th down decision. It's the 1st, 2nd, 3rd down calls when you cross the 50, and you're going, hey, if I just take this a little easy, I'm not going to jeopardize the ball, I'm not going to risk the ball, and I know that if my hedge play doesn't work out, I'll still get 3. That seems like a winning bet to me.
All right, let's have Choppy respond to it. And what now? What are you rooting for now with the rest of this Dallas Cowboys season? Final hour, Cowboys Monday next.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Snap to McCarthy, first down. Looking right, throwing right. Easy touchdown to Jalen Naylor inside the pylon on the right side, and the Vikings expand their lead.
I don't know how you guys can fist pump at a time like this, or maybe it's just that reality is here and it's over.
It's Christmas. It's Christmas time, you know?
It was just nice to watch the greatest McCarthy to ever step foot in AT&T Stadium.
Most
yesterday.
wonderful time of the year, boy. You're going to lose that one.
3 weeks left.
Oh, no, I'm not.
3 weeks left with an extra game in the regular season. Knowing that the Dallas Cowboys are unofficially done, a 1% chance Philly would have to lose all their games, and the Cowboys would have to win all of ours. Did you vote in my poll question last week when I asked what's more likely to happen? The Cowboys winning out, the Eagles losing 2, or both are going to happen? The Cowboys are getting in and winning the East, as RJ Choppy predicted?
I think I did vote, and I can't remember what I voted, though. Now I'm scrolling back and trying to find it now.
Well, what did you think? And then that will tell us what you voted.
Well, that's the thing. It's not like I think I remember voting on a poll of yours last week, but I don't remember.
All right, well, just answer it now. What would you have thought? The Cowboys win out or the Eagles losing 2? More likely.
The Cowboys winning out is what I would have said, but that was wrong.
Are you nervous about our bet now?
No.
No, you say it with such confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I've lost. There's nothing to be nervous about.
Is it over?
They're going to lose to the Chargers.
Okay, well, it's not over.
Well, I mean, so they also could still make the playoffs, Sean.
It was 8 or 9 wins.
No, it was 9. I said they would go minimum 9-7, 9-7-1.
And they have 3 games left, 2 against the NFC East.
I know, but I saw that team yesterday and last week. They're going to lose to the Chargers. But they've been installed as 1.5-point favorites to open, which is stunning to me.
The Cowboys?
Yeah.
It's in Arlington.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you want to weigh in on Shoddy, conservative play calling, or what Bobby was talking about?
Look, I'm not a huge fan of field goals. You know, I obviously if it's 4th and 11, go for it. To me, a 4th and 3, a 4th and 4, those are must goes, and those are not. I hate the try to draw them off sides stuff. I just don't like that. It never works. I mean, it works for Aaron Rodgers. In his prime, you know.
There's also, with this defense, it's not just a question of going for it. With this defense, it is also a question of, would you rather kick that 50-yarder to go up, or that 60-yarder to go up 3, try that 60-yarder, or would you rather punt and pin them?
Yeah, I mean, and also
with this defense, that's a question I would not normally ask of a team, but with this defense, I would.
Going from 3 to 6 points up, there's not really an advantage there because, again, yeah, they had scored 17 in the first half. So I just always assume teams are gonna match their second half, right? You know, if you allow 17 in 24 minutes, chances are it's likely that you're going to allow 17 in the next 24 minutes. Obviously, possessions, if you don't have the kickoff, if you do have the kickoff, changes things. But, I think he's a little more conservative than I would have liked. I don't think his calls were necessarily wrong yesterday outside of the one that he did kick. But, you know, Mike was a pretty big, aggressive 4th down guy. And we just come from that, and now it's a little bit less, it seems.
Raise your hand, not if you're driving. Text in, not if you're driving. If you got fooled. I got fooled. You better put your hand up fast because you said they would go undefeated towards the end. And I think you got fooled during the Chiefs-Philadelphia run. I got fooled into thinking that a miracle finish could happen. I got fooled into thinking that the defense could approach average. I got fooled into thinking that the Marshawn Nealon thing could really stick with them throughout the rest of the season, and hope that Philadelphia drops 2 more games, that Jackson Dart and the Buffalo Bills would get the Eagles. I got fooled by the Dallas Cowboys yet again. So twice. I think I've personally been fooled this year after the Jets game, but I really got fooled during what I felt like was becoming a magical run that the Lions quickly shut down, and then the Vikings slammed the door on yesterday. So I was fooled.
Yeah. I mean, I never, because there was some of this that I know we saw in the fan text and other things of just well, you guys sit here talking about them like they're going to win the Super Bowl. It's like, no, nobody did. We were all talking about like it's going to be difficult to make the playoffs. We just thought they had become a better football team was all. Yeah, they're not as good as they appeared to be 2 weeks ago. They're not. And so the biggest thing that's upsetting to me is that right now the pass rush doesn't look like it had, like, a lot of this is you're looking like the way you did earlier. The pass rush was the thing that was supposed to have gotten better. Ezeraku was supposed to be improving. Clowney was playing well. Now, Clowney was out last week, but you were starting to see Clark playing better. Odigizua. Quinnen was unstoppable early on, and that is starting to kind of get a little stagnant.
We get fooled every year. Every year we get fooled. Every year we get fooled by this team. We think it's going to be different, but the reality is that this team does not do two things well.
Two things.
That's it?
Well, they're major. These are the two. They don't beat good teams on the road, and they don't beat teams they're not familiar with enough. That's the reality of it. I don't know why. I don't know why that is. I assume most teams are more comfortable playing their own division anyway, and they see those teams twice a year, every year. But this team, again, I said this going into after last week, they are 3-12 in their last 15 road games against teams with winning records. That can't happen. Now, I'm not saying you got to be 10-4.
Yeah.
All right. But 3-12, what are we doing here? That's not competitive championship caliber football. But they do it the same way every year. Every year they do it the same way.
Now what? 877-881-1053. I was okay with foregoing the draft pick and punting it in the middle of the season and even over the last 3 weeks. Right now, the draft was today. The Cowboys would pick at 14 and then the Green Bay selection at 23. What I wish and would love to happen is they lose all their remaining games. Now, Jerry's going to come on here tomorrow, and Shotty's going to go at the podium, and Dak is going to say, there's a chance we fight to the death, and, we're alive. And there is a 1% literal chance. So they're going to lose to the Chargers. I'll get that Friday prediction out of the way. They'll lose to the Chargers, and then what's going to happen against the Giants and the Commanders? So my hope is that they lose every single game left. Now, what is going to happen? They're going to play Dak Prescott against Los Angeles.
Oh, man, give me the Joe Milton experience, baby.
If they're officially eliminated, hopefully, although last year they did not do it, and there's been plenty of it's like they were scared to expose themselves on Trey Lance. When Trey Lance should have been out there playing to help the draft pick, and there's no reason not to, they did not put Trey Lance out there. Will they do the same thing with Joe Milton? Will Lamb, Quinnen, what starters will see the sideline this week or if they lose to the Chargers? But I'm hoping that they lose out. I'm not holding on to this 1% crap, and I'm hoping get Dak Prescott on that sideline. And I would love for them to bench him this week. They're not going to do it.
They're not going to do it, but they could be eliminated right before they play.
Oh.
Yes, right? If Philadelphia wins, Philadelphia plays on Saturday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So if Philadelphia beats the Commanders, they're out.
Yeah, because the Cowboys are officially eliminated from wild card contention.
Right. So now.
And Philly would have to lose all the rest of the game, so if Philly wins.
They're out. Now, I will say this.
If they were smart, too, by the way, sorry to cut you off. If Philadelphia wins Saturday, the really smart thing, forget about the draft pick, you better keep Dak Prescott's ass on the bench. And do not screw up. You got one of the other heartbreaking things about this year, you got lucky with his health, and you still missed.
Yes.
We all would have bet money that Dak Prescott would have missed games.
Right.
Money in the bank.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. Don't F around. Don't screw around. I thought he had a fantastic season. Keep his ass on the bench. And that's why I hope Philadelphia goes ahead and wins.
Now, the reality is that if Philadelphia wins, this is what the coaches will say. We prepared all week for Dak. We're not going to – this is too late to make a change.
Right.
So they'll do it. And if they do it like that and they say that, I'm not going to argue with the intricacies of preparing your team to play a football game. If that's the reality, that's the reality. But if they get eliminated on Saturday night, and because Philadelphia wins, they play Dak Sunday, fine. The following week they can't. You give him like a one game. All right, I get it. It's too late to change. That's it. Other than that, Joe Milton.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'll take the other side just from this because this is the argument that they're going to make. They'll specifically even address this once they're eliminated. Is that Shotty's going to say, we're trying to build a championship culture here, and we're not going to get that started off in the first year, building a foundation on we just packed it in at the end of the season. That's not what we're about. It's running out the ground ball to first base. He's going to be very big on that, and he's going to be saying, I can't sit here and tell them compete every day, compete every day, compete every day, and that's what you're supposed to do from the summer all the way up till now, and then I tell you guys to just like go ahead and like you've got a hamstring, you're going to sit out, and you're going to do this. He would just feel like that's completely undermining the way that he talked to the team for the entire time.
Well, fine, then the rest of the guys can go out while Dak sits. Whoop-de-doo, go out and play. Right. Have fun.
And develop Joe Milton. See what you got in Joe Milton. Develop Joe Milton.
You know what I'll say back to Brian Schottenheimer? Did you see the Chiefs highlights? You want next year to be done and over with if something bad happens with a guy that we thought was injury prone. And I know Dak's going to demand to go out there. Don't screw around with next season. Dak Prescott is a guy you can, I believe you can feel really good about right now. Don't mess around. Don't screw around. You want to play Lamb? Fine. You want to play Pickens? Fine. You want to play Quinnen? Fine. Go ahead and play him. Get Dak Prescott off the field.
So
and that will be enough to also tank and get a higher pick.
When fans were rolling their eyes initially at all the compete and we're playing basketball, we're doing hoops and all that stuff. When fans over the summer were kind of like, a few were like, oh, this is so corny or whatever. And then they started the buy-in and everything else. That's what I think Shoddy and Dak together, because they are tied together at this job.
Yeah.
Like they're essentially, to me, they're co-running the team. It's the two of them running the team.
Okay.
So they're going to be in lockstep and say it makes it all the easier for any player that maybe had that same sort of eye-rolly feeling to then go, he doesn't even mean it. He wrapped it up last. He wrapped it up the end of it's a credibility thing to him.
You can compete when the game is live. The game's over. I'm not yelling at you, Bobby.
No, I know.
The game's done. And I've never made fun of Shoddy for over corniness. I believe in that culture stuff. I believe in this building, every other building. I roll my eyes and would make fun of it then. Like, business has to win out over that crap in this moment, if they're officially eliminated. They're alive and fine. You prepare all week, and I get it. You don't want to throw Joe Milton to the Wolves because Dak is going to prepare to play all that stuff against the Chargers. But after that, like, you're out. You're officially eliminated. You competed while things were live, and there was a prize. You're out of it. You're done. So all that culture stuff, that's bye-bye, and we preserve our $60 million man for the games that count next year.
I've heard Dak say similar things to this before. Dak is also going to say, Ryan Flanoy, if Ryan Flanoy has an escalator in his contract that he's banking on in the last game of the year, if George Pickens is out there trying to get paid, I'm not going to throw him film out there with Joe Milton.
Dak, you're a great dude. You're a great guy. It doesn't matter. It's not your call. Go throw him some money. Ryan Flanoy has his tape. It's not your decision.
If Shotty felt that way, but he doesn't. He agrees with that thought.
We don't know yet. Brian Schottenheimer should also worry about his job status.
No, I know.
Now I'm putting a low percentage, knock on wood, that something happens to Dak. But something happens to Dak Prescott, all of a sudden Brian Schottenheimer, that future hot seat, it's warm. It starts getting warm because next year you're screwed. Unless you want to call Phillip Rivers. 877-881-1053. Where do y'all stand on it? Hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. And let's start cranking up the mock drafts. Gavin Spittle's favorite segments and topics on the station. Nick Eatman, back from the locker room. How's he feeling after yesterday's disaster? Nick Eatman joins us next.
Back to Sean and RJ. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Snap to McCarthy, first down. Looking right, throwing right. Easy touchdown to Jalen Naylor inside the pylon on the right side, and the Vikings expand their lead.
The moment, in my opinion, the game and the Dallas Cowboys season ended. Right there with Brad Sham on the call. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a TOLO. Great job by Kevin Walker in place of Pepe. And Bobby Belt is back from vacation. Let's go ahead and bring in Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Nick. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Complimentary football, not always a good thing. That is the title of your column on the website. Take us inside the article.
Well, we've seen some games this year where they win as a team. They play well, offense, defense, special teams. But when all three phases fail you in the game, then you're certainly not going to win. And you can't point any fingers. At anyone inside the locker room, because it would be like the Spider-Man meme. I mean, they're all kind of at each other there. So it was just one of those where when everybody didn't really meet expectations, then you're going to lose to a below-average quarterback and a below-average team at home.
What was your turning point in this game?
I think it seemed like the play where they were down 2 and it's 3rd and 4 and they take a sack early fourth quarter, and so and then the 59-yard field goal that Aubrey missed. I thought that right there was big. Maybe they were just down 24-23, but you're looking to drive for a touchdown there, and ended up taking a sack on third down. Third down was just horrific. You pick any of the third downs, it was just bad all the way around.
2 for 12 on third down. Complimentary aspect that Nick's probably referring to. This is a trickle-down effect, but I think a lot of Tolos got it. Turpin lets the punt bounce on the 30. It rolls to the 3. You're not going to put together usually 98-yard drives. They go 3 and out. Naylor has the touchdown on Bland. And it's like, all right, they're going to get the ball to 50 or the 45. They're definitely going to get points out of it because of something like Cavante not going and getting that fair catch. And a lot of people made fun of Mike McCarthy and complimentary football last year, but this is what you're focusing on in the column on DallasCowboys.com. Where else did it bite?
Well, I mean, and let's not just give a pass to the defense because they've been bad all year. Like, what do you expect? Well, you expect at some point them to figure it out, especially when you're going up against quarterbacks that like to throw the ball to the other team. And he did in the first drive, with the blitzing. But once it's like the Cowboys just got him comfortable. He got comfortable in the game. And, you kind of got the feeling of like, all right, they had an extra 10 days. And so we saw some different things. Oh, fake field goal, blitz by Donovan Wilson, a couple of plays with the offense that we hadn't really seen.
Yeah.
But then once that kind of ran out, then it was like, all right, now what? And they just weren't good enough. I mean, at halftime, I wasn't sure who was the better team was. It was just right there. I think they were tied. It seemed like it was going to come down to the fourth quarter of just who makes plays and who doesn't, and it's pretty much what happened. I mean, it's just head scratching all the way around. But the defense, though, they forced the offense to be perfect, and they just weren't at all tonight or last night. Sorry, it feels like tonight.
Nick Eatman, D&M Leasing Hotline. So that early turnover, Donovan Wilson blitzes. Some early pressure, and then for the second straight week, Eberflus backs off with the amount of blitzes. Why do you think that was?
I don't know. I don't. I can't even get into the mind of that. It's not like, I just feel like this defense is designed for them to create its own pressure. And they just don't. They don't. I mean, they press. They can get some up the middle, but not from the outside. It's just not as consistent pressure from the outside. And then they have to create it. And therefore when you do that and you're bringing safeties and linebackers, that's going to expose you to other areas. But, they just don't have the quality play at cornerback. They don't have the edge rushers, and everything else is, and their linebackers are struggling. And I still believe that that's the best that they have. They're putting out the best that they have. And that's scary because it's not good enough.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Nick, talking about the pass rush there, because we're talking about how, it just doesn't get home consistently enough. Mm-hmm. But it was getting home against the Raiders and the Eagles and the Chiefs, and they were able to generate some pressure with this new look defensive line. What has flipped, do you think, over the last 2 weeks that they're just not winning those matchups right now?
I wish I could tell you that. I mean, I think it's always this cat and mouse game where they're trying to show different things that the offense hasn't seen and the quarterback hasn't seen. And I thought it was so good early on because they did that. They showed McCarthy some things that they hadn't, that he obviously hadn't seen, they hadn't put on tape. But it just wasn't enough of that. And it's almost like, and I'm not saying that coaches, all coaches have egos, but you kind of feel like sometimes they're like, all right, we don't have to do this, or our guys are good. When you believe in your players so much that sometimes you shouldn't. Sometimes they're just not good enough to do that. You are going to have to continue to do that. But just like with anything, I mean, the more you blitz, you're leaving somebody hanging out to dry. And other than the defensive tackles, like there's not a spot on the defense that you can feel real comfortable with that they're going to do their job all the time.
It seemed like Shoddy was close to admitting, same thing with Dak postgame, that they both lost the chess match to Brian Flores. Did you get that feeling?
Yeah. Well, they did. Yeah, they obviously did. But it's good. Yeah, they said that. I mean, Shotty said it, and he said he was better than me tonight, and they were. And it's not like they didn't know it was coming. It just. On third down, it was just all those disguises. They just couldn't figure it out. And Dak kind of said, I don't think Dak was trying to throw anyone under the bus, but he definitely said that the preparation wasn't as good as it needed to be. And I'm sure he takes ownership in that as well. But, they disguise a lot of their coverages and the Cowboys just couldn't unmask it, and sometimes what I wonder on that is, and I got a pretty good view of it up there of like what they can do, take shots deep. And, we all do. When we're sitting in the press box, you got, okay, is Pickens ever open? And it's like, yeah, at times he is. If you throw it up like that. And I just don't think that they're giving him enough opportunities to go make those plays. It's not a 50-50 play anymore. Yep. It's a 70-30 play because he will go get it, and then if it's not, he will definitely draw a pass interference. So more good things can happen when you take shots down the field. And even though they are playing some different bracket coverage, I've seen them jump over two guys before. I think at times they're going to have to throw the threat out there of, hey, my guy's better than yours, and I'm going to try to prove it. And I just don't think that they did that enough.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. We need to make
Don't ask me. Don't ask me about 7.
We need to make an intro before time runs out of like Trayvon, and have it be the Nick Whisperer, Bobby.
Yeah.
Please come up with that intro.
Good. I'll have it for Wednesday.
By Wednesday for Nicholas. Why didn't Trayvon Diggs play?
Oh my God, I don't know. I don't know anymore. No one knows except for Jerry and Shotty, and I guess Diggs. Diggs doesn't sound like he knows. There's so much more to it than we know. I mean, there has to be. This seems like financially there's something going on. There's something going on in the contract. There's got to be a reason why they opened his window when they did, and they're not playing him. I mean, nothing's adding up here. Nothing adds up. You don't practice a guy all week and then not prepare to play him. Whose snaps did he take during the week? And when you're playing Justin Jefferson, I mean, yeah, maybe they're not the best, but they got one of the best receivers, and he makes other guys better, Addison. And Diggs practiced a lot, and someone didn't. and it looked like it. So, you don't understand that. I don't recall, and maybe Bobby knows this, I don't recall that many players ever on injured reserve that were talking to the media. So that's only confusing things even more here. It's because now he's open to talking and he's saying things and he's confused and everyone's confused. So it's just a weird way that this thing's been handled to the point where there's smart people over there and there's a reason why things are happening. You just don't really know them.
Did anything else particularly jump out from Jerry, Shotty, or the locker room after?
Not really. I mean, this is the time of year, though, when you start to get questions about people's future, players, coaches, things like that.
Steve Wilkes. Wilkes just got fired, Jets defensive coordinator.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, and okay. I don't know what to do with that.
Trevor will do that.
Yeah. I mean, losing games, we'll do that, and just the players being confused and not sure what's going on. So I just think these last 3 games, there's going to be some of that. What's the future hold for ... And I think we're going to kind of see that a lot.
Nick, thank you. You're appreciated. Right. Your intro will be here Wednesday.
All right, guys. See ya.
The great Nick Eamon, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly.
He hasn't been whispering anything about Diggs lately, so I don't know that he can be the Diggs whisperer.
Whoa!
Wow.
Only Shotty is the Diggs whisperer, it sounds like.
Well, it sounds like Shotty's not whispering it because Jerry said it's health, and Shotty says it's, intangibles and doing things the right way. So someone's not whispering correctly.
They need a whisper translator. I don't know.
Well, you're supposed to be whispering. That's what your job title is.
I think I've whispered plenty during the breaks today.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece next on 105.3 The Fan.
right, Tolos. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Avenged Sevenfold and Good Charlotte at the Dos Equis Pavilion on Friday, August 21st. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Tremendous job, Kevin Walker, in place of Peyton Phillip Russell.
Way to show up to work. That's nice of you.
Oh, wow.
I think I've kind of changed a little bit. There's a couple of Bobby takes that I warm on.
Almost all of them eventually.
Yeah. Orlovsky, Barnwell, Peyton missing the next morning.
Yeah.
It just takes me a while. I'm way too nice, despite what people may think.
Look, I mean,
originally
we're used to this because Troy never worked the day after, so it's like it just kind of, to me, it's
well,
like
Troy only wanted to be known as the Dallas Cowboys producer anyway,
Absolutely.
so that fit him fine.
Yeah, and I mean that was the number one line item for Sean when they were filling that role. Was he said, "Get me another Troy." So
yeah,
so I'm looking
how many
back
bedazzled jeans do you have?
I'm looking back to when I was doing nights and mornings, like board hopping in the mornings. If I had a late Mavs game, I didn't work the next day. They just said we're not allowing you to work.
And Pepe would say if he made what Bobby makes, he'd be in here.
Peyton does make what I make.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece. I want to know first and foremost what type of mood Corey Majors is in.
Pretty crummy one. I don't feel good. I think I'm fighting an inner ear infection. Got a question. When somebody says ear infection, do you think inner ear immediately?
I feel like inner ear is the same as like high ankle sprain. Like,
Okay.
yeah, that's all of them, isn't it?
Because the outer ear would be, the ear lobe.
Yeah.
But you could have an infection there.
You could have an infection. You could have a staph infection.
Yeah,
sure.
like or a bad piercing.
Yeah, but I think ear infection, I think everyone's thinking by the drum.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of dealing with right now.
This room it's contaminated. Choppy started it. I have.
I know who patient zero is.
Who?
It's Jared Sandler. Jared Sandler walked in here sick that day with us when Sean was out, and then not long after that, Hagee got sick, and then you got sick. And while I was out, I got sick, right after, and then ended up giving that to Laura, and then Addison woke up sick this morning. So patient zero is Jared Sandler.
Never should have supported
my middle.
May I give you a little hack I discovered this week?
Vitamin C.
No. Well, I take that anyway.
Masks?
No, absolutely not.
That's not what your photo said.
Oh, that was required by my doctor. My doctor.
I can't believe you're still going to go to the same doctor.
There was plenty required of you 5 years ago you didn't do either.
Who said I'm going to the same doctor? They put me in the side room. They said, go to the side room, put the mask on. And I was like,
you should have left.
Didn't we prove these things don't work?
Oh, Lord. Oh, God.
So
on the
anyway,
way out, when they rescheduled you, you should have said, I'm out. I
no, they didn't reschedule. There's no rescheduling.
Okay.
Yeah, I went in, one and done. No, I took shots.
Trying to defeat the purpose of my joke, but anyway.
I took shots of apple cider vinegar. It'll put some hair on your back.
Yeah.
But,
all right. I'll do
if
that.
you got a bad throat, that's a good way to kill it.
Wife's
Take
sick.
shots of this.
Lucy's sick.
Helps.
Carter had the flu. He's better and he's walking around. What's wrong with you guys? I'm like, shut up.
Yeah, Ollie's got the flu. I just got the text.
Oh, no.
Brutal.
Got the flu.
So dealing with that and then dealing with that crappy game last night, and all we do is kick field goals all the time, and I'm tired of that. Mm-hmm. What about field position, guys? Whatever happened to field position?
Whatever happened to microphone position is I hit it right there. Were you working on a field position study, or what were you wondering?
Yeah, that wasn't good. So I was trying to look through. I was trying to think, when was the last time the Cowboys actually pinned somebody inside the 5? Not on a turnover on downs, because a turnover on downs has happened a couple times.
Not this year.
Yeah, because it happened with the Raiders on back-to-back possessions at the end of the game. It happened when Shoddy went for it on 4th down from the 2 against Philly late and then gave them the ball. But otherwise, they have pinned their opponents inside the 5-yard line one time this year. It was a punt to the Raiders, and other than that, they have been pinned inside their own 5 10 times.
Because they always kick a field goal right there, right?
Pretty much. Yeah.
I would like to know, average starting field position, your offense, and what you give up, where they rank in that.
They are average starting field position. They are 29th on offense, 10th on defense.
Okay. Got any fancy math for us here today, Kevin? Got any playoff math? You want to pedal?
Or 1%?
I'm going to round it
Can you
up
guys
from
believe
0.6 to 1%.
Mike has already given up.
Mike
on this
who?
Basic. He's like, guys,
What is he,
always
John
next
Cena?
year. And I'm like, dude.
Don't get me started on that.
So he's been
Good decision.
he's been
Don't get me started on that.
Mike's been blowing you guys up.
Yes.
Yeah,
He
he's been,
said because he started to believe again.
Look, this is Mike.
Oh my gosh.
This is
Yeah.
this is Mike to us this morning.
Text in chunks.
Talking like the Rangers are going to be any better off. Talking like the Rangers are going all in.
Well, he
All
has
in,
to talk
baby.
like that.
All in.
He's
Not bringing
obligated.
back Merrill Kelly. Oh, that was $20 million.
I was fine with that.
$20 million a year.
Yeah, you were fine with that.
I was fine with that. Not bringing back Hobie Milner. I mean, you get Hobie, it's $375.
Yeah.
We used him up last year, though.
Yeah, but he's had like 60 innings in like 4 straight years. Like that's from a bullpen guy.
What's coming up today?
Guys, we have Stephen Jones joining us today at noon o'clock. So it's going to be.
How do you think that's going to go, Bobby? Good or really good?
He's going to execute
Was
us.
Steve Bobby going to be in that interview as well?
It's going to be very. Would you like me to? It's going to be very. He'll be a little surly. Are you guys going to ask him about the walkie-talkie?
Yes.
Okay.
I got to give
injured players, right?
I got to give Steven.
I'm certain that's what it is.
Yeah, John Machota said injured players. I got to give Steven credit because he actually was the most candid. Steven, Shotty is pretty candid. Jerry keeps dancing around it. They all want to dance. Steven was actually the most candid. I think it was with G-Bag Friday saying, we'll make the Diggs decision Saturday. And that's when I was like, uh-oh, he's not playing. I felt like that was kind of stepping over for Steven, so I got to give him props.
But he can't answer affirmatively if we're like, hey, but you're not playing Trayvon Diggs because you're worried he might get hurt, and then you're stuck with him since you've already cut him, essentially, right? I feel like that would be a violation.
No, he can't say.
I can
can't
ask
answer.
it.
We
I'm
can
just
ask
saying,
it. He's just not going to answer it because then he'd get in trouble with the players' union.
When's the last time we've had an instance like this to where they were afraid to put them back out on the field?
Jalen, and so they cut him.
Okay.
Jalen, they cut him so that they could get Jabril Cox reps and keep. And then they kind of did it with Jabril Cox as he would have lost.
Cut him during not during the year.
Jalen, they cut during the year.
During the year.
He got like 5 games into the season. They cut him.
So why don't they just cut Diggs now?
Financial ramifications, implications, the way that they're doing their bookkeeping.
It'll be better after the season.
Yep.
What else is coming up?
Cowboys Stink Part 1 at 10 o'clock.
Oh, he changed that.
Yeah, because, I don't know, man. And then how the Vikings understood the power of the blitz at 10:20.
So is this still affecting you the same as other Cowboy disappointments? Or I figured today you'd be, you're not immune to sickness. I thought you'd be more immune to this football sickness and not be as, how you separating physical inner ear to Cowboy pain?
This is kind of, I think they set the tone for me early this season. And so I was already kind of like I've been very adamant. Kevin, we are now back on the chart, sub-mediocre. So we've been mediocre because you beat 2 teams that had been in the Super Bowl the last 2 years and the terrible Raiders. So you're mediocre. But you've been sub-mediocre all year long. So they set the tone for me at the beginning of this of what to expect. I never got too high when they started doing well either because I was like, you're still mediocre. So that's why I'm not like as beat up. If you were a really good team and you had all the teeth you need on defense and you had the guy that had the master plan on that side and this offense was doing this thing and you got lost a game like that, that would be hurtful. That would be painful. But right now what you're seeing is this is what they set when they said, this is the team you're going to have, guys. Good luck in your first year, Shoddy.
That was the worst loss of the season. In terms of just like
last night?
In terms of me coming away from like expectation of like what, like when Arizona was the worst.
Was for me.
Arizona was a bad team they lost to. But at that point I was just like, they're terrible. There were 3 weeks where you thought you had changed it up and then you kind of wondered, all right, did they just go into Detroit and get overwhelmed? But then it's like, no, the Vikings just beat you. You're not very good.
This is like the most come to reality with a better team.
Because we all thought they were not very good the whole season. And then we finally thought they might be okay.
Yeah.
And so now it's like, well, if you would have just told us the whole time you're not very good, that would have been better.
All right, I wrote this down and Choppy commented as well. Let's talk about John Cena's final match.
It was brilliant.
And the brilliant part with the fans are furious over is him tapping out.
Yes. And so there's a whole bunch of different theories there. First of all, a lot of people wanted him to win, and I get it. The crowd was freaking furious. Hey, he would have won! And then that did what? Nothing.
At least you're feeling good.
Okay,
you get to
great.
go home and you
Great.
look at your Cena poster and be like, he left a winner.
That's awesome. And he's not wrestling for your company anymore, so he's not drawing you any more money. Instead, the person who can be your new monster mega super heel who retired Goldberg now has retired John Cena. And guess what? AJ Styles, Brock Lesnar, Chris Jericho, when he comes back, they're all about set to retire too. So now all of a sudden you have the retirement machine in Gunther, and it's better than if he just passed out, because now Gunther looks like a badass. What happened after the show? People wanted to go fight him, so you needed extra security. That translates into dollars at the box office.
But you said he retired Goldberg?
That's right.
What did that do for him? So he should have risen to be a superstar, right? Is he that status?
But I think a lot of people were like, that's cool, but Goldberg was done like 15 years ago. At least with John Cena, he was like actually still wrestling and is far more beloved than Goldberg.
Did he say his goodbye message in Mandarin when he talked to the crowd?
All right, Chop.
Not that I'm aware of yet.
Give your hot take.
I'm sorry, Chop.
I don't have a problem with the ending of the match. Okay, fine. I had a problem with the promotion of the match. People saying this is the greatest wrestler of the generation.
Okay.
Like, he's a system wrestler. He's the Jay-Z of reps. Jay-Z rose to prominence because Pac and Big died. He filled a void.
Wow.
John Cena, system wrestler, rose to prominence as, Flair and Hogan were done, and Triple H and HBK were on the downside, and The Rock went Hollywood, and
Chris
Stone
Benoit.
Cold had no neck anymore, right? Like, he couldn't wrestle, and Kurt Angle was out. Like, he filled a void. It was him and Orton. And Orton runs circles around him. His little jorts and wearing the jersey of whatever team he comes to. I mean, he was liked by 8-year-olds, dude.
That's fair.
Yeah,
Wouldn't you argue Hulk Hogan was liked by 8-year-olds too?
And 80-year-olds.
Okay.
Because he had the pythons and he was Hulkamania and he was ripping shirts.
Did you hear people when he left the ring and he took off his wristbands and stuff? Some people started chanting, "Leave the jorts."
Oh, man.
I think that would have been a funny bit. You would have loved Brock Lesnar years ago. He goes, if I wouldn't have left to go to the UFC, nobody would have even heard of you. To John Cena. And so,
yeah, like he got a cute little send-off, but we're treating him like he's the Undertaker here.
There's a lot of people who will argue that John Cena spent more time. Not me. I love The Undertaker. There are people who will argue John Cena spent more time at the actual tippy top than The Undertaker.
Was he a better wrestler than...
Well, look, how good you are at wrestling...
That is moot because they're all actors.
Yeah, it's not necessarily super relevant. I mean, you brought up Hulk Hogan. He is the biggest money drawer in the history of American wrestling, and he's not good. Okay, was.
Peacemaker's a fun show, though.
Yeah, it's true.
So watch that.
All right, we're back tomorrow with Jerry Jones, Monday Night Football, Mavs, Stars, and 2 more concert ticket giveaways.
Do you think Jerry is going to tell you that they're still in it?
Bobby's afraid. Yeah.
They are.
I am not afraid.
Chance.
I'm excited.
1% Saturday.
1%. How many more games do you want Dak Prescott to play the rest of the year?
All of them. You're paid to go out there and play games.
Oh, baby.
God.
Play like a champion.
Kevin.
Run out that ground ball.
Don't give a John Cena answer.
Run out that ground ball.
John Cena
You want him to keep going until
He
tap out.
He goes for work.
Yeah. How many?
He can play at least one more.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
Then we can wrap it up and see what Joe Mixon
Joe Milton time? All right, you know what?
I made the Joe Mixon mistake yesterday in our text.
We're back tomorrow. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, oh man, our team sucks, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
And the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing? And how the heck is everybody out there doing? Because I'm kind of pissed off.
Okay, so you're there right now.
Yes.
Somebody asked me to do everything I can to enrage you today.
Do you think that was about John Cena or the Cowboys? I'm definitely angrier about the Cowboys. I was fine with the way this.
I wish I was angry about it. I'm just not. I'm resided to what this season is.
Yeah,
and that's why. That's what I'm saying. Like the beginning of this year, they told us what they were. Our defense is going to be some patchwork free agents that we got on the cheap, and Eberflus is going to coach them up. And the scheme, we'll scheme pressure. We'll scheme in a scheme that needs pressure from 4 instead of a scheming pressure. And so I kind of just early in the season, it was after the Bears game, I was like, oh man, that looked atrocious. And there are even in the offseason, Kevin, we were telling you, there are too many holes for this team to fill.
Yes.
And then we were like, oh, that Pickens move was great. That's awesome. If it works out, it was a big gamble for a lot of fans. And I don't know, it looked great last night.
Yeah.
But I'm not mad because, except for, I guess I'm mad that they tried to trick me midway through the season.
Exactly. And that is probably why I'm mad as well, is because...
And not Jerry trying to trick me. Like, we understand when we talk with Jerry. The team was like, hey, guys, we might be good. And you're like, what?
It reminds me of a couple of years ago where everything fell into place and you were the number 2 seed and you just had to win the games you'd be favored in to make it to the NFC Championship game. And then we'll see what happens. Is like the Eagles were trying to be like, we will self-destruct and lead the way for you. And even with that in mind, the Cowboys couldn't do it. Because if you go back to the beginning of the season, I think I said 9-8. And then once they traded Micah, maybe I was like, 8-9. You know, like the record isn't shocking. It's just agitating because it feels like everyone around you or everything around you was like, hey, playoff spots there if you want it. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the day, the Cowboys were like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, they didn't. This was a team in the Vikings.
The Vikings.
That had nothing to play for.
Yeah, and the Vikings suck.
They had nothing to play for except for next year. Actually, they probably should have not gone out and won last night for position in the draft.
Right.
And they did. There's no playoffs ahead of them, and you couldn't beat a team that had nothing to play for. Yeah. That's frustrating.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And a team that's just, they're not good. And I get the logic. Well, if they beat the Cowboys and they're not good, what does that make the Cowboys? Like, I definitely understand it. And if we have to tap on the chart again, we definitely can. But I'm not here to dispute that whatsoever. I think the Cowboys peaked at mediocre this year. That was the best they ever got, was mediocre. But for most of the season, it feels like they've sat in sub-mediocre. Mm-hmm, and to kind of see it end in that spot, that makes sense to me, actually.
It does make sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make it any less annoying, but it makes sense to me. I always thought this was going to be, like, can we go back to something specifically with the Jerry interview weeks and weeks ago? I always thought, and I thought rational people looking at this season always should have known this is not the season. And that was my biggest issue with the Quinnen Williams trade. Not that he is not an excellent player, and he has shown that he is still an excellent player. I just didn't understand why you were making a move to potentially salvage a season that I already thought was lost. But I understand with Quinnen, at least he can be around after this, so I can accept that. But, like, this season was never going to turn out super well.
Okay, so then Kenny Clark that's still a lot of people last night that I was talking to were like, I'd love to have him back. And you kind of were pointing out, like, this doesn't cost you anything if you cut bait with him.
Exactly.
But if you keep him around, how much is that going to cost you? Like, I'm trying to figure that number out still.
My guess would probably be $12 million. Okay. And I know people are going to be like, well, he's under contract. Yeah, but there's no guaranteed money on that contract, so you can bail or renegotiate or
manipulate it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want with that.
And then like the way, one of the things Mickey talked about with this, Kevin, last week everybody kept texting and Dak eats against blitz.
Yeah.
And yes, Dak does eat against blitz. And I kept saying consistently, I felt I was very consistent about this, Alec, if you want to correct me. I felt like I kept saying that's fine. Flores has a different approach.
Yeah.
And Mickey added an element to it that I didn't have, but I was like, watch it play out. And it did play out last night. And that was whenever the blitz is happening, your tackles, your offensive line have to see the same thing that Dak is seeing. And it looked like they guessed wrong multiple times last night. And that was frustrating because there were plays that I'm sure Dak was like, man, I had everything on that throw. That I had the route, we beat the safety, we had what we needed, but the freaking tackle missed his guy, or the chip didn't come from the tight end at the right time, and so that turned into, well, we're going to have to go for field goals instead of touchdowns, which this team has proven again. You can't kick field goals with this defense.
Yeah.
You can't punt 3 times with this defense. You have to score touchdowns over and over and over, or you are nothing.
Yeah.
And this defense last night even had a linebacker guessing on the goal line. So that is frustrating. It was a frustrating game because J.J. McCarthy's not that good, but he's gritting into the end zone in your face, and you walk away from it going, what was it all for?
Yeah, and I understand this question. I really do.
Ask it.
From the 812. Everyone on the fan picked them, more or less, picked them to win between 7 and 9 games. Why is everyone so upset? Because, like, that's the beauty of sports, right?
Yes.
Is that it could go a different way.
We picked the Rangers in 2023 to be a hopefully win break even that year.
Yes.
And everybody was like, next year would be the year.
Yes.
But hopefully they'll be good. And then they won the damn World Series and surprised everybody.
Yeah.
So then the next year we were like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. We brought pretty much the same team back. And they didn't even sniff the playoffs.
See, and so we've made this comparison before. Mike made it like a year or so ago, like just get super into music instead of the heartbreak that comes along with sports. Yeah. But if you think about it, like if you go to a concert or you go to a play or whatever, like they might give you a different set list or they might make some different choices. But for the most part, you know the general like direction that the concert is going to take, more or less. You know the general idea of how the play is going to go, more or less. And that is one of the beautiful things, but mostly agitating in this case with the Cowboys, about sports is I can think they're going to go 9-8 or 8-9 or whatever, and then you can break off an incredible season where all of a sudden all these people were clicking, or you stayed healthy, or these players played above their head, or whatever, and you go on that magical run. Like
Shotty did actually build a culture that turned everything around.
Like you did with the Rangers in 2023. And so I think that's why it's still irritating, is because like even going into last night, I had convinced myself, well, and I still think rightfully so, that the Eagles were there to self-destruct. And so if you were breaking off a winning streak, you could still say, hey, we won 4 straight going in the playoffs, blah, 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 blah. And none of that happened, and you faltered at the very first hurdle. And all of that, I think, is why it's disappointing.
Oh, yeah, and you should be disappointed. And Steven, I do wonder where they are right now mentally. Are they disappointed? Or are they like, no, we still have a shot?
Yeah.
With that 1%, we still got it. It's just going to be, you hate having somebody else having control of your life. And the Philadelphia Eagles currently have control of your playoff lives, and that's not what you want.
Right.
But it happened a couple games ago. So you were already living with that, and you had everything to fight for. Everything in the world to fight for last night. And you rolled over and said, you know what, we're done. Kevin, the other thing, though, is I want this to be promise for like we'll do the autopsy at the end of the year, right?
Sure.
And we'll sit down and look at Shotty and go, I think it was a success for him in here first year. And then you look at Ben Johnson and you go, well, hold on, what about that success? Did he have more talent? Is he a better coach? And so you go, okay, what else needs to happen? We'll do that autopsy, but right now I want to look at it and say you're building to something, but it just feels very status quo for this franchise.
So, okay, I'm really interested in what you just said because, I mean, there's a chance your season is officially over. I think we all know it's over. But it's officially over before you even take the field again because Philly plays on Saturday. So if they win that game on the road against the Commanders, then it's a wrap. But somebody said, hey, playing spoiler can be fun, and I get that. I think a lot of what happens in this next 3 games will probably give some more definition to whether or not this was a success for Schottenheimer, because I see the potential for success, absolutely. But if you go out and just captain give up the next 3 games and then 6-10-1, I just don't see any way you can argue that this season was a success. But I know for a lot of people, they've probably already defined it as a failure because you're not going to the playoffs.
And that is kind of one of the questions I'd like to ask Stephen Jones today. And Kevin, you've been in situations where the chips are down and you're looking around the room trying to kind of check people out and see how they respond.
Yep.
And whenever he's looking around the room right now, what kind of character is he looking for?
Yeah.
Because next year, now's the time to start judging for next year. Sure, man, if all the chips are down right now and these guys go out there and they ball out for the last 3 games and they give it their all, then you start thinking, okay, we saw something out of those guys. And there's some guys you're like, I'd like to have that person back next year because of what the effort that they gave whenever there really was nothing left to fight for except for themselves. And they went out and did it. They fought for their coach. They fought for those are the things that I'm looking for at the end of the year. But the whole time you're like, is it for nothing? No, it's not, because there is more. But that's what doesn't it feel like that's the Cowboys? All right, it's always about you can just put that thing back in the vein, and we'll get through next season. We'll get through this offseason, and that's kind of where I am.
So I think something that's a little bit fascinating along those lines then. Do you have a player on the team? I'm just asking this question. Do you have a player on the team that fits exactly what you want and is trying to get back out on the field every which way he can, but you're like, no, you can go ahead and keep sitting on the sidelines? In Trayvon Diggs? I know Trayvon Diggs has missed time because of injury, and I hear all of that. And there was plenty of reasons that the Cowboys had some issues with him. Seems like he's tried not on the field, but off the field to turn that around, and on the practice field to turn that around. And he's trying to get on the field, and the Cowboys have come up with new and exciting reasons for why he's not on the field. And the reason is, like, if we're going to just cut to the chase, I believe the reason is the Cowboys have already essentially cut him, and they know what a huge savings that can bring the team next year, and they don't want him to go back on the field because if he gets hurt again, that complicates the matter.
Do you think it's just the financial purpose of it, though?
Yes.
You don't think it has anything to do with the personality purpose of it?
I don't anymore. I think that's why it was a lot of the time. But I think we've reached a point now where he's gotten that stuff in line, and they're like, too late. Which
is fair.
Yeah, I get it.
It is very fair where you're asking a guy to do something, show up to the facility and work and do your thing, and he's like, no. And then you finally trade his friend, and he's like, crap. Well, I don't even know if I want to be part of this anymore. And then I don't know that that's necessary, but there are things that you already gave him the chances, and maybe you did give him chances before. You gave him the benefit of the doubt before, and it just didn't work out. And so you're like, you know what? And maybe even the head coach is like, I don't know if I want that in my culture.
Yeah.
That's not the kind of mentality. And Kevin, guess what? I will say that head coach, he did observe this group for a while. And so he kind of knew what he was looking for in some of his leaders, and maybe that wasn't it all along. So I understand what you're saying there, but it might be too little too late. From the 8-3-2, y'all are acting like this wasn't a rebuild year. Jimmy's second year wasn't good either. We knew this year would turn out this way, but for every win, for some reason, all of us believed they were going to the Super Bowl. We didn't think Super Bowl. But really what he did was endured a season making it exciting while stacking wins. Successful season and building for the future. And
Also,
that's not what I'm looking for. At this point, I'm not looking for building for the future. Jerry tells us that all the time. That's not I don't have time to have a bad time. I don't have that much time to be able to say, you know what, I'm just going to sit around and wait for the future with this thing. They're telling us they want to win now. And so this wasn't a rebuild. I mean, you did rebuild. But that's not what this was for. You're always in win mode. That's what the expectation is for this franchise. They set that.
And I also have a huge issue with that setup. Like, did they not hear when we said we didn't expect the Cowboys to be that good this year? And also, that is a really inaccurate comparison to Jimmy. Jimmy's first year, they went 1-15. In the second year, they jumped up to 7-9. That's a 6-game improvement. As it stands, the best you can improve now is a game and a half. And also, that Cowboys team broke in a brand new quarterback where you've had the exact same highest paid quarterback in the league. So I don't agree with that comparison at all.
In the past, essentially what should have been a rebuild year was 2 years ago. Last year.
Yeah.
Like the last 2 seasons now, one, you were basically telling the head coach, we know you're on your way out. We're not giving you anything that's going to help you be successful this year. So, we'll finish this season out with your contract. Good luck. And then this year was supposed to be the turnaround for that. So that's 2 seasons in a row that you've said, we're not giving you all the tools that you need.
Yeah.
Defensively, this team didn't get it this year, and you saw it pay off on the field last night.
And one of the issues, I will fight this battle forever, and it goes back to the discussion that we had with Jerry when he was like, well, would you rather us not won those games? And I said, yes, that is exactly what I wish you would have done. That's never going to happen. Like, I don't think you're ever going to get the full rebuild while Jerry is still running the show. And for all the people who are like, sell the team, it's not going to happen. Steven's up next. Like, that's just the way it is. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how the Vikings understood the power of the blitz and the Cowboys did not. Next on The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
So 2nd and 4. Shotgun and McCarthy back and looking to his right. The pass is blocked at the line of scrimmage. Was that picked off on the deflection? It sure was. And the Cowboys have a takeaway, and it's Big Q, Quinnen Williams, who comes away with the football.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, trying to help you through the times of chimpanzees if you feel like you're a monkey. Let's talk about...
That's what this song is. For anybody that's like, what is he talking about right now? Go listen to some Beck later on, I like the mystery. Actually, never mind. Never listen to the song.
Oh, okay.
Just listen to the Fan.
All right. That is fair. All right.
You just got the song, so like, what are you supposed to, just listen to the Fan.
What else do you really need?
Yeah.
All right. So I want to talk about the power of the blitz and how one team... The team that's usually playing against us continues to understand that, while our team does not. And it's really confusing. And plus, if you want to continue your general Cowboys rants, I think we're all here for that as well. It's a Cowboys pissed off Monday, I guess. I don't know if we'll brand it as that, but... Do you want to start with the Vikings blitz or the Cowboys blitz?
Let's start with the Vikings blitz, because that was something we talked about a lot heading into the week, and how effective Dak was against it.
Yep.
And we saw sometimes the tackles they didn't do their job.
Yes, I think sometimes is a very generous way of putting that as well. The Dak Prescott got blitzed 46% of the time on his dropbacks. So almost half, not quite, but almost half. And so the next logical question, of course, is, well, KNC, how effective was that blitz? I know in your mind it feels like it was 100% of the time. It was not. It was only 74% of the time. So when the Vikings looked to bring the blitz, and we're rounding just a little bit, 3 out of 4 times they were successful. And even that, Corey, feels low.
Yeah. No, that
which is
very
crazy.
Low.
All right. So when he was blitzed, Dak was fine. I think that's a good way to describe his game yesterday anyway. He was 13-19 for 161 yards when he was blitzed. And he had no touchdown passes in a game for the first time since week 8 against the Broncos. But let's stay with the Vikings. The Vikings defense pressured Dak on between 48 to 51% of his dropbacks. The reason why I say that is...
That feels low for them, doesn't it? I thought they were in the 60 range. Not for this game, but am I wrong? Were they at like 60% through the year?
No, that would be the greatest pressure team in the history of football.
Oh, no, I felt like they blitzed 60%
Yes,
of the time.
they blitz a lot.
Gotcha, okay.
But they were successful. And the reason why I say 48 to 51%, Next Gen Stats, NFL, and ESPN all have variants of that number. But the point is, it's between 48 to 51%. Now, that's the highest pressure percentage Dak has faced in a game since at least Week 12 3 years ago. However, one of the Next Gen spots says it was the highest percentage of his career. But let's just think about that. You drop back to pass, half of the time there's pressure on you. Mm-hmm. Half. And that pressure is defined very quickly. And so you have almost no time to throw the ball half the time you drop back to throw. And that is a product of the blitz, which I thought the Vikings did a phenomenal job of mixing it up last night. And as you just said, both of your tackles struggled mightily.
Kevin, against Detroit.
Which is a shame, because I thought Nate Thomas looked a little better in the first half.
Against Detroit, the Lions had 11 quarterback hits.
Okay.
And the Cowboys had 8.
Okay.
Against Minnesota, the Vikings had 11 quarterback hits, and the Cowboys had 1. And so when you're talking about this, how many of those plays were affected that could have been significant big plays for the Cowboys downfield, and the throw just couldn't get off because they were being pressured so much. Not because Dak couldn't see it, but because the pressure got through. Dak did a pretty good job of reading where it was coming from, but he's hoping that he's got a guy that's protecting him too.
Yeah.
And that wasn't effective enough last night. And Kevin, it wasn't just offensive line. There are times where I was like, that tight end was supposed to chip. This guy was supposed to block here.
Yeah.
And it just didn't happen.
That is a very fair point, and you're right.
And we rely the Cowboys rely a lot on those deep balls to George Pickens. They rely a lot on those big plays downfield.
And that was a huge issue when Javonte went out, right? Because one of the things we loved about Javonte is it's
Blitz
not perfect science, but he does a really good job on the blitz pickup, and that's just not something that Malik Davis or anybody else, for the most part, that's not an offensive lineman is going to be as adept at. And so that part is what's frustrating to me is the Vikings were so good at it, and they knew how effective the blitz could be. Now, let's go to the other side of the ball.
Before we do that, do you mind?
Sure.
It did not stop CeeDee Lamb from breaking another 100 yards. And I do believe he's moved into 6th all-time.
That is correct.
Congratulations to him.
Does it feel like it washed George Pickens out of the game for the most part?
Yes. Because of what most of his routes become, you need a little extra time, and he wasn't given that.
Now, as irritating as that is, I think the other side is far more egregious. That was the very beginning of the game. And guess how you got that interception? Off of a safety blitz. And Donovan Wilson tipped the ball up, and Quinnen Williams got it, and they were there. Second interception of his career. Yeah, you got the ball, you got some momentum, and you score. You take the lead in the game.
You love to see a big man get an interception.
Hell yeah, especially when they hold on to it.
Yep.
And so look at going into the game. Going into the game, J.J. McCarthy, look, he's young, but the book had started to be formed. He is abysmal under pressure.
Yeah.
All right? Dallas blitzed McCarthy in this game 7 times.
I'm sorry, what?
7. You know how many of those were in the second half when the game was still on the line?
None.
1.
Okay.
So it's better than you thought.
No wonder he looked so confident late in the third quarter and fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Like he looked. There was a touchdown he threw that I was like, good God, he looks like he knows exactly he looks like the greatest quarterback alive right now.
Yes. And so times when Dallas blitzed against J.J. McCarthy, he went 3 for 6 for 41 yards, a touchdown, and an interception. That's a passer rating of 72. His passer rating when not being blitzed, 124.5. His passer rating when being blitzed coming into the game, 60.7. Those are all, well, except for the 124.5. Those are terrible. J.J. McCarthy is a bad quarterback when getting blitz. You saw it straight away in the game, the power of the blitz. And I know people are saying, well, your secondary is not that good. You can't blitz. Your secondary is not that good, whether you blitz or not.
Yeah, this blitzing should make it better.
Exactly.
Especially when that quarterback isn't good against the blitz.
And that's one of the things. Eberflus has said it. Shotty has said it. The freaking Joneses have said it. The defensive system works when you get pressure on the quarterback. Well, look, Alec, and you might think I'm crazy about this.
Here comes you.
But, well, because I need people to get mad with me. But if your secondary is going to struggle either way because you're not getting pressure, why not go out and blitz and hope that you can get the pressure there quicker and force a quicker throw to give your secondary more of a shot?
Did you say you had success?
In your face, Alec.
Did you say you had success when blitzing?
Yes.
Early in the game?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm that you did have success.
Absolutely.
And then went away from
And the
it.
7 times you blitzed McCarthy.
It's getting close to
3
Christmas,
for
I understand.
6 with 41 yards and a 72 passer rating. Oh, no big deal, though. His passer rating was only 52 points higher when you didn't blitz last night.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Alec, why not give your defense and secondary, which is struggling anyway, more of a shot by trying to gimmick up some pressure?
And I wonder why Eberflus is so confident with going with the 5-man front, but he's not confident enough to blitz. I don't know how those things are so different to him. Adding an extra body across the defensive front as your base package is essentially the same as running a blitz. You're adding more bodies to the front line. Why are you so scared to do one thing, but you're so confident in the other? That is where I really start to get confused.
Yeah, it's frustrating, and I got one more number, courtesy of the great Bobby Belt. that I think is infuriating the last 2 weeks. Matt Eberflus's blitz rate in the first quarter, 60%. In quarters 2 through 4, 13.6%.
He really does go away from it a lot. After seeing relative success early, he backs off of it.
Yeah.
And that doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, and I get it, and we talked about this a lot, round and round last week. Jahmyr Gibbs was killing you. I think in the week before, I think Jahmyr Gibbs was always going to kill you, and at least this would give you the opportunity. I just saw somebody text in, sorry I already missed it, that many fans from the 682, Eberflus and many fans would rather slowly bleed out than take a risk and die quickly. And you know what? Quite frankly, sometimes I feel that same way about Brian Schottenheimer on the other side of the ball. Is it seems like at times, because I don't think Shoddy should be off the hook for this game at all either. It seems like at times his goal is to let's make sure the game stays competitive as long as possible, and then we'll see what happens, as opposed to, we could try to make a big move right here and take advantage and maybe win the game. Oh, whoa, slow down there, buddy.
Yeah, I saw somebody say, hey, the Eberflus is sabotaging Shotty. That's not going to work out for him. He sabotaged himself if that's the case, because Shotty's going to be around for the remainder of his contract, and that's just how that goes. And it did look at one point last night that Schottenheimer was a little frustrated with what they were doing defensively. I don't know.
Why? Just because he might have mouthed, what the F are we
what
doing?
are we doing out here, guys? And then somebody said, hey, 2 weeks ago, it was George Pickens was undefendable. Nobody could defend him on the slant. Guess what the NFL does? Figures ways out to stop what you do well.
Yeah.
And it is it's frustrating whenever your guy that you kind of even called out a little bit on effort, who the team didn't, but he did himself. He was like, that wasn't my best game. Goes out there and does all that.
It was frustrating. And look, I feel like we usually do this at least once a week. From the 210, guys, stop blaming coaches every year. Any other organization would fire their GM. Agreed. And we've agreed on that a million times over the last 14 years. But that's never going to happen. Doesn't matter what I say, what you say, what anybody else says. It's never going to happen.
But if you have a suggestion.
Yeah, great. To make it happen.
Yeah.
But and that's the thing. And so that's why we focus on the things that could actually change. I don't think anyone on this show disputes what you're saying, but it's never going to change. So we move on to the things that actually could change. All right, now's your opportunity. You can decide the path that the show next takes. 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line if you want to, or the Twitch or the YouTube. Do you want to continue down this path of the Cowboys or shift to the devastating end of the Chiefs dynasty and other major NFL injuries?
I like that.
Both options next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And Pacheco remains the back. And Minshew to the air. And deep. And intercepted. It's picked off. Derwin James gets it.
The people have spoken for now. You need a slight Cowboys respite, but if you want to keep texting in what irritates you about the Cowboys, I'm here for that as well. Or on the Twitch, or on the YouTube. But, man, that was the most devastating and potentially to a dynasty that you're going to come across. The Chiefs needed 4 things to happen yesterday, including them losing, to be eliminated from the playoffs. All 4 of those things happened. And then not too long before they lost, toward the end of the game, Patrick Mahomes went out with what we have now discovered is a torn ACL in a shocking disaster for the Chiefs.
Yeah, and because the way the season ended, it's going to be tough for him to mentally get back into the place that he wants to be by the start of next season. The process of rehabbing, it'll give him a mission. That'll be a mission for him, but he's going to have to go through a lot of mental anxiety to get back to what he knows he is. Now, here's the question I have, though. So it's very likely Travis Kelce is done. All right,
he's done whether he keeps playing or not.
They lose the way they do this year. Bounce back next year, does that not connect to this dynasty then still because of the playoff loss? It's still under Mahomes. Now, I understand when it comes to Tom Brady, there was
dynasties.
How long of a stretch was it that they missed the playoffs or that they didn't win Super Bowls? Was it
10 years?
Okay, so that's 2 different dynasties.
2 different dynasties.
This would be 2 different dynasties too?
If they bounce back next year and got back to the Super Bowl or something like that, yeah, man, it'd be good.
Okay, all right.
I just don't see that happening.
I was curious. No, and I don't either because they had a lot of work to do.
And now there's questions about Mahomes being ready for the start of the season. And even if he is ready for the start of the season, I think it's going to take some time to really get back into the flow. And like you just said, if Travis Kelce ends up retiring, they have struggled with a lot of their draft picks as well.
I think the Chiefs provided us the perfect arc, and that is we discussed this a lot. They were fun when they showed up on the stage, and Mahomes running around doing crazy stuff all over the place was an absolute blast. And they were happy and happy-go-lucky team that you were kind of excited was fresh, kind of got away from those Patriots that we dealt with for so long, and then they became successful. And then they became more successful, and it was time for America to say, time to tear you down. Yeah. We appreciate what you gave us in those first 2 years.
We love to do that.
Those first 3 years, but it is time for you to break apart. You're having too much success.
Yeah.
And then the downfall, and now what? This year, people were relishing the downfall of them. So now this was the finality of the arc for them. That is the perfect arc, right? Where you come up, you're so much fun.
Yeah.
You've become too much fun, and it's time for you to go away.
I mean, it's weird, and I don't know how many people will make this comp with the Chiefs and the Dark Knight. But I do think about that line of you either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain or find yourself the villain. And that's what happened. If the Chiefs would have wrapped up with those 2 Super Bowls, same thing with like the Warriors to a certain extent before that, everyone would have been like, that was nice. But then when they kept winning, everyone's like, it's too much. I don't like it. Now I'm against you. That happens all of the time.
Are you kidding me? Tom Brady also tore his ACL in his 9th season after 3 Super Bowls.
I know people like to make that comparison. That is true. That is where the comparisons stop. There are a whole lot of differences in those 2 scenarios. I believe for Tom Brady, it happened in the first game of the season, and they still went 11-5.
And this one happens in the last game of the season.
It wasn't the last game. It was their last
It's the last game for Mahomes.
But that's a good point. Touche. But Tom Brady got hurt, and the Patriots still went 11-5. Plus, I don't think anyone would argue that Tom Brady on the comeback relied on his athleticism to get him through. Whereas the Chiefs already had a losing record. I believe now they're 6-8, and he was out there for most of the game. So the Patriots hadn't really played at all with Tom Brady that season, whereas the Chiefs went 6-8, and they have to reckon with the fact that, man, does it also look like Chris Jones is slowing down. Their offensive line is still a mess. They're not particularly good, or they have struggled at drafting, and Patrick Mahomes is somebody who has relied on his athleticism and his escapability to do some of the things that he's done. So I wonder if that will take a toll.
Where do you feel Andy Reid is right now?
That's a great question.
As the coach, you're like, I couldn't get this group with this talent. That we had the talent, but I couldn't get them the wins that they needed.
Right.
And I couldn't get them to play the way that I needed to. So he is a coach. And I think that dude is going to coach until his last moment.
So you don't think this is a wrap for him?
Yeah, I think in his mind, he's just like, I don't know what else to do. And he's going to keep doing that.
Okay.
Because that's just who he's been for, it feels like 80 years.
Right.
So I am kind of curious where does he want to rebuild a team? Because, like you said, Mahomes might not be ready. So now I got to work with a new quarterback, get him ready for the season. And I might have a life without Travis Kelce. And I might have life in the future without Chris Jones. And all these things start happening.
Yeah.
I wonder where he, as this season's wrapping up here, what his mental state's going to be also.
See,
And it's been fun to watch him coach, even though I hated him for the Eagles. He put some really damn fine offenses together.
Yeah, and I'm intrigued by what you're saying because I did kind of think this would be a logical place for him to step out then. But the idea that, he's a coach and coaches continue to coach because once they don't coach, they feel like they're nothing.
Lost everything.
Yeah, and they lost their identity. And so I like the idea because Mahomes will be back. I'm not questioning that he's going to come back. I'm just curious what that looks like and what his escapability looks like. And if he does get it back, how long is that going to take? But I bet he sits down and has a lengthy conversation with Mahomes, and it does strike me that Mahomes is somebody who has a very steely, reserve, and they're like, oh no, I'll be back, coach, and I need you with me. And it does feel like if you sit down with Patrick Mahomes and he's like, don't you worry, I'm going to take this and be stronger. It does feel like if you're Coach Reid that you're like, all right.
Yeah,
I'll see you next season.
Yeah, I think that's you're probably right about that too. As long as I got this guy, out there quarterbacking for me, I feel like I'm gonna have a chance.
Now, I don't even know if this was the marquee. It was probably the marquee injury of the weekend, but there were several big time playoff changing injuries that happened. I want to go ahead and give me cut number 18 because this was a huge win for Denver, but there was a big part of this game in the injury to Micah as well.
2nd and 8. Nix, end zone bound, pulled in. Are the feet down? Yes! Touchdown Broncos. Sutton hauls it in.
Huge win for the Broncos, who have now won 11 games in a row, including a win over the Chiefs along the way. But I wanted to focus on the Micah injury, not to take away from the Broncos, but the Cowboys' fate in terms of draft order is tied to the Packers and not the Broncos. Look, if you think the Broncos are now the favorite to make it to the Super Bowl from the AFC, we will discuss that as the week goes along. But the loss of Micah Parsons looks like torn ACL as well. I don't know if I saw the confirmation for that, but Micah pretty much confirmed it, and he's out the rest of the year. That feels like a devastating shot to them as well.
Yeah, and Christian Watson misses severe injury.
Go to the hospital,
but it's not season ending. It's not severe, so hopefully he can get back out there for the Packers. Kevin, Micah, I've said this a lot. He's the piece you add when you're right there.
Yep.
And that defense has some very talented bunch of linebackers and defensive guys on the front. And you thought, okay, you're building to it. This is going to be a very scary Green Bay Packers team, even though it took them some time with the with the Cowboys tie. Obviously, that screwed their minds up for a little while. But they were building to going to do something special. I still think they have the offense to do something special. That's just that guy that's missing now. How do you play without him? And that's what they're going to have to go out and figure out. I thought Bo Nix played a wonderful game. I thought just watching some of the throws he made, big time throw to Cortland Sutton late, he played a really good game, Kevin. And that team, they don't know how good they're not and how good they are either. I mean, they're just playing well.
And they've won 11 games in a row.
And we've been talking about their vaunted defense all year long, but now Bo Nix is starting to look like he gets the Sean Payton offense, and everybody else is buying in with him.
By the way, for the Packers, Micah Parsons, I believe it was 36% of their pressures this season. That's the highest single-player pressure rate of any team in the NFL. So nobody takes a bigger hit off of their team than the Packers do by losing Micah Parsons. We'll talk some more about this as the show goes along, but just watch out for the hamstring issue with Devontae Adams. That didn't look good. I know they haven't even ruled him out for Thursday Night Football, but be on the lookout for a potential multi-game, maybe rest of the regular season miss right there. And finally, since this is normally where we do baseball nuggets, multiple reports coming down that Adolis Garcia is signing with the Philadelphia Phillies on a 1-year, $10 million contract pending a physical.
I hope, you know what? I hope he's good.
Yeah, me too.
Baseball's a lot more fun when Adolis Garcia is doing special things.
I agree. And I think the Rangers organization and fandom owe a lot to him in terms of getting you that World Series. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. But also, what do you need to happen in Monday Night Football tonight to win your fantasy football matchup? Next, right here on The Fan.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Is it a good morning?
That is a good point. I'm kind of pissed off.
It's a morning. That's what it is.
I heard that.
Yeah.
I heard that.
I think a lot of people are feeling that way, and I know there's plenty of blame to go across the board after yesterday, but feels like once again your offensive tackles really failed you when you needed them. All right, we're going to pick right back up with Mickey Spagnola. You know,
our offensive tackles were his phone company just now.
I really feel like it kind of sounded like he was going to swear at us to disagree. And he's like, I'll tell you. Yeah, I think that was probably not the case. But in the meantime, you can also tell us what do you need to happen tonight to win your fantasy football matchup. 877-881-1053 from the 214. Because I started Trevor Lawrence over Patrick Mahomes yesterday. It doesn't matter what my opponent does tonight with Achane and Waddle. Man, I love that. Also, that's the weird world sometimes of fantasy football when you're like, well, I'm going to play Trevor Lawrence over Patrick Mahomes. Whereas it feels like in a regular game, you'd be like, is that?
Why would I ever do that?
And then Trevor Lawrence had just one of the most astonishing games we've seen all season.
Yeah, he was fantastic. He'll make the hits list today in the C block, that's for sure.
What if his team would have lost?
You know how this goes.
45-42?
Yeah,
okay.
You know how this goes.
Mickey, do we have you back?
Did you not like my answer?
I
was furious.
I was like, that's it. Hang up on him.
Get rid of that guy.
Yeah, so it felt like our offensive tackles failed us. What say you?
Yeah, I thought the offensive line just broke down. Now, remember, one of the guys is playing in basically his first year in the NFL, and then he gets hurt, and you got to bring in a guy that hardly played, all season long, and Energy. You had to play 13 snaps. So, look, they just got out-blitzed. And, you know, we talked about the blitz. You guys brought it up prominently last week.
Yep.
And I think when people think of a blitz, they think of, they sent the safety, or they blitzed the corner off the slot, right?
Yeah.
They were blitzing 6, 7 guys at a time.
Right.
And one time I saw all 8 up at the line of scrimmage, and everybody came. So they made their bet that Dak Prescott wasn't going to beat him and that they were going to get after him. And I think so he ended up, believe it or not, 23 of 38, 294 yards despite all that. Now, he only got sacked twice, but Next Gen Stats had him with 21 pressures. That's 51% of the time.
Yikes.
And 46.3% blitzes.
Yeah.
Blitzes.
Yeah.
They just kept coming and coming and coming. And if you don't do things, beat them, either running the ball for big runs, and they did run, or hit them with, pick them up and hit them with a guy on the run. Doesn't have to be a deep pass because you don't have time for that. But they were never able to do that and never discourage them from blitzing. You know, and I was talking to those guys, I think it was after I talked to you guys on Friday, and they pointed out to me that, I don't remember what year it was, but Brian Flores, their defensive coordinator, was the head coach in Miami.
Yep. Yeah.
And they played Baltimore, and they said that he blitzed Lamar Jackson 28 times in the game.
Wow.
Nice.
28,
That's
right?
crazy.
Well, 40, I figured out, I think 46.3% of the time, and he would have had 40 dropbacks because he got 2 sacks, was like just less than 20, obviously, in the game. And so that was their bet, and they won it because they shut down the Cowboys' offense. And what did they do too many times?
Kick field goals.
Yes, and attempt field goals. And I guess I got a addendum to that. The more you miss, the closer you are to losing too, by the way.
Yep.
And that was only the third time in Aubrey's career that he's missed more than one field goal, and the most he's ever missed is 2. But again, you're leaving 4 points on the field every time you attempt the field goal. Yeah. And by the way, they were 4 of 6. Well, they were going to attempt 7 until they pulled off the fake, right?
Yeah, and that play was objectively awesome, but it feels like, I guess Seattle would argue differently, but it feels like you're never going to win a game attempting 6 field goals. Once again, I can see
if your defense plays
that literally,
against Phillip Rivers, you can. No.
Okay, but like with this defense specifically, it feels like you're never going to win a game.
And they exhibited that with that first drive, right?
Yep.
They were like, no, we've moved this far. We're not kicking a field goal. And what was the question you asked me on Friday? If it was like 4th and goal at the 1 or 2? And they did what I said they were going to do. They're going for it, right?
That play was awesome.
So they knew that they needed to score points. They were prepared for that. I think what they weren't prepared for is the indiscriminately blitzing that Flores called up and how many guys he was bringing, and they just didn't handle it well at all.
And then on the other side, your defense was ineffective in putting the proper pressure on J.J. McCarthy as well.
Like none.
They got 6 pressures the whole game.
I think when it came to, if I remember correctly, quarterback hits, they never sacked him, right?
Yeah.
Now, they did hit him. They did bat that first pass that ended up with an interception. But if you look at their quarterback hits, 11. He was getting hit like 1/3 of the times he threw the ball.
Yeah.
So, and you only had, 5? I think it was 5. And that was his. It was 5. That was his career game. Yards, 250. He had never thrown for that, right?
That's so infuriating.
Mickey, where do you then kind of place? Where do you find? And it's probably both. But is it more of what the coach is calling, or the talent on the field now?
Well, from an offensive standpoint, and I give Brian Schottenheimer credit for this, near the end of his press conference, he said, Brian Flores did a better job than I did. And we can go with that. The other thing is, sometimes you're just not good enough. I know when the Cowboys lose, they never lose because they're not good enough. We have to find somebody to blame for it, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm.
But in this case, you just weren't good enough. And as Schott and I give him credit, Schottenheimer said we didn't play well. And he's right. They didn't. Now, why? Maybe you weren't good enough. They got nothing from their defensive ends. They had to blitz to bat that pass early, the first pass that they threw that ended up in an interception. I don't know why they quit blitzing.
Yep.
But they had a pretty good plan, because think about how many times he rolled out of the pocket and threw on the run. And he's not the most accurate passer, right?
Nope.
But when guys are wide ass open, you can't miss them. And so, yeah, if you went into the game and you said at the end of the game that Justin Jefferson would have 2 catches for 22 yards, you're going, well, I'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah.
But they let too many big plays take place. Now, the other problem was, because of the blitzing, they were 2 of 12 on third down.
Worst all season conversion rate from the Cowboys.
16%. Well, the reason was, I think I counted out of those 12, half of them were for 3rd and 5 or more. So if you're not cutting down the distance on 3rd down, and then they know they're coming, and they were coming, you're going to have problems. So, you can look at that and say, we weren't good on 3rd down. Well, the problem was you weren't good enough on 1st and 2nd down to discourage them from coming when maybe it's 3rd and 3 and you blitz and you throw a quick out and you're 1-on-1 and you pick up the 1st down. So, because you know what? They were only 2 of 9 on 3rd down.
Is that right? Man, I would not have guessed it was that ineffective.
Yeah, they just hit the Cowboys with too many explosive plays.
Yeah.
This sheet right here, top 10. 58 yards, 33 yards, 29 yards, 23 yards, 20, 18, 18, and 16. That was almost their entire offense.
Yeah.
Throwing offense, because they weren't all passes. But I think at the end of the day, we just have to accept that they just weren't good enough. Not good enough on defense and didn't have an answer to all the blitzing that took place against the offense.
Is that essentially the capsule for the season as well, then, just not good enough?
Yeah, I would think so at this point. Now, what can you do? The Chargers are coming in here fired up, right? They're trying to get in the playoffs.
For sure.
And then you got Washington and the Giants.
Yeah.
So, if say you finish 8-1, what does that say? You were average, right?
Yeah.
So
which that feels about right.
And probably so, which is a shame because you wasted a very good season of Dak Prescott.
Yeah,
and Javonte Williams.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. All right, Mickey.
How is Javonte, by the way? Is he all right?
Yeah, he's okay, right?
How's Quinnen?
Well, it was a shoulder, but he came back in and played, so that was a good
and he looked good
indication.
Too.
How's Kevin?
No, he was. Look, they ended up. We said they needed to run the ball. They ran for 138 yards.
Yeah.
You'd say, okay, that's good. But I can't have my quarterback 2 games in a row getting hit as many times as he did, or getting pressured as many times as he did, and that's just got to improve.
I agree with you on that. We will catch up with you again tomorrow, sir.
I'll be here. See ya.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Corey.
How's Nate?
Hopefully he's doing better. We've got a lot of people who are very invested in the Monday Night Football game to win their fantasy football matchup.
Somebody said they need something not to happen that already happened yesterday.
Oh, no!
St. Brown and James Cook. St. Brown went off, dude. I got like 41 points from him in a bye week.
Well, see, and this person is at least realistic from the 817. Oh, I've been toast when James Cook went off. All right. I like that from the 682. I've scored the second most points in the league this year, but if the Dolphins kicker doesn't score 23 points tonight, I'm out.
Dude, it can happen.
It can.
Hold on, I have the Seattle kicker, and he had 6 field goals yesterday, right?
Yes.
So I scored 23 points off him, I think.
From the 972, as long as Waddle doesn't outscore Boswell by 95.4, I'm good. I'm liking your chances from the 817. I need 29 points from Achane. Bo Nix and Swift are both on my bench.
Jason Myers got me 24 points yesterday in a bye week. So your Dolphins kicker can do it tonight.
Okay.
I got faith.
All right.
I also had faith in A&M.
Hey, have faith this weekend. From the 214, I just need Waddle to get 11 points. And then from the 254, I need 24 points between Achane and Metcalf. I dominated them, except they had Pitts. Ooh. So, I mean, look. But after the Thursday night game, wouldn't you have thought, I'm done, so?
No way.
And now you're going into Monday Night Football, and you're like, all right.
That's why every play matters so much, Kevin.
That is true.
It means more in the NFL.
Sure, I would agree with that. We need to let the Cowboys know. Hey, we'll let Steven know at noon. Coming up next, though, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus how Oregon football might have killed your favorite dessert. Next on The Fan. of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Mason, now the running back. McCarthy fakes to him, rolls to his left, throws on the run into the end zone, and it is caught. 2 slick plays for the Vikings. The touchdown is caught by Jalen Naylor, and the Vikings are an extra point away from tying the game.
And once again, as has been the case with many a Cowboys home game, you hear a lot of cheers when the other team scores. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah. Sandwich.
877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, plus how Oregon football might have killed your favorite dessert.
What a confusing yet intriguing tease.
What if a sandwich is my favorite dessert?
A sandwich?
An ice cream sandwich?
Never mind. I was supposed to say a sandwich is not a dessert, but I know you're going to bring up all these other things. And do people make dessert sandwiches? And I don't mean like the ice cream sandwich. I'm saying like you got some bread and you put some like chocolate syrup on there and a cookie or something. Do people make those?
PB&J is practically a dessert. All of it's sweet.
What?
Hold on. What are you talking about? Yes. It's a dessert sandwich.
Nobody thinks peanut butter and jelly
Nobody
is a
thinks
dessert.
that, but the reality is it is.
Okay. I'll listen to
You
that.
eat chocolate and peanut butter?
Yeah.
You eat things with jelly? Desserts.
Jelly. Okay. Man. I was going to say, it does feel like a nutritional loophole, but I feel like all breakfast cereals are nutritional loopholes.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, that's valid. Unless they're like the super organic ones.
I mean, bacon for breakfast was created as a marketing ploy because the bacon industry needed to sell more bacon. And they were like, why don't you eat it for breakfast, you idiots? And we were like, yes, that sounds amazing.
Yeah, big bacon. They're always thinking. And do want to remind everybody, too, coming up in the noon hour, not only do we have Stephen Jones, we also have a week-long giveaway going on as well. We have Motley Crue tickets that we'll be giving away in the noon o'clock hour thanks to Live Nation all week long. That's going to be a fun one. We got some good giveaways across the station this week. But we go to the National Day calendar. Gentlemen, we have lots going on today. It is Bill of Rights Day.
Oh.
So shout out to the Carter Freemans of the world who love their historical facts and nature.
What's your favorite part of the Bill of Rights?
The bill and all of the rights.
Okay, and learning how a bill becomes a law.
That's right. It's also National Cat Herders Day, so if you herd cats for a living.
What?
Not herd.
Practically Kevin's job.
There's a couple years in college.
I don't know if I want to know, but okay. It is also International Tea Day, so if you partake in the tea drinking, the tea spilling, perhaps, as my generation likes to do.
This dude loves tea.
Tea is the grossest
No, not that tea.
beverage.
If you want to tell something, Kevin is like, I am here for it.
Yep.
There's just something about me. People want to tell me things.
Huh. Do you think it's because, like nothing went on in your day that day?
Yeah.
And you're like, okay. And then something pops up and you're like, I am now interested in this.
Yeah.
Are you just always interested in what's going on?
Yeah. I mean, it depends. I go through cycles. Like if my life is dramatic, you can save that crap. But if there's nothing going on, like tell me. Especially, you know what I used to be way more invested to is when Jess was staying at home with Noah because she wanted me to like come home with information. And so then I was definitely like, yeah, tell me, what's the story? So, because then I could be like, hey, guess what?
See, I find myself in the same position where people probably tell me too much at times.
Yeah.
And the good thing about me is I can keep a secret, but I'm like, there's probably multiple reasons why you shouldn't be telling me this, but thanks. I'm glad you trust me. But it is National Cupcake Day.
Oh, man.
So, we got to talk about cupcakes. What is the best cupcake you've ever had? Your favorite kind?
Okay.
Favorite place to get it? Any kind of cupcake talk. Tell me your favorites. 877-881-1053. I can tell you what's not my favorite. The Cowboys defense. It's pretty much a cupcake.
Well, yeah, they are a cupcake.
Yeah.
That actually might be the reason we're still doing Wanker of the Weekend, so we can talk about them again. All right, two things about cupcakes. I really like small cakes, but there was a small cakery in Firewheel, and it got closed down a while ago. I don't really know why, but that was like my go-to place. But I want to shout out my friend George, because
what up, George?
You know George.
Yep.
Because about 5 or 6 years ago, he taught me about the cupcake sandwich, where you either cut or rip the bottom of your cupcake off, thus saving some of the breaded part and then the frosting. And then you take that part, you put it on top of the frosting, and now you have yourself a cupcake sandwich. It was a revelation for me.
George is a genius.
My life is forever changed.
Yeah.
I've never heard of this. I've never considered it.
Because you always get a little icing on your nose biting into it, right?
Which is always annoying, and you know it's going to happen every single time.
You're like, how do I eat
now,
this thing?
Cupcake sandwich, and then you distribute. I said the breaded part, you know what I meant. Like across.
The cake part?
Yeah, the cake part, thank you. Across all of the icing.
Yeah.
It's amazing. The first time I saw him do it, I probably weirded him out because I just watched him eat that whole thing because I was like, what the hell just happened?
Dude, somebody sent some cupcakes up here when we were on the night show. Not at this building, the other building. And Colby and I watched Kevin take his finger and slide the icing off the top of the cupcake.
I stand by this.
And then eat it raw.
Yeah, because
not the icing, the cupcake.
I stand by this.
Basically a muffin at this point.
Because of where the cupcake came from. If you I'm not a fan of the 12-pack of the store-bought cupcakes because I think they put too much icing on there and their icing is not very good. If you go to small cakes or something like that is it feels like their icing is significantly better, I'm here for that. But the store-bought icing cupcake, I don't like it.
You are a cream cheese or whipped cream icing person.
That is probably true.
Yeah.
You hear that, big grocery? Your cupcakes stink.
They do.
Signed
Do better.
Kevin Hageland.
Do better.
I mean, they're not the best, but I don't ever find myself seeking out cupcakes is the thing.
Sure.
So whenever they are available, I enjoy them, even if they are the 12-pack store-bought.
So I've been really proud of the world and how we've evolved. Because there's things that I didn't realize I needed a fancier version of until they were on the market. And they were like, I know you think you like cupcakes or cookies or whatever, but check out the fancy ones. I know you think you like macaroni and cheese, but here's a fancy version of it. I am proud of the fancy places that have upped the game.
I always loved the line from Kevin in The Office when he was like, no, with this mini cupcake crap. You already have cupcakes, which are many forms of cake. And I was like, yes, that's totally right. We don't need mini cupcakes. So there are two. I have two places that I love to get cupcakes from. One, Susie Cakes. If you've never had Susie Cakes, it's actually fascinating. Adrian loved it. And then one night she actually met Susie from Susie Cakes.
What?
And that was it made her day. Susie Cakes is great. I think they closed the one in Plano, but I think the one it's over off of Mockingbird and Abrams. So if you want to go check out Susie Cakes, it's great.
Wait, it's off of where?
Mockingbird.
Yeah. I thought.
There's also Sprinkles. Sprinkles cupcakes are great.
Doing the thing.
You should only eat half, maybe a quarter of a Sprinkles cupcake, though.
Ooh.
Oh.
Because it is diabetes waiting to happen.
It's like the crumble cookie or the Baconator where it looks really good and it is really good, but you have to be cautious and pace yourself.
But Alec, over in the Star area, they have a Sprinkles. And most of these locations have vending machines outside the store. So you can just walk up and push a button, and yours gets delivered to your hand.
So cool.
I like the way you said that.
Right to your hand.
I'm disappointed you didn't go along with me on the other thing, though.
You know how we are. We got to lay out on those. I've seen the whole vending machine kind of idea with simpler foods like that is starting to happen more and more.
I mean, if we could vending machine a car, it feels like all food possibilities should be out there.
That is valid. What is it, Carvana? They were way ahead of their time because now food is just now doing it. Like there's a spot, I think on 7th Street in Fort Worth, that it's like a taco vending machine.
Yes!
Little street tacos. And it's like, yeah, when you're, absolutely blitzed, get some street tacos.
A spaghetti vending machine. I was like, that seems ridiculous, but I love it.
That sounds amazing. Now I'm hungry.
Awesome.
Let's see. The 817 says the red velvet with cream cheese icing cupcake is the king of cupcakes.
Red velvet is just chocolate that's dyed red, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Why?
Why? Because I'm sorry, I'm also getting feedback on my attempt at a joke. Somebody goes, I almost wrecked after that mockingbird joke. No. And then a lot of people really loved that.
Yeah, I got you. I know.
That dead air. Because it gives you the illusion of choice, right? Like, that's society. You don't get as many choices as you think. You get the illusion of choice. And red velvet is just a lower tier version of that. You think you're getting a different thing, but they're like, guess what, dumbass? It's the same thing.
We tricked you.
See, from the 214, say it with sugar in Wiley, Texas. They have a Snickers cupcake.
Ooh. Oh, my.
That sounds wonderful.
Oh, my.
Let's see. We got a lot of feedback on the sandwich version of the cupcake. A lot of people say, like from the 972, I need a cupcake now to try this.
Yes, it's tremendous.
Let's see. But from the 817 Cupcake Day, the favorite day of Longhorn fans everywhere. Dang.
Whoa.
Dang. I like that 817. Bringing the fire. I like it. More jokes than actual responses, which I'm actually here for.
Yeah.
I'm going to take down, Nothing Bundt Cakes in Fort Worth.
Nothing Bundt Cakes is great.
From the 425.
They're all over. They're fantastic.
Yeah, they are all over, and I haven't had them since like high school, and I need to change that. I don't eat much sugar now is my thing at all, but this time of the year I give myself a little grace because, it's the holiday season.
Calories don't count.
They don't. And then right when January hits, we're back and we're rolling again, getting that summer body ready and everything. Right now, I don't care. I can eat whatever the hell I want. I'm a grown man. Guys, speaking of desserts and sweets, Oregon football might have just killed your favorite dessert. So this actually ties into a story that this show covered very well with the help of Carter Freeman, and it's just a very intriguing story. So I do want to take you back a little bit to a game between Oregon and Penn State. Late in the third quarter of a 3-3 game between undefeated teams, Oregon ranked number 6 at the time and Penn State ranked number 2 at the time. In this game, Ducks running back Noah Whittington appeared to fumble inside the 10-yard line. Upon review, Whittington was ruled down by the narrowest of margins, a blade of grass, and Oregon went on to take the lead with a touchdown. Penn State came back to tie it, but the Nittany Lions would eventually lose in overtime. They then lost their next 2 games to UCLA and Northwestern. So what did they do? They fired their longtime head coach, James Franklin. So Penn State says, who are we going to replace him with? They turn to Kalani Sitake of BYU, who it looked like he was going to take the job, and then last second re-ups with this school because he gets some donor backing and some new contract language coming in. And who is a giant donor?
Crumble.
The Crumble Cookie co-founder, Jason McGowan.
Kidneys.
So
Kidney donor.
Huh. Well, not quite. He made a big financial pledge. The details of that are not public, but to help keep Sitake in the building. And this started sparking some debate about, how much money does this guy really have? Well, Bloomberg just put out an article over the weekend saying that the upstart cookie company Crumble that swept the nation in recent years is battling layoffs, chaotic operations, and paper-thin margins. Just, a couple weeks after he makes this giant donation to BYU to keep their coach.
Are you insinuating those two things are related?
You connect the dots. There might be.
My goodness.
There might be reason to believe that there's bad foundational structure there within Crumble because a lot of money from that creation is going to BYU football.
That is fascinating. Kevin, somebody texted in and said, Corey, can you do me a favor? I'm trying to show my wife something. Can you say Lagos and Jaguars? And so I now have done that for him.
I hate the way you say Legos so much.
That's a place in Nigeria.
and marshmallows.
No.
Oh, man. I had this thing called marshmallow soup.
What?
On Friday, I went to Rise. It's a souffle place. Yeah. We went to the one in Plano, and there's also one in Dallas, and I thought that was just what they called it. It's not actual marshmallow, but it looks just like a marshmallow, and it's made out of cheese and like some tomato soup. It was awesome.
That's pretty sweet.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, a huge comeback for the Bills and an even huger day for Trevor Lawrence. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the...
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
On a give, Cook slices through, and he takes it in for the touchdown. A silencer from Cook.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. What say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Happy to do it.
Do you want to start with the huge day for the Bills or the huger day for Trevor Lawrence?
Man, I guess let's roll out the Trevor Lawrence. That was nice. He lived up to the #1 overall pick, man.
Yes. So I wonder this going into an extremely muddled AFC playoff picture. Can the Jags do something? They've won 5 in a row. Trevor Lawrence yesterday became the only player in NFL history with 5 or more passing touchdowns, a rushing touchdown, and 50-plus rushing yards in a single game. So that is clearly an unbelievable stat line. They get the win. They're 5th straight. They are 10-4, but they are in control, but not in total control of their division, because meanwhile, the Texans have won 6 in a row. But do you think the Jags can do a little something there?
I do. And I want to check their schedule just to confirm something here. Yeah. Whew. They got the Broncos next. That could put them in a tie situation with the Texans. All right.
That means that game will feature a combined winning streak of 16.
The Texans. Okay, hold on. Let's run through the Jags schedule real fast. The Broncos.
Okay.
Colts and Titans.
I feel like you should
2-1?
Definitely win those last two. You should be at least 12-5.
Here's the Texans schedule. Raiders, Chargers, and Colts.
Ooh, that Chargers game, tough. And the Texans split with the Jags, so they would have to win out.
So, yeah, this is kind of a fascinating, the division that we all thought was the most boring division on the planet.
Yeah. Started
out with the Colts being like, hey, guys, we've arrived, and now completely missing altogether. Unless Phillip Rivers brings them back to life. But this is now turning into a fascinating division. And I think that's 2 teams right there that can absolutely make noise in the playoffs. I think the Texans for sure can if they can get in. And I think the Jaguars have shown that they can be, they're still a little inconsistent, but they find ways to win. That's always the way that you're just I don't know. They just do it somehow.
Yeah. Look, So I'm going to pivot over to the East then. It took me a while to jump on board with this idea, but watching the game yesterday, you see the Patriots score touchdowns on 3 of their first 4 drives. In the meantime, they forced 2 3-and-outs, and they're up 21-0.
I know.
And I'm watching this, and I'm thinking, all right, maybe it's time for me to just accept that the Patriots are the elite team in the NFL.
And that they've got the Bills number, too.
And because it was looking like they were just going to dust the Bills. And, the Bills finally scored a touchdown, but even at halftime, it's still 24-7, and it looks like, game's over. Third quarter changes everything. Pair touchdowns for the Bills. You get a 3-and-out and an INT. And all of a sudden, the Bills end up winning that game, which makes me think okay, the Patriots, I still think the Patriots are really good, but it felt like the Bills stepping out there and being we ain't done yet. You just watch. Whether we have to go on the road or not in the playoffs, we're in this. And then I feel like Stefon Diggs after the game said, I wouldn't say we forgot how to lose. You never know. We probably needed it. It's good for us. I kind of say at the beginning of the year, lessons. And I get what he's saying about lessons for sure. I think if I'm the Patriots, I'd have much rather learned a lesson in one of the other games that was not against the team that you could have put down to win your division.
And there was a coach once that told you, You can learn anything from a blowout win just as much as you can from a loss.
He was mad when I asked that question.
And I see what he's saying here, but you were up 21-0.
Yep.
I guess the lesson in that is you can't take your foot off at all, no matter what.
That feels like a team lessons across the NFL. The teams across the NFL should have learned. 6 teams yesterday won when they trailed by at least 10 points.
Wow.
6! And guess what? That's tied for the most in NFL history. One of the times it's tied with Week 5 of this year. So it's happened twice this year.
So hold on. What you're saying, is because of the new kickoff rules. This is what you're saying, is the new kickoff rules have now put every game into a Golden State Warriors world where no 30-point lead is safe.
It does kind of feel like that, and just the general advancement of offense and the evolution of the rules. But it's happened 7 times in NFL history. Twice has been this year, including yesterday. So
the Broncos were one of them.
Yeah, it feels like you should just know the lesson of, if you're ahead by 10 points, good for you.
Don't try and salt it away with a run game.
Exactly, because that
keep after it.
That is probably not going to work out the way you think that it's going to work out. Yeah, speaking of things not working out the way I thought, man, I really did think that the Panthers were going to beat the Saints. They were going to establish that they're the team to beat in that division with a couple weeks left. Instead, for the second time this year, the Saints were victorious over the Panthers, and
Buccaneers are back on top, baby.
I guess. And look out, Tyler Shuck. I was one of the haters, but he gets the win. They are now 4-10, but half of their wins are against a team that's tied for first place in their division. That's how weird the NFL can be. The Saints are bad. They're 4-10, and yet half of their wins have come against a Carolina team that's tied for first in their division. Now, is it also true that nobody in that division is even close to having a positive point differential? Yes. Yes, it is.
Oh, Tampa is.
How far are they back?
Minus 27.
That is not close to a positive point differential.
It's closer than the Saints.
What are they at?
Like minus 106.
Well, there you go. So,
closer than the Falcons.
I understand.
Minus 60.
Man.
Panthers are minus 53. Ouch. Maybe they aren't a good team.
Yeah, I mean, that feels fair.
They lost to a team that's minus 106.
All right, let's talk about the Chicago Bears and Rome Odunze and the weather. So, Odunze missed the game after aggravating his foot in the pregame. Now, maybe that's what happened, or maybe it was playing on a freaking sheet of ice or whatever, because we saw that social media clip of somebody who got an RC Cola and they had it out in the stands, and by the time they opened it and tried to pour it into a cup, it had started to turn into slush.
It started to freeze when they opened the top of the bottle.
Crazy.
And they were like, let's pour it into a cup. And it was like, it's Slurpee time, baby.
Yeah. So maybe it was just the frigid cold that prevented him from being able to test out his injury for real. But the Bears...
You ever walked outside and been like, I'm not playing today?
I mean, I don't think that's what happened, but I kind of get it. They won 31-3, just hammered the Cleveland Browns. And then when you factor in the Micah injury news as well, you're looking at it and you're like, hey, this is the Bears division to win. And it's a weird world that we're still in when you're like, it's the Steelers division to win, it's the Bears division to win. It was the Panthers division to win.
Yeah, and nobody knows. Yeah, there's a lot of divisions right now that are up in the air.
Yes,
this is
absolutely.
Great. I love it. Isn't this what the NFL wants? This kind of parity?
100%. 100%. All right, let's talk about the story I know intrigued you the most. Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers, did you think he looked better than
He looked old.
Okay.
He didn't throw the ball very far.
That is true.
I think it was under
a
7
touchdown
yards.
pass.
It was under 7 yards for everything. And he was like, why should I try and throw far when I have Jonathan Taylor? And Jonathan Taylor was like, please stop giving me the ball. There's so many times you're handing me the ball. But it was kind of what I expected. I was hoping for like the coolest thing to happen, and it didn't. It just didn't happen.
By the way, confirmation torn ACL for Micah. He even kind of seemed like he was insinuating at it last night, and that is unfortunate. All right. So
you hate to see something like that happen.
I do.
To any player in the NFL, especially when you think you might be able to see that player do something special at some point.
Agreed. Now, one of the things I was going to mention, I thought you'd get a kick out of this if you didn't see it. Did you know that Phillip Rivers had to pull his cleats from a trophy case at home because he didn't have any other ones? And he's like,
he couldn't find another pair of cleats.
That's what he said.
He couldn't call up Adidas.
Why are you doing this?
Or Nike and be like, guys, bring me some cleats, please.
And then also said one of the reasons that he came back was to not live afraid, to show his kids not to be afraid or live in doubt. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on The Fan.
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring to you Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
What were your thoughts on maybe the offensive line in general yesterday, but specifically the right tackle and left tackle? It feels like it's just about impossible to win a game when you're giving up that many pressures.
Well, first of all, you got to start by giving Coach Flores a lot of credit. I mean, he's known for, his exotic pressures, and, he does a great job with that. And we didn't have great answers for it as the night proceeded. And, we had to settle for a lot of field goals. And unfortunately, we've been putting a lot of pressure on Aubrey this year. And, everybody you're going to miss every now and then, unfortunately, is one of those nights. But I still don't know if that gets the job done. And obviously, we got work to do there. We've been missing Guyton. Need to get him back. And we've just got to keep progressing. I like our group that's coaching them up there in the offensive line. But, we've got to continue to get better.
You talked about the exotic pressures that Brian Flores is known for, and you're absolutely right about that. I have to admit I was surprised by the lack of pressure from the Cowboys and maybe the lack of blitzing, especially since it was so effective early with that interception. What did you think about the blitzes and pressures that the Cowboys defense put on yesterday?
Well, obviously, we didn't get a lot of pressure on him, and he was able to make plays, and we've got to continue to look for better ways to do it. I mean, we're, giving up a lot of points, and you are what Coach Parcells used to say, you are what you are, and we rank at the bottom of the league in terms of our defense. And, it's obviously something that we're not at all satisfied with, and something we've got to continue to chop wood and get better. I mean, we're not mathematically eliminated from the playoffs, so we've got to, even if we were, we'd go to work each day and get better. And, not only is this about this year, but it's about seeing what we're going to be about in the future.
Stephen, do you drive a monster truck? Because it sounds awesome on this side.
Yeah, I do. I drive an F-150. I wouldn't call it a monster truck, but it's an F-150.
I love it.
I was kind of curious, Stephen. Do you feel like the defensive coordinator has all the tools he needs at his disposal, or do you think he could still use some more for this defense to be more overtly effective?
Hey, this will obviously be something that we evaluate in the off season. At this. So, we've gotten better, from a personnel standpoint, and thought we were really turning the corner. Obviously, we played a really good offensive football team in Detroit, and that was tough. But to have 10 days, and it's not just the defense, it's offense and special teams. To have 10 days to get prepared, play a home game against Minnesota, we're certainly not satisfied with, how we played that game. And, I think Coach Schottenheimer said it best. It's from the top down. That includes starting at the very top with Jerry and myself and Will and our coaching staff and our players. We just, to have 10 days to get prepared, we didn't do a good job.
What would you say to the critics who say at the very top with you and Jerry that there are no consequences to failures?
Yeah, I mean, we've got to continue to work at it, and there are consequences because we pay in our own ways, and I understand that. Obviously, an interesting dynamic in terms of the fact that we own the team and we're involved, but we think overall that's been a good thing, and we'll continue to be involved and work to get this thing right and ultimately get to what our team to where we want it to be.
Now, Stephen, when things are down, like after a game like last night, and as you were saying just moments ago, the chances are pretty slim at this point. 1% is what we keep seeing. When things are like this, what do you look for in individual players' character?
I think you see a lot. I mean, I think I was listening to Dak last night in his post game, and we're all professionals, and Dak said it best. He's a professional football player. He holds himself to a high standard to go to work and get better every day, and he expects the same from his teammates. And this is when you find out a lot about players, about your team, and as I said, it's not just about this year; it's about our future, and that's something we'll evaluate as we finish up the season here. As we move toward the end of the season, we'll find out a lot about our guys and who we want to go forward with.
One of the guys who continues to say that he wants to be out there but has not is Trayvon Diggs. Is it more a physical or mental thing that is still keeping him off the field for y'all?
It's full body of work. At the end of the day, you've got a Coach Schottenheimer and his staff hold each player to a standard, and it's a little bit of everything. I know Trayvon's a competitor. All players want to be ready to play and go and push and go above and beyond, and I know he feels that way, and that's not surprising. But at the same time, we have to evaluate the full week, and we'll do that again this week and make a decision.
Do you think we'll see him before the season's over?
Like I said, we'll look at this full week of work, and we have this week to make the decision. And if we don't move him up this week, then that's the end of his window, and he would be down for the year if we don't move him up.
Is there ever a situation where concerns about contracts come into play with somebody like Trayvon Diggs, where, for example, if he went back out there and got hurt, then it would be significantly more difficult to move away from him in the offseason?
Trayvon's under contract. It's not come into play at all in terms of what we're looking at. We're trying to win football games. We've been in the mix, and we want to win football games.
Stephen, Micah was confirmed tore his ACL, and I was just kind of curious, even though the team traded him away, in the NFL, you got to hate seeing something like that happen to players like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's we can't talk about other teams' players, but we can say that you don't want that to happen to anybody. And we think a lot of Micah and hate that, just sick that happened to him. And, you always hate to see a player get injured and be out for the rest of the year, and certainly as he moves forward.
Also, how is it an uncomfortable place to know that you have to have Philadelphia do a number of bad things in order for you guys to really make something happen here?
That's unfortunately we put ourselves in this position, so we have to deal with that. And but at the same time, it's not impossible, and that's why we're going to go to work this week. I know Coach Schottenheimer will. I know we felt like we had a great week of practice last week and felt like we were prepared, but it didn't translate to the game. I know we'll expect the same thing this week again, and we'll go out and go to work. We play a really good Charger football team. I know they'll give us a great, they'll be a great challenge for us. But at the same time, as I said earlier, we're going to be evaluating everything in terms of how we proceed and how people play and what we're able to do as a team as we move down the home stretch here.
One of the things we saw in the inactives again yesterday was Jalen Tolbert. Can you walk us through it all? What's happened to Jalen Tolbert's role on this team?
Well, I think the biggest thing is, you're trying to find the right complement of a group. And certainly at that receiver group, Flournoy has really stepped up for us and, really playing well. Thought he was playing well last night. And then you're looking for something complimentary. And obviously Mingo has, he's a big physical wide receiver that brings some things in the blocking and the running game as well as special teams. And just felt like, he deserves the opportunity here to fill that number 5 role.
I've always been curious about this. I don't know if we've ever asked you, how do you process, whether it's as a team executive or just as a fan of the Cowboys, how do you process a loss like that last night? Because obviously anger comes out from a lot of the fan base. How do you process those kinds of losses?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's frustrating. It's not, certainly not something that you like to have to process, but you have to, and then you've got to, at some point it's like anything, you don't move on from it because you want to, you have to learn from every frustrating or every disappointment, but at the same time you got to move forward, and we've got to improve. We've got to learn from this. And we've got to continue to hold ourselves to a better standard so that we can change the narrative.
When you guys traded for Quinnen Williams, was interception machine part of the idea of what you were going to get from him?
Well, what a great play by Dono and a great play by him. And no, I don't think you expect your defensive tackles to be getting interceptions, but certainly he made a great play, and he's been a great addition and got a great future with us.
Is it, in fact, as we heard, injury updates that you get on that walkie-talkie up in the suite?
Yeah, I mean, we also have updates from around the stadium in terms of, anything that's, really important that's going on. But we certainly get injury updates from the press box, when we have a guy like Javante who had, was going through concussion protocol, we get those updates from the press box.
Now, Shotty said something last week in one of his pressers, and I'm paraphrasing just a little bit, but, making the playoffs is obviously the first goal, but it's not necessarily. There are other things that factor into whether a season was a success or a failure. Do you view any season that doesn't end in the playoffs as a failure of a season?
I think Coach Schottenheimer said it best. I mean, whenever you have turnover in staff, that becomes a challenge. I know Mike's first year, we had a double challenge. We had COVID and we had, it was Mike's first year as a head coach. And, whenever you have turnover, there's, different challenges. It doesn't mean that you don't overcome them. I mean, people obviously get first-year coaches that go on and have great success. It's going on this year. But, the bigger thing is that we have to get our hands around where we come up short if we don't make the playoffs and don't get to where we want to get. And then what do we have to do in the offseason to change that narrative? That's what's going to be important here. And we have to continue to, and know we will, look for ways to get better. We obviously made moves, during the season to do some things that I think we're going to have some players here that are going to be here for, several years to come. And then certainly we have some picks as well to help, to help that process. So, if we don't ultimately get to where we want to get, which is the playoffs and having success in the playoffs, and we feel like we put ourselves in a position with a lot of pieces in place to move forward and have success in the future.
Now, Stephen, I'm not suggesting what I say here is that your standard is low, but do you think that Schottenheimer has come in and changed the standard for everybody in the building, including yourself?
No, I think you learn from every coach that comes through the building. I know Jerry and I have, and every coach goes about it differently. Whether it was Jimmy when I was really young in my 20s, Barry obviously had a way that he went about his business. I learned a lot of things. The Bill Parcellses of the world, the Jason Garrett's, the Mike McCarthy's, and of course Schottenheimer, I think's really does some unique things as well. So, you always learn from people's leadership style, and you also look for ways that, as they're making their journey in that position, that you can do the things that ultimately get us to where we want to go and get us to where our fans want to go. And, we got the greatest fans in the world, and we certainly want to, get this team in a position that we can make it to where they're loud and proud to be a Cowboys fan.
How much does it bother you? Because we've had it a couple of times this year when the opposing fan base kind of takes over the stadium.
Yeah, I mean, that's that's obviously not the way you want to draw it up. And unfortunately, there toward the end of the game, we just didn't make the plays that we needed to make to, as you might would say, send those guys home. But we're going to continue to go to work. That's one of the things that I respect most about Coach Schottenheimer is, his enthusiasm, his authenticity, is real, and he'll continue to go to work and attack the situation at hand.
Appreciate the time very much, good sir. We'll catch you again next Monday.
Thank you, guys.
There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, this is something that stood out to me, even if we are eliminated, going to continue to go to work, and your follow-up of, like, that's essentially where you're going to find out if you want some of these people to continue to be here or not.
Yeah, and you know, we were discussing this morning, somebody texted in, and they're right. Somebody said, I'm a former pro athlete. And none of those guys, they're playing for their careers, not for that coach.
Sure.
And you know what? That's quite honestly, if you've been playing that way all season and you continue to play that way, that's what I'm looking for. What were you giving me before? Did it drop off after things were done? Or are you out there trying to do something for not only yourself, but the dudes around you as well? And I think that's important. Those are the kind of character traits that this is where you find out even more character.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you have 3 more games to go out there and you can either quit on yourself or you can go out there and do some work.
You know, and once again, it goes back to Trayvon Diggs, a little bit of everything, body of work. And I know Dak said he'd talk to Trayvon and say, hey, ask them exactly what they're looking for from you. And I know Steven disagreed with my assertion and said he's under contract. But look, you can save a lot of money if you move on from Trayvon Diggs once the season is over. That is more complicated if he does in fact get injured. There's different guarantees and mechanisms in place for that. That is just a theory that I still hold.
And let me then discuss, and let's say, Kevin, it is an injury that can never be fixed again. All right, let's say that's the case. I totally understand. The other side, though, is why would you want to move on? Personality, no longer as talented.
Yeah,
you want him to do something like maybe you want to move him to safety, and he's like, no, I'm not a safety, I'm a corner. That's the thing that on the other side of it, whenever we find out what happens, that's what I want to know is what was the problem, and I don't know that we will, because this is one of those things that, Kevin, Jerry doesn't typically just put a cap on things like this. He's usually like, hey, let's have a chat, fellas.
Look, it comes down to this. You can save, if you move on from him, you could save $12.5 million if you just move on from Trayvon Diggs.
But if he's a good player, then why would you want to save him?
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying, I wonder if that is the math that the Cowboys are doing right now, especially if they look at, and this is a different conversation, saying, whoops, we probably did overspend with that Deron Bland contract extension. Then do they think, well, through some fault of our own, we have to get rid of that money and hope we draft well?
So you buy a cool toy.
Yep.
And then you buy another cool toy, and you're like, crap, I got to go pay this mortgage, and so now I got to sell this cool toy I have.
Well, I mean, isn't that the story of the Dallas Cowboys? And like the last 20 years in the cap?
Yeah, makes sense.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this should be interesting. Dallas Cowboys thank you, and probably more likely no thank you notes after a season essentially ending loss to the Vikings. We'll do that in the Stars and Mavs super segment next on The Fan.
McCarthy is under center, hands the ball off to the running back. No, he kept it, and he bootlegs in all alone, and he walked the dog. Touchdown, McCarthy faked out all of the defense and me. What a great ball fake that was by McCarthy. Oh, my goodness.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And let's start
with that real quick.
With that.
I want to ask you a question about that, Kevin. Is that okay? I know you got something here, but we just played that audio. I know Brad Sham's job and responsibility. And the energy of the play, he's supposed to be, right there with the energy of what the play was. And there are plenty of times where the great Brad Sham will be as dejected as you are as a Cowboys fan. You've often heard it. When something like that happens, do you want to hear him giggling about that touchdown? And I'm not like taking a shot at him for this.
Probably I want him to be like, what a jackass move. I understand, but he was right, man.
Yeah, it was. I was faked out too, man. I was watching it on TV.
No thank you to J.J. McCarthy for that awesome fake out, because what did I do? I go, oh, because I thought we stuffed them.
Yep.
And I was so proud of us because I was worried going into it that there's just no way. And the little dance didn't really bother me because, again, I was like, well, we probably should have stopped it then if we didn't want to see that stupid little dance.
I think he was told by his coach not to do that again.
I could see that. Look, if you're Patrick Mahomes or something like that in the past, you can probably get away with that. If you're JJ, I mean, just because he got hurt. If you're JJ McCarthy, I can see how your coach is like, hey, knock it off.
Well, I would say every quarterback out there, I'd just probably tell them, hey, don't put an even bigger target on yourself.
Yeah, I get that.
Don't give anybody any other reason to hit you harder next time.
Well, maybe. You know what? It doesn't seem like that bothers him since he likes to dive head first with the ball anyway. I was going to say, and we played this highlight earlier, thank you note. There probably won't be a lot of those. To Donovan Wilson and Quinnen Williams. First passing play of the game. Donovan Wilson comes in on the blitz, tips the pass. Quinnen Williams with the interception. But then I made this note. Offense immediately does nothing with it. But then I added, thank you to the genius fake for the first down. Man, as much as I appreciate Brandon Aubrey making the run, I thought Brian Anger's little flip was perfect. And then I kind of wanted to see Aubrey throw the ball down to, I think it was Schoonmaker on that play for what would have been a touchdown, but that play was sweet.
Dude, thank you to the, I guess that on that third quarter, the Dak pass to Schoonmaker that I didn't think was going to be completed.
Yes.
I was like, oh, man.
Great catch.
Yeah, and I'd love to see him be more effective like that, like have more of those types of moments. He's a huge target. Like you expect, you're like, oh my gosh, he could be great. But then, but that play specifically, I was like, wow, that was an impressive play right there. Thank you to Javonte Williams. He battled through the shoulder, and then he also got 91 yards. He had the touchdown, and that's the 15 points in my fantasy league that I needed. So.
Okay, well, so Javonte Williams, he gets a thank you as well because of the reasons you said. I am less invested in your fantasy football team. Not invested, just less invested. Javonte Williams, after he was out, and we just heard Steven talking about it, not only shoulder, but he's going through concussion protocol. He passes that 15-yard carry to start the second half. But I want to jump ahead to another series. It is 20-17. The Cowboys go up, they kick a field goal. And that was part of that drive. Then you immediately force a 3-and-out. You get the ball back. Key series now is what I put in my notes. And the first play, 30-yard completion to CeeDee Lamb. Then it gets followed up with a 21-yard run by Javonte Williams. But I wanted to talk about that run because not only was the blocking good, but take a look at the end of that run. It took 3 Vikings and 6 more yards for them to get Javonte down. And at that point, it's 1st and 10 at the 25, and I'm like, we got this. You're going to score a touchdown. It's going to be 27-17. The game's not going to be over, but you're going to be in control of it. And then, no thank you note to pretty much everything that happened after that. You get nothing there, and there's pressure once again. Dak has to throw the ball away. Then you decide, hey, I know Javonte's been running the ball really well. Screw that. Let's do a run to Turpin that gets 2 whole yards. And then Thomas, who had looked better in the first 2.5 quarters, he gets a false start. And all of a sudden, it's 3rd and 13. Like, you were just moving down the field. You do the dump off pass to Malik Davis for 10 yards. Once again, because of their pressure. And then the Cowboys get scared. I hated this call. Hated. And people can yell at me all they like, but I wrote, then they get scared on 4th and 3 and kick the 41-yard field goal. To me, once again, that was, and this has been an MO for Shotty this season, playing not to lose instead of playing to win. You have finally swung the pendulum back in your favor by scoring some points, though just a field goal, but some points, and then forcing a 3-and-out. Now is the time to start to try to step on their throat. And maybe it is talent. Maybe yesterday it was Brian Flores, or maybe it was Shoddy. But this team does not seem to go for the jugular. Like, they only go for the jugular when they're already up by 24 points. They don't go for the jugular when it feels like they could have really taken control. Would they have still lost the game? I don't think they would have. If you would have converted and stuff.
I like what you're saying, and I want it too. I am curious if he doesn't trust his team.
They just might not be good enough.
And that might be like it, he might, because he's pretty genuine and honest with Sean and RJ and Bobby and all the people on that show.
A lot of them.
He's very honest with them recently, Eric. I wonder if they asked if you gave him the true serum, if he'd say, look, guys, I just don't trust everything about this team yet.
I got it.
And if he would change his approach next year or when he feels he has the team. And that's only something we'll find out down the road, right? That's something we can't know right now. I wouldn't trust this team, but I understand what you're wanting. Like, you absolutely are like, look, these are moments that you can change things. And there are always moments in a game that are the turning point in a game. There absolutely are. And that could be it.
Okay.
And you could ride that wave of success and hope that energizes your team into believing they're better than they actually are.
This might be where I'm in the minority then. I think that's all the more reason to go for it. Like, if I trust my team, then I'm sitting with the field goal right there. And I'm like, defense, I saw you do it. Go do it again. When I don't trust my team is when I think, just me personally, I would get a little bit more risky. Mm-hmm. And I'd be like, no.
Screw it. Yeah, that looks desperate.
Yeah, this probably isn't going to hold, so let's go ahead and go for it. And then what happens?
You go for it, you don't get it, and then they drive 98 yards the other way and take 10 minutes off the clock, and you're like, dang.
Yeah, I mean, look, that is a possibility.
But then you go to the guys in the film session and you go, guys, I trusted y'all.
Yeah.
Don't ever make me look like a fool again out there. Y'all running laps, up downs all day long.
And instead, what happens?
Everybody hates up downs.
Yes. What happens? You kick a field goal, neat. On the next drive, Revel doesn't particularly bother turning around or even playing the ball. He gets crushed by Naylor for 23 yards and a 4th and 3. And that's another pivot moment in the game. No thank you note to Revel right there, or Revel, excuse me. Just turn around, extend your arm, something, man, something. And they end up scoring a touchdown. It's 24-23. And I know Brandon Aubrey missed the field goal. We talked about it. He missed 2 field goals in this game. The 59-yard field goal that he missed, part of that, it feels like to me, is on Terrence Steele. Terrence Steele got beat like a drum on 3rd down and forced that 59-yard field goal. And look, I know Aubrey has been automatic, and most certainly yesterday he was not. But that was annoying too.
Kevin, I want to say this is a ridiculous no thank you note, but this is a note that I made last night. No thank you to Chris Collinsworth.
Just in general?
Mostly in general.
Okay.
But then there was a moment last night where I just was like, I don't know what you're saying right now. Because he said some quarterbacks just don't know how to throw to a number 1 receiver. And he was talking about the J.J. McCarthy and Justin Jefferson combination.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, the F are you talking about right now? They're a number 1 receiver because they're the best one out there.
Right.
So you're saying that this guy can't throw to the best dude out there? If somebody can explain that a little bit better to me, I'd love to hear it. You're saying he's better with worse receivers. That's what you're telling me, is that he's better with worse people.
Right. We will trade Justin Jefferson for Jonathan Mingo and Jalen Tolbert.
Yeah, that's what they need then.
Okay,
I didn't understand where he was going with that. And then one of my friends was like, I mean, obviously he was never a number 1 receiver, so he's trying to make himself feel better there.
That's a good point.
Like, okay,
man. No thank you. I like that. No thank you note, by the way, to TJ Hawkinson. I realize they pay their players too, and good for him for being good at football. But no thank you to him for really screwing up the game for us yesterday. And by the way, Marquise Bell, so close to knocking the ball down, or maybe half a yard away from a pick.
Yeah.
And they scored a touchdown off of that after you'd already fallen behind 24-23. And it felt like that could have been another pivot moment. So maybe minor no thank you to Marquise Bell for that, but major no thank you note to TJ Hawkinson for being good at football.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Somebody said thank you to the Cowboys fans for not claiming this was our year like they typically do. We all knew. No thank you to our defense for making PFF's 31st ranked QB and 32 look the greatest of all time. But yes.
Except for that one Kenny Clark play where he jumped the snap and just annihilated the run play. That was awesome.
There are some listeners out there, not a lot. There are some listeners out there that are like, Homer, and that's all they'll ever think and hear and believe.
Oh.
This year, I think we were all very, very even keel about what this team was, and I don't think anybody was like, nah, man, this is going to be it. I think this was a very like, all right, they got to prove a lot to us. And Kevin, I think they proved what they were and exactly what we thought they were.
Yeah.
And we let them off the hook.
I agree. And I want to rapid fire some of these because, man, there are a lot. No thank you to Kalen Carson. 3rd and 8 from the Vikings 38. He gets obliterated by Jordan Addison for a 59-yard reception. I had to watch that back multiple times because I thought for sure that was another case of confusion, but it wasn't. Kalen Carson just got absolutely torched. And I believe that ended up being the drive where they tied it up 14-14.
Did he also get trucked by the fullback on a play too?
Yes.
God, man, that was a tough night for him.
And look, I thought it was a very run-of-the-mill night for Dak, but another thing, Dak refused to throw the ball away on 3rd and 5 from the 28 and instead decided to try to run around and lost 5 more yards. And then Aubrey missed the 51-yard field goal. At the end of the day, to quote Stephen Jones, Aubrey usually makes those field goals. But if you look back at both of those missed field goals he had from 51 and 59, both of them were preceded by plays that lost yardage and made the field goals longer. I don't ever want to take Brandon Aubrey for granted where it feels like a 51-yard field goal should be automatic. It does, but he did not have his best day yesterday, and the fact that you had negative plays before both of those field goals, I thought was pretty annoying.
I do appreciate the people that are saying that Chris Collinsworth is saying that young quarterback that can't throw into double coverage. He's afraid. He's afraid to throw into a bracketed receiver, and sometimes some quarterbacks don't know how to do that, and he's got to learn how. That's fair.
No, thank you. Just as a general to the defense. This was yet another game. I believe it is the 7th this year where they've given up 17 plus points in the first half. That's the second most in team history. And then we haven't talked about this person a whole lot this year, for better and for worse. No thank you note to CJ Goodwin. He had a penalty that cost the Cowboys 45 yards once. I almost said Flanoy and Tolbert. Once Cavante Turpin finally broke open a good return that it feels like we've been waiting forever on. But of course, there is a penalty. This one was on CJ, cost the Cowboys 45 yards. That was super annoying.
Yeah.
But you know what? Anytime the Cowboys make a return, I'm shocked when there's not a penalty flag.
Yeah, that horse collar Reddy Stewart had.
That was bad.
That was frustrating for sure because he didn't need to do that. And you're already trucking the guy out or riding the guy out of bounds, and then he does that horse collar to go along with it. It sets up easy for that 20-yard touchdown pass to Naylor there. So that stunk.
Look, I think it was Bobby who once again.
But by the way, that throw that McCarthy made was just so weird. And to be able to complete it the way he did, like he threw it and Naylor was completely covered.
Yeah. That was a good catch, though. But once again, Bobby, who's a great follow on Twitter, among the 80 players with at least 300 interior pass block snaps this season, Vikings had players who were ranked 54, 78, and 79. And you got Jack S for pressure going on.
Let's go.
No, that's bad.
You sure?
Yeah, as a Cowboys fan. If you like the Vikings, that works out great.
And the 817, thank you to Matt Eberflus for a good laugh. That's the dude. I mean, just think about all the games you played against the NFC North turned out like this, where they just put points all over you.
That is.
Now we knew they were a good division, but the Cowboys could not compete, and that's a guy that was competing in the NFC North up until last year as a head coach of the Bears.
Yeah,
you'd think that he'd have a bit of a better situation going, but man, they went after him hard.
From the 601, thank you to the Broncos. That's not this segment for beating the Packers, so the Bears could get back in first place. You get a Bears and Broncos Super Bowl. Wonder what kind of odds you could have gotten on that at the beginning of the year.
I don't know.
Say 70-1.
Would you have made that bet?
No.
For $1?
Probably not. And now you can look at it very easily.
I should have just made $1 bet there.
I definitely should have. Now, this is a little tricky because I want to tell you, don't worry, there's plenty of other positive things happening in sports. But I have to give you cut number 20. I'm so sorry.
Verhage shooting, sticked away, rebound, score! It's Sam Bennett, and the Panthers have a 2-0 lead. Relentless pressure by the Panthers.
Now, make this very clear. The Dallas Stars have been freaking incredible this year, right?
Yes.
But for the first time since October 18th and 21st, the Stars have lost back-to-back games in regulation.
What's happening?
Well, I mean, first of all, props to them. If you can go almost 2 months without losing back-to-back regulation games, it probably means you're doing awesome. But one of the things is Thursday's loss broke the franchise record of points in 13 straight road games. So it is one of the rare instances of losses piling up for the Stars. Last time this happened, they ended up losing 4 in a row, 3 of those in regulation, and then they went on a rampage across the NHL. So hopefully it'll happen again.
Kevin,
that Florida game was tough.
That Florida game was very difficult to watch because we've been really good on the power play.
For sure.
And Florida, whenever we got on the power play, they were like, we're not letting you even get the puck, too. We're stepping to immediately. And that was very frustrating to see because it didn't feel like you could ever get yourself set because Florida had a man in your face every time the puck got somewhere else.
Yeah. Look, to your point, and I know this doesn't only happen on the power play. Rope, Rantanen, Robertson. They combined for 0 shots on goal.
Yeah, and so that my
feels
feeling,
like you're pretty much going to lose all of
them. Yeah, the
them.
feeling I was having then was turned out statistically correct.
Statistically, it is a fact.
I will point out, though, it is a Florida team that has now defeated Edmonton how many times?
Oh, in the Stanley Cup final?
And Glenn Gulletson was the designer of the Edmonton power play, correct?
Let me ask you this then. Do you accept that trade-off? You can now advance past Edmonton, but can't beat Florida.
You can't beat Florida?
That is the trade-off that you get for Gulletson. It did get you further.
I want the cup, dude.
Okay, well, look.
I don't want to lose the cup.
Here's one of the things. Not only did Florida take advantage of our power play, they took advantage on their power play. They scored a power play goal with 15 seconds left in the second period. Why is that particularly noteworthy? Because it ended the Stars' penalty-killing streak, I believe at 9 straight games. They had not given up a single shorthanded goal. Or, they...
Yeah, I know what you're
saying. But their penalty kill had been amazing. And it's still amazing. It's just disappointing that all of that came together. If you're wondering how you got smoked by the Panthers, that's a big part of it.
A couple of things that I just kind of was noting here. One...
You worried about Quinn Hughes?
The Tyler Seguin pregame 1,000 game thing.
For game him playing?
Yeah, that felt weird, right?
That was weird.
Or, he was standing there just like, I wish I was on the ice with skates, right? Not standing here in this stupid suit.
Right.
And that felt just awkward that this dude, hey, congratulations on something that you've done. You cannot be on the ice, though. And then I did love, somebody said it. Last time I think I saw Jamie Benn punch somebody was a sucker punch. You said I didn't care, but this punch I loved it. I thought it was awesome to watch him punch somebody, and it felt really nice. That was a nice little scrap to get right there.
I'm with you, man. Keep an eye out, though. Keep an eye out on those Minnesota Wild.
They just added Quinn Hughes,
yes,
didn't
they did, and that was the team that you lost to before Florida to end the road streak. But you added just a top-notch defensive player in Quinn Hughes, and you look at how stacked this division is. I know we've talked a whole lot about how the Stars division has the best 2 teams in all of the NHL. Well, I believe Minnesota has the 4th most points in the NHL. So your division is unbelievable so far to start this season. And the Minnesota Wild, very out of character. They made the move, traded for Quinn Hughes, and they're like, screw it. We're going for it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if somebody told them then we're going to take their team again and put that one in Fort Worth or not. But they made the big move.
Well, hold on. I think what's going to happen is the Stars are moving to Plano. And then they're going to move the Wild to Dallas. They're like, we only go to Dallas.
That feels
and Fort Worth is like, what are y'all guys doing?
Close.
They're like, well, this is how we do it. And the NHL is like, this is brilliant. I don't know what y'all are thinking.
I think that Fort Worth really might start a march from the stockyards. if you moved the Stars to Plano and then gave a new team to Dallas, I really think they'd be like, nope, just too far. You've gone too far.
All the way up 30. Right?
Yes.
They're just walking in being like, hey, guys.
Okay, that's a long way, but that would be objectively amazing. All right, somebody said you didn't need to play that clip. All right, I felt like we did, but here is a positive one. Give me cut number 21, will you, please?
And a steal by Davis. Numbers. Give it on. Yeah, nice save to PJ. And running the floor and flushing Cooper Flag.
Now, this is a really interesting dynamic because the Dallas Stars have been objectively amazing this season, but they've just run into a little bit of a funk. On the flip side, the Dallas Mavericks had been terrible for much of this season. However, they are in the midst of finding their groove. The Dallas Mavericks have won 5 of their last 6 games. And if you're like, great, I still don't think they're going to be good enough this year. Fair enough. So let's focus in on what you might really care about. In that 6 games, what has Cooper Flag done? Cooper Flagg in those 6 games is averaging 23 points a game on 56% shooting, 85% from the free throw line, as well as 5.7 rebounds and 3.2 assists over his last 6 games. So he has been very, very good.
Yeah. Kevin, I feel like somebody recently said the Mavs were about to go on a run, and I'm feeling pretty good right now.
Will you be okay if, let's say, you end up getting like 10 to 12 instead of 12 straight?
I wanted 10 straight. 10 was the number. But if you can get 10 of 12 or 10 of 11, with that Thunder game being the one that you're like, ugh, that was gross.
Yeah.
And then everything else looks like you got a pretty consistent team that's coming together pretty well. Like I can be pretty excited about something like that. I know a lot of people want this thing to just blow up. But man, don't you want something good to happen around here?
Yes!
I'd love something good to happen.
Man, maybe the Mavericks could replace that.
The Stars?
Not the Stars. I was going to say the Cowboys.
Well, now the Stars are on their losing
they're fine. They're still really, really good. But for the Mavericks tonight, you play a Utah team that I'm pretty sure, even though it's on the road, you're the favorite. If you could pick up another win there, Anthony Davis has really been clicking back into the team, especially because he has shown whether it's a willingness or not, he has shown a proficiency back at center. And I know that's a kind of an argument we've had back and forth with some people. They're like, well, Anthony Davis doesn't want to play center. Well, it's not about what you want. It's about what you can do for the team.
And what does the team need?
Yeah, and it's especially when you lost Lively for the year. But the Mavericks have started to play well, and they've started to be fun to watch play.
Yeah, and you know what? Just tell them there is no center in this offense and defense, all right?
Positionless basketball.
Everybody's a forward, and except for the point guard. Everybody else is a forward. We're all the same height for forwards. And just have some fun with it, Anthony. And he'll be like, dude, I never thought of it that way before.
Do you prefer that to just saying, hey, we need you to play center?
Yeah, trick them, dude. Trick F them, as Mike used to say. Go tell them something. Dude, here they are at number 10. I would love to see them get up to that 8 spot. They can do it. I believe they can get into the 7 spot.
What are you talking about? This is not the optimistic Corey I know. 8 spot?
Yeah.
Isn't this where you're supposed to tell me go get to number 1?
That's going to be tough.
Or 4?
Yeah, that's going to be very tough.
Okay.
If you can get to 6, that would be a feat in its own.
Okay.
But if you can get to the 7 or 8 spot before February, I think that this might be everybody's opinion on this team might completely change.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I feel like it's about that time.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10.
At this moment,
we'll win a pair of tickets to go see Motley Crue when they come to the Dos Equis Pavilion on September 10th, courtesy of Live Nation. You can go buy tickets via them, or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. And coming up next, time for the C Block.
It hits and misses in your face next on The Fan.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
I'm watching my wife wrap a bunch of presents, and I'm just like, that's awesome. You got some cool gifts there, but I got the best gifts, and she knows it. It's Omaha Steaks is where to get
love.
Yes, for her. Listen, dude, Omaha Steaks delivers the world's best steak experience, and you can also right now at omahasteaks.com get an extra $35 off with promo code Corey, CORY. Shop this season's top gourmet.
Micah Parsons has more of a lion's share of pressures for any team than any other individual player in the NFL. So I just don't see their path to the Super Bowl now without him. But if they did, I could 100% see Jerry saying that.
And just making that mention, I am shocked at all these listeners that are texting in right now, Kevin.
Somebody challenge
said, "Pot is for losers," though. I like that.
Man.
So that's my thought on Micah. I really do. How much would it stink if your team did get into the playoffs, goes on a bit of a run, and then you're sitting there on the sideline. You're supportive, but you're like, dang, what did I really commit to that? We discussed that a lot with the Rangers.
Yeah.
And DeGrom. Whenever they won that World Series, he was like, I have a ring and everything, but I'd love
Not the same.
I'd love to be the dude on that team that helped drive that thing.
Absolutely.
Pitching in those games where they need an ace. Pitching in that game where they need somebody to shut it down.
Agreed.
And that's all. And it's tough. It's frustrating to be in the injury world. And there were some significant injuries, of course, yesterday, Kevin, in the NFL. All right.
And one of them, Devontae Adams. Keep an eye out on that because, that's a Rams team that obviously is still in the mix to get the number 1 seed.
Yeah, they want to ram it. And they without him, that offense looks very different.
It does.
And, Puka Nakua's oft injured. You never really know what you're getting out of him. So that could be a really weird... I think I have a lot of trust in Matthew Stafford. No matter, didn't they get Tutu Atwell back? Like whoever it is, they feel pretty confident in. But having a weapon like Devontae Adams always changes the game.
Did you see, I think he was just joking, but did you see Wade Phillips? Does that fit into the misses?
Oh, I didn't see this one. But I did see, Kevin, that when Steven was dropping names, he didn't mention Wade or Campo or Chan Gailey.
Oh.
And I was like, dude, what's up with that?
I thought he tried to catch that by being like, and those coaches. Like, that was just kind of a catch-all. But Wade Phillips said, he posted a picture from the stadium yesterday and said, Jerry said he has 50-yard line seats for me. I'm not so sure. And it's a picture of him, like, it looks like he's in the upper deck in the end zone. And then he followed up with, he was like, I'm just kidding. Jerry's always been great to me and my family. So I'm not sure if that whole post was a joke or if he's like, these were the seats, but he's still the best. But I thought it was funny either way.
Wade Phillips is one of the funniest follows on Twitter, if you like football.
Yes.
Or not. But he makes jokes that we all would love to make. Bless you, by the way, Kevin. Random stats. 9 players had 2 sacks this week. Myles Garrett was not one of them. He had 1.5 sacks. We'll get to Myles Garrett in just a moment. 20 different players had an interception this week. Only 3 of the players who grabbed a pick lost.
Damn it.
All the rest of them won.
I knew you were going to say some crap like that because I was going to be like, oh, don't tell me they went 19-1. Well, if they went 17-3, that's not that much better because one of them was us.
Yeah, Quinnen Williams had an interception.
And we lost.
We're one of those 3 losers.
Oh, my gosh.
That's the way you have to look at it, Kevin. Either you're a winner or a loser in these games. There's no ties, except for the time that there was a tie this year. That actually did happen.
Yes.
Speaking of the top 10 rusher records this week, 6-4. Top 10 passer records this week, 6-4.
Okay.
The top 10, this is a very arbitrary number, so don't get all bent out of shape. People get so bent out of shape. Of course you get. Okay, all right, listen, I told you before. 99, 34, and 2 for the top 10 rushers per week. 70 and 66 and 2 for the top 10 passers. So now that they've gone on a bit of a bump here in the last few weeks. They went 4-6 in week 13. They were 7-3, 4-6, 6-4, 6-4 consistently now. So good for them. Gentlemen, would y'all like the hits?
Just hold on. Pause. I'm so sorry. Good for them. I continue to think, man, good for Javonte Williams for getting the tough yardage. But then I'm like, does it even matter? Like in the midst of another loss and a lost season, I thought he did a really good job stepping back up and once again getting some of the tough yards and getting some big carries when you needed them.
Yeah, dude,
But I realize they still lost.
I think it matters, obviously, for him. But that's the kind of running back you want, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Like what he's done this year is what you want at the... Obviously, we all want James Cook's numbers. We want, some special things. But what Javonte Williams has provided, toughness, picking up blocks also, like, I love having a run. And anytime I'm looking for a running back in the future, I'm hoping that Schottenheimer is looking for that kind of style.
Yeah.
That kind of a player down the road, down the road. So that's what I'm hoping for there. Oh, my gosh. From the 972, I feel refreshed now. Thank you, Corey. Now back to work with a side of Chinese food to cure the munchies. So, They also put their
no
name
Mountain Dew and Doritos for them.
Dude, not every dude that smokes weed is eating Mountain Dew and drinking. Hold on, the other way around.
Hold on, are you stoned right now?
No, I'm a little under the weather. Guys, would y'all like the hits or the misses?
I'm gonna go misses.
Alec?
Corey, sounds like you already took all the hits, so we'll go with the misses.
All right.
I get it. Like weed.
Stop it.
Okay, sorry.
Honorable mention, Kenneth Murray and Logan Wilson.
What?
What was that?
Yeah, here you go, Logan Wilson. You get the start, but we're still going to give a lot of snaps to Kenneth Murray.
I saw it was Calvin Watkins this morning. He was like, hey, Eberflus said that the linebackers should be leading the team in tackles. DeMarvion Overshone had 4 solo tackles. Malik Hooker had 3. Revel had 3. Marquise Bell had 2. Deron Bland had 2. When I get all the way down, I do believe Logan Wilson and Kenneth Murray both had an assisted tackle.
Was it with each other?
I think so. No,
that's cute.
I think they were on the field. But both of them had an assisted tackle. That's not what you want out of that position. No. You want that dude to be saving the planet every time a runner gets free or anything. That dude right there fills gaps, stops, and at one point, go back and watch. It's miserable. There's a Kenneth Murray moment on the goal line.
Oh, my God.
Where he guesses the outside to avoid contact is the only thing I can think. Because I have no clue why he guessed outside when that ball was coming right up the middle.
I don't remember where it was from, but I saw a post that got plenty of traction that was like, hey, somebody needs to check his daily fantasy account.
Oh, man.
Which, I mean...
I hate that suggestion, but geez,
me
dude.
too. It was bad.
That was brutal. So that's on my honorable mention list. Also on my honorable mention list for the misses, Shedeur Sanders and Brady Cook. 177 and 176 yards respectively, and they both threw 3 interceptions. Gross.
Did you see the Bears player who's like, yeah, I had to make sure the rookie knew his place?
Did he really?
Yeah.
All right, let's move into the top 3. Number 3, Travion Henderson, 10.6 yards per carry, 148 yards and 2 touchdowns, but his team lost.
But, hold on.
They lost.
He has moved up to be the betting favorite to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, and you're like, hey, that's great. Miss.
Team lost, Kevin.
Okay.
It would have been great. It was a near hit, but it was a miss.
Wasn't it a near miss, though?
No, it missed completely.
But isn't a near hit a miss?
Man.
Because, not to steal too much.
Good job having a
George
conversation
Carlin,
with the highs.
But
right
whenever
now.
the planes, and they're like, it's a near miss. No, it's a near hit.
Oh, man.
They almost ran into each other. They did miss.
Yeah, that's wild to think about. Where'd all these roads come from?
Shut up.
Roads.
We got a meeting after this, don't forget.
Number 2 on the misses list, Kenny Pickett. In a game we needed him to rise up, Kevin.
Man, they
he
got
had
their
15
asses
completions for 64 yards. How does that happen?
15 completions for 64 yards?
That doesn't make any sense.
Ouch.
Gross. And number 1, miss of the weekend, Patrick Mahomes, torn ACL, done for the season, done for quite some time. And I guess torn ACLs, big-time injuries over the weekend across the board, so that stunk.
And since you mentioned that, I mean, theoretically, the recovery time for an ACL is about 9 months, all right? So if it happened yesterday, you move 9 months forward. That's September 14th. And so, Are those two, Mike and Mahomes in particular, are they going to be ready for the start of the season? Are they going to be effective at the start of the season? That's a huge thing to look at going into next year.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how missing a training camp can be a big problem.
Absolutely.
And then you're working from behind the entire time, so they got to figure out how to get them ramped up for their season. A lot of money invested in the players for sure, and a lot of what they do is the investment of the team. Like winning is part of what Mahomes is. That's how they win, is because of Patrick Mahomes. How do they do that? Let's go to the hits then, gentlemen. Derrick Henry, 9.1 yards per carry and 100 yards, honorable mention.
Wow.
Kevin, as Derrick Henry is running all over the Browns, is it frustrating to see your franchise and a guy that was like Jim Brown? Do you see what I'm saying here? Like watching a dude he runs like that. He just barrels over you and knocks you down. It was a very impressive game by him.
I mean, he's a very impressive individual, and hopefully he can avoid the other parts of Jim Brown.
Myles Garrett did have 1.5 sacks. Kevin, he is going to break the record.
Is he one back now?
He's at 21.5.
All right, so he's one back.
All he needs is 3 half sacks.
That would be kind of anticlimactic, right? If he tied the record and broke the record on a shared sack.
I think he's going to have 24 by the end of the year.
Okay.
I said 27, I think, the other day, or I may have said 24, but I think he's going to have 24.
Is there a
and that's
number?
That's going to be the new record.
Is there a number like 27 that you think would put it out of reach?
No, because we would have. I would have thought honestly that 22.5 is a number that's just kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
And honestly, Kevin, when you watch some of these quarterback numbers, you're like, oh my gosh, 52 touchdowns is that, and then all of a sudden, somebody shows up and just does something. You set the goal so somebody else has a goal.
Okay.
You set the record so somebody else has a new goal to try and get.
Okay.
Now, I do think that Joe DiMaggio's hit streak is unreachable. I don't think that people are going to do that.
Okay.
It's just, I don't think anybody's committed to hitting the baseball that often anymore.
Definitely not anymore.
Also, honorable mentions, Travis Etienne, 3 catches for 73 yards and 3 touchdowns. He had 3 catches for 3 touchdowns. That, gentlemen, is efficiency.
That is pretty awesome.
That is kind of, I think that's, whenever I see efficient numbers like that, I'm like, man, Kevin must be just in heaven right now.
Except when Randy Moss did it against us. Then
yeah, that kind of hurt. Number 3, Bills' epic comeback, down 21-0. What a hit this is. And Kevin, I wanted to throw these numbers out on Josh Allen. Josh Allen against the Patriots in the second half, 73.7% adjusted completion rate, 194 yards total, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and a 120.7 pass rating. Now, here's this. This season, Josh Allen in the second half, 83.4% adjusted completion rate, 2,332 total yards, 24 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 117.5 passer rating. The second half has been when Josh Allen this year has done his best work.
Man, that's impressive, and I cannot overstate how big that win was for continuing to shake up the AFC hierarchy, because it really looked like the Patriots are like, hey, it comes through Foxborough once again.
Yeah.
And I realize the Broncos have their argument as well, but when the Bills push back, then aren't you kind of like, ooh, is this the time of the year that Josh Allen is going to be like, don't forget, we can still win the Super Bowl?
Yeah, probably so. And he's like, I got a baby on the way.
Oh yeah, that's right. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, hopefully.
What does that mean?
It turns out to be a beautiful baby.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about the pause. That was I think that he's a handsome man.
Okay.
She's a pretty woman. Okay. Not in the way that
I understand.
What she could play the character though. If they did a remake, she could play that character.
Sure.
Number 2, Bo Nix made some pretty damn good throws. 302 yards, 4 touchdowns. Nice work from Bo Nix. Big time throw to Cortland Sutton too, late in that game to secure that win. And then number 1, Trevor Lawrence, 380 yards, 5 touchdowns, rushes for 51 and a touchdown. What a night! And he looks just like that number 1 overall pick that he was drafted as, Kevin. That's the player that we saw in college.
You're right, and I just keep thinking and wondering: is this what he needed
needed? Like, is this the coach that can line it all up and optimize Trevor Lawrence?
I think so. He's a dude that has a little bit of confidence and swagger to go along with it, and kind of like he's. You know how Broadus is always talking about the new ideas.
Yeah.
Lane Kiffin has the new ideas that he hopes he brings to LSU. I think that that's what you've gotten in Jacksonville.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who was the best at being the worst this weekend in addition to the Cowboys? Let's do Wanker of the Weekend next on The Fan.
TOLO means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Football season is in full swing, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all of the action. And you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. And playing on Underdog, it's easy.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2nd and goal. He's under center. They give it to the fullback, and Ham walks in. He walked you, his dog, your dog. That was way too easy, and the Vikings will regain the lead with the extra point. It's tied right now.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Who is the best at being the worst this weekend? We will, of course, start with the Dallas Cowboys, and I thought that was a great way to put it. His dog, your dog, everybody's dog could have just walked in after essentially a season-ending loss to the Vikings last night. Now, I realize there is still a 0.6% chance. We could even round that up to 1%. But the 34-26 loss of the Vikings has essentially ended the Dallas Cowboys season. So I think they have to lead off for Wanker of the Weekend.
Yeah, that sounds pretty fair to me. That does for sure. They stunk.
They did. Now,
what can we do better, Kevin?
You just got to execute. I'm just kidding. You need to tackle better. You need to be able to track the ball better in the air as a defensive back. Yeah, you need to be able to know how to blitz. You need to be able to get to the quarterback. You need to be able to play left or right tackle. There's a lot of things. A lot of things we can work on. A lot of things.
Steven with us earlier today was like, this is the assessment time. I know we got a 1% chance, and we're going to go give it our best effort. But this is where we start kind of eyeballing everything and starting to figure out, okay, what do we need? Middle linebacker is going to be one of those needs.
Yeah.
A right tackle, definitely one of those needs. Defensive end, cornerback, safety. I think you're in a place now, Kevin, where you have done it again. Now here's the situation. If I'm interested to see, because you said you could save about $12.5 million.
Yep.
Moving on from Diggs at the end of the year. And if that's the case, I wonder how you use that allotment of cash. Do you go spend it on free agents, or how exactly you roll that in? Because you aren't going to be able to just put Will McClay in a tight situation and say fix it with the draft again with 2 first-round picks. You should be able to get 2 good players. But you can't just say, all right, now go hit on everything for us so that we can make sure this team's good. You're going to have to use the cap money that you have and spend it wisely to make this team better in the offseason.
By the way, if you want to move on from Terrence Steele, and we could talk about this more, but if you want to split the cap hit, which is what the Cowboys love to do, you can save I think about $13.4 million on him as well. So just those 2 players will get you $26 million. I'm willing to bet they do their razzle dazzle that they always do with Dak. That will save you about $25 million. So just right there's $50 million. So you're going to hear like, oh, the Cowboys are this with the salary cap or that. They don't have to be if they don't want to.
Then you need to take these draft picks and that money and push all in.
Yes.
And go build yourself a defense this offseason.
I guess, you know what? I should not have said yes. I hear what you're saying. Have you seen enough from this season to be like, let's go for it?
Well, you got to figure out who your defensive coordinator is going to be, because I feel like that might be a different move.
I agree with you on that. I will just say this. Then don't you start this process like seemingly all over again? Because now this is going to be like the 4th in 4 years, or is it the 5th and 5th year? If you do that again, I think the bigger issue is...
I get it, Kevin.
Who picks the defensive coordinator? Because we're terrible at it.
Yeah. I know Schottenheimer signed off, but was it his idea? And did you feel like you got a couple of other good coaches with the offensive side, with the actual coaching search you did?
Right.
Because Clayton Adams' term seems pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think there's there's definitely that conversation this offseason. And if you sit back and say, I think that I got the best out of my coordinator, I just didn't have the talent, I'm perfectly okay with that. I didn't feel like you had the talent to start the season. I kept saying, I don't think it's the coordinator yet. Let me get the talent first. Then you added some talent, and it looked good against the Raiders. then you went back to giving up 40 points. So and over 30 points. Like that's frustrating. So I got to figure out what I'm doing there.
Yeah, and I don't know, man. Like, I get that these come in, and I know people say Taco and Mozzie. Somebody just said the Cowboys don't have a good track record in the first round. I think that opinion is way, way, way off.
Oh, I'll agree with you on that.
Yeah. All right.
And I'm with Woolchuck. You can give me that linebacker out of Texas Tech. I'm all right with that.
Oh, Rodriguez?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got that dude has some playmaking ability, man.
Let's see if we can make that happen. By the way, NFL refs are probably frequently in this, but the refs, upon even further review, ruled a Rams touchdown when the guy was clearly down at the 1 yard line. Like, whether you watch it in regular speed, whether you watch it in slow-mo, he was down at the 1 yard line. And then the thought was, well, maybe if he was jostling the ball while his knees were down, that doesn't really count until he got into it. I was like, no, just say they got it wrong. I don't know what they're looking at.
They love the Rams, huh?
I mean, look.
Remember whenever that Saints player got hit and knocked out of bounds, and the Rams were like, "Oh, what happened?
What happened?" I mean, you still would have had the ball at the 1, so I think it could have still worked out pretty positively for you. But is Victor Wembanyama the wanker of the weekend? Because he got called out by Dirk.
Oh, really?
So
because he's a giant.
Now, I don't think that was it, but I'll let you...
Are you saying that Wembanyama's not a giant?
I am not saying that. That felt very much like a Mike Bassick pronunciation of that. So...
Wembanyama. Wembanyama.
Yamba.
Wembanyama.
Got it. So... Wemby was asked about Chet Holmgren and like that potential rivalry, and he said ultimately on the court, the reigning MVP is on that court, so he's our main focus. Anybody is hard to guard when you have to help on the MVP. And then Dirk, who's always there to support the people.
The Thunder.
As long as it's not the Lakers. I'd rather him support the Thunder than the Lakers. He said, I do want to say, didn't love his answer about Chet. I wish you would have given him a little bit of credit. You can say, hey, they have the MVP. Shea is incredible, but Chet's gotten better every year. He's a champ. I want to play hard against them. Didn't love that answer. To me, it's too swaggy and too dismissive of Chet.
Dirk
has thoughts?
I disagree.
Oh,
I kind of like Wemby's answer here. He doesn't even want to. Yeah, he wants to be dismissive of a dude that he has a potential rivalry with.
So it was just swaggy enough for you.
I like it. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey man, that's not the biggest worry for us. It's that other guy that I have to keep an eye on, and it is. Shea is the person you have to keep an eye on the most on that court, because how else are you going to know whether or not he got fouled?
Man,
which he probably didn't, but he acted like he did.
There's another thing this weekend that it's absurd, the way he kicks his legs out. Like, I think that's more bothersome than when people think he gets too many foul calls driving to the rim. It's the way he kicks his legs out. I thought there was some damn fine defense being played against him and got called a foul that I was like, get the hell out of here.
But yeah, it is... Yeah, from the 325, he hates Chet. I see nothing wrong with his answer. And I appreciate Dirk had a certain style, right? He was one of one. There's nobody like Dirk. And his approach to things like that, until it came to even whenever the Dwayne Wade, LeBron James thing happened with the cough situation. He was like, oh, some people, made fun of me and acted like I wasn't really sick, and then I had to destroy them. But he never said that, He insinuated it, but he always complimented every opponent, and it was kind of like, dude, at some point, knock him in the teeth, right? And he was like, that's not my style. So I understand why he was saying what he was saying there. Prop up the league, but whatever.
Now, Joe Burrow. Is Joe Burrow the wanker of the weekend, or do you appreciate his just brutal honesty? So he had a passer rating of 58.2. That was the second worst of his career. And he added, there's not a team in the NFL that would have won the game today if I was the quarterback. Like, I appreciate that level of brutal honesty, but he had to add in because he was talking about like not having fun and maybe wanting out. And he said, my comments had nothing to do with Cincinnati. My comments had everything to do with my mindset in football.
Yeah, and I think we all understand that, right? We all go through personal moments where we're questioning everything and trying to. And he's, you know what, dude? I've always liked how honest he is with his answers to the media. He doesn't a lot of times just sit there and give you a bunch of junk and then walk away. He gives you something to chew on.
Yeah.
And I've always appreciated that out of him. And I think he's searching right now for where he is in his career. He knows what he's capable of. He's seen it before.
But that probably doesn't make you feel any better as a Bengals fan, right? When he was like, it's not y'all's fault, but
it's not you, it's me.
It still exists.
That's what. Oh no, it's not you, it's me.
Oh, is that what he was
That's going to
doing?
make Bengal fans even hate it even more. Nobody likes that breakup.
I just thought he was trying to say it's not their fault, but he's still in that same headspace.
I'd think it'd be even more fun if he was like, you know what, I'm kind of tired of this city. It's cold, and I don't really like it up here anymore.
Okay.
Just to spice it up a little bit.
All right.
Kind of like they need to do with that chili.
Now, Diego Pavia.
It's disgusting.
Is Diego, go ahead and give me cut number 22, will you please? Because Diego Pavia did not win the Heisman Trophy.
The winner of the 2025 Heisman Trophy is Fernando Mendoza.
Now, Diego Pavia finished second, and he finished second by quite a bit. Then he took to Instagram and said, F all the voters, but family for life. Then...
Was his family a voter?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Otherwise, that would have been rude.
It's weird, yeah.
But then he followed up with a definitely human-sounding apology. Being a part of the Heisman ceremony last night as a finalist was such an honor. As a competitor, just like in everything I wanted to win. To be so close to my dream and come up short was painful. I didn't handle those emotions well at all and did not represent myself the way I wanted. I have much love and respect for the Heisman voters in the selection process, and I apologize for being disrespectful. It was a mistake, and I'm sorry.
I'll be honest, dude. That wasn't AI generated.
Okay.
That felt real whenever he gave the pain part. AI doesn't know pain.
Okay.
They don't understand that.
Okay. That's fair.
Did Mendoza deserve it?
Yes.
Did Pavia?
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, really?
But I think
deserved it more.
See, I think Mendoza gets the extra credit because I know the stats. I get that part. But I think Mendoza gets the extra credit because he's leading Indiana to places that they hadn't been either ever or in like 60 years. So I think that factors into it. All right. So do you buy the apology as being from him or people from the university or wherever, or his agent stepping up and be like, hey?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
I think the agent was like, hey, you need to apologize to these people or, include this. But I think that part of him saying, hey, that pain really hurt and, it stunk.
I like what you're saying.
I think that was him being honest with the world or anybody that cared.
Okay. All right.
And even the people that don't care.
Oh.
Like the Bama fans and the Tennessee fans. They're like, whatever, dude. We hate you. You're rude.
I mean, that is one great thing about college football is the pettiness of it all.
Oh, my gosh. They're so petty.
Because even when somebody tries to make it right, you're like, I don't care.
So where's he going to get drafted? Diego Pavia, that is. How's his NFL career going to go?
I don't think that's happening this year. I'm going to go double check that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Snap to McCarthy, first down. Looking right, throwing right. Easy touchdown to Jalen Naylor inside the pylon on the right side, and the Vikings expand their lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Pretty dang okay, Hagee. How are you?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Kind of in a pissed-off mood. I feel like a lot of the fan base is there. I'm sure that was the case last night. It's just a Cowboys team that always seems to do just enough to get you reinvested, only to pull the football back away from you once again.
Yeah, and I guess we thought coming out of the bye those first 3 weeks this was going to be different, but now they plunged right back into the depths of what we were terrified to acknowledge the first 2 months of the season.
I believe it was David Hellman who put out the tweet. The season got ended by this Vikings team, which was mathematically eliminated 2 weeks after taking down the previous two Super Bowl teams, is the epitome of Dallas Cowboys.
Consider yourselves sucked.
No question. And I think that the more that you even look into some of the good stuff that was happening, you beat the Raiders, you beat the Eagles, and you beat the Chiefs, and you've seen what all those teams are.
Yeah.
And even the Chiefs, who are struggling at home to put up 13 points versus the Chargers, they were still able to, in your house, put up a fair amount of points.
And does that concern you at all, that I feel like that is a long-term pattern for the Cowboys as they look really hard for the good things and ignore the bad warning signs?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they ignore things constantly. There's holes always on the roster. There's holes on the coaching staff. There's holes everywhere.
Your head coach still coaches a little scared, too.
He does, and that's definitely disappointing, especially when you consider the defense that he knows he's trotting out there, letting J.J. McCarthy dice you up, doing gritties into the end zone. I mean, that is an all-time low point.
It's 2 weeks. He's, I'm better than that. I need to be better. And they were both your biggest games of the season. Your season's on the line.
Yeah.
And he got outcoached. I mean, your offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator got outcoached in both games.
Yeah.
It's just, it's not acceptable. I mean, the players as well, there's an issue, and we'll get into all of that throughout our show. But from a coaching standpoint, it definitely wasn't your best day on either side of the ball.
Yeah. And when we say not acceptable, I go back to, and I asked Steven the same thing, not acceptable from your management. Nothing's going to change there. For Shotty, I will say it's his first year, but not acceptable there. Nothing's going to change. If you move on from Eberflus like the Jets did today from their DC, is that going to be 4 different coordinators in 4 years? Do you have to restart the entire process? Not acceptable, or else what?
Oh, yeah, you got to move on from Eberflus.
Okay.
These last 2 weeks, the lack of aggression, trotting those guys out there and expecting them to start, matching up and playing better and winning their matchups, it's just not going to happen. And you have small sample sizes in both games of where more aggression was equaling success for you, and he's gone.
Look at the first effing defensive play. That came off a blitz. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's in that answer Steven gave you when you asked that really infuriated me. I mean, it's I think it's a good thing that we're involved. Point to what is good about it.
Yeah.
What do you have to show for the last 3 decades doing it your way that's been good, that it's good that you're involved? Some division titles, a divisional playoff appearance, or a few of those?
Yeah.
Yay. That's awesome. You got AT&T Stadium. You got the Ford Center at the Star. Those are great things. But in terms of success on the football field for 3 decades, I get you guys are the owners, but I don't know how you can say that it's good that you're involved. You're right. It's not going to change, and Brian and I talk about this all the time in the postgame show, but that's the elephant in the room. I mean, this team's not going anywhere until maybe something is shaken up at the top.
I continue to wonder if culture is a buzzword for, we're not good enough, but we're doing this. I've thought that in the past about Dak, and I just wonder. I'm not saying for sure, but I wonder about Shoddy if we're oh, man, Dak's such a leader, and Shoddy's unbelievable culture to just be well, I can't really point to on-the-field stuff.
Yeah, and that is the thing that matters the most, and they will ignore it, and there is no real consequences for the decision makers. They can continue to just do whatever they want, and that's it. They'll get to try again next year.
Yep.
Yeah, culture doesn't matter unless you have good players and you're calling the right plays.
Sure.
You know, culture matters for like creating a great work environment and your legacy. And occasionally you're going to find a player who would be lost, but he gets pulled into your culture and all of a sudden he's maximizing his career. But those are going to be few and far between. You know,
and we still hope Pickens is that guy.
Oh, yeah. I think Pickens is that guy, and there's probably going to be more examples of it. But you need good players and you need good coaches.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, on the injury front, unless y'all want to keep talking about the Cowboys, on the injury front, just devastating injuries, whether it was, I know he can come back, but the injury to Devontae Adams, and then also Mahomes is out, Parsons is out. Then you start to worry about next year, what their readiness level is going to be. How does that impact these teams? Because for the Rams and the Packers, it seems like these could be two pretty darn heavy injuries.
You hate to see it, but it impacts the Packers significantly. Now they're a team that's had a really up and down season offensively, and they were hoping that Micah Parsons could push them over the top. Now they're basically what they were last year, which is probably a wild card or division round losing team. So it impacts them enough to buy you somewhere between 6 and 10 draft spots.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
I think that's the thing you have to look at right now is that, and Denver's a good team. There's no shame to losing to Denver on the road. But I think with Green Bay
you got
now,
some money there, Dawson.
Yeah, I think that Green Bay is a team.
Yeah, and then I lost it on the Cowboys.
It's clearly they're clearly that now winning games. It's going to have to be about their offense, and their defense is very much what it's been in the past. And
right.
Every time I ever talk to them, they're like, "Oh, we don't have a pass rusher. We don't have a pass rusher. We don't have a They always complain about that. Then they got Micah Parsons, and now they don't have a pass rusher. So, yeah, they're in a very, very difficult spot. And as a Cowboy fan, you're not cheering for injury, but you're kind of looking at their situation and hope they completely crater. So your draft pick becomes a little bit stronger because Lord knows this team needs help in a lot of ways. You might need to move that pick to get more second-day picks.
I was going to ask.
I mean, that's the question you have to ask yourself. And can Dallas drum up enough business with Green Bay's pick to not be shut out on day 2? They're going to need to think about moving that thing around, or think about moving a player. Might be another avenue as well.
How different do you think the Chiefs could look next year? Or do you think it's going to be without Kelsey, but we'll do a lot of the same stuff again?
Yeah, I think Kelsey will retire. He should. I mean, if he doesn't, it's just he's gonna be kind of like Jason Witten, and I loved Witten, but at the end, it's like, what are you holding on for?
Yeah.
You're a shell of yourself. This stinks to watch. But I don't think Chris Jones is retiring. I think he's going to be back.
He's slowing down too, though.
He is, but he showed flashes against the Cowboys on Thanksgiving, even the following week. In that game against Houston, like there were times he still has the ability to take over, but you're right. It's not like he was at one point during this dynasty run, I thought, the best defensive closer in football.
Yep.
They needed a play. Chris Jones stepped up and made it for him, but they got to do something at wide receiver. They've tried Rice, Xavier Worthy. I mean, Worthy's he's just small, and
unfortunately he just got hurt again.
Sky Moore was a bad pick for them. So yeah, they've got to. There's going to be a lot of changes, and the other thing is Andy Reid and Brian. I know you know him better than anybody, but how long does Andy want to keep going?
Yeah, I don't think Andy Reid wants to walk out on this situation.
Okay.
I think to me that Andy's up for maybe the 1-year rebuild. I think the reset, is what I would do. I wouldn't be surprised if that team drafted a quarterback in the middle of the first round. I really wouldn't be surprised. I mean, and then try and kind of find a way. Yeah, you've mentioned they've had some struggles with the skill position, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're thinking like, listen, we're maybe not going to be this bad again, and let's go ahead and take a guy that might be a guy a little bit for the future. Do you think for 2-3 years and then go that route? They think a little bit differently than everybody else.
Yeah. It's clearly worked out.
Yeah, and it has. They're going to reset their coaching staff. I wouldn't be surprised to see some big time changes going on with that staff. They needed a year to reset, and this will be the one they do it.
Interesting insight right there. What do you fine fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Heggie. Thanks for asking. We'll continue our Cowboys reactions right out of the gates here, and Shotty's presser scheduled for 4:20 today.
That should be fascinating. Yeah. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say 1%, Kevin.
1%.
at D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and it's come to an end. I guess we'll eulogize the Cowboy season, talk about what comes next, and unpack yesterday's shocking and depressing defeat. Okay, how about that for an open? Here we go. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. NA. Could use some of the real stuff after that one, though. Turned it off before the end again. I was like, screw this. Not watching this whole thing. It's just taking me off every second. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion, Lucius Alexander's over there in the Pimp Cup Master Control here at 75 and 635, fixing to go 5 flawless. He's packing on the coach too, and a hoodie. I got this beautiful Crown Global Media stocking cap now, thanks to Brian, doing whatever it takes to stay warm.
There you go. On
this frigid North Texas day, not as frigid as Pittsburgh, where they're going to play Monday Night Football tonight in the teens. Steelers and Dolphins. There's Wolchuk and Chiafalo. You got Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. I want to call it a Fire Flus Monday. I was hoping that they would say, we cannot continue like this. We must see in our final 3 games if a different play caller could resonate with the guys differently, see things differently, and give us another set of data points going into the season. But at this point, it's not going to happen. Getting shredded by a quarterback who is not good should have been the final straw that breaks that camel's back. If my last name was Jones, I'd have called Grandpa and Dad last night and said, what the hell are we doing? You know, this is just brutal. Playing man corners in zone, having zero answer at linebacker, not blitzing when your edges, can't beat a guy in 4 seconds, let alone 2.5 seconds. Like, what exactly was that? There was a clear path to victory in back-to-back games against NFC North opponents, and they saw it working and said, nope, we're good. We want to make sure they don't get any big plays, so we're dropping everybody.
And they'll still get the big plays because our secondary is not very good. And we're not going to get any pressure, so you've got all day to sit back there and survey the field and wait for somebody to come open.
I don't know if J.J. McCarthy had a pro day because he might have had one of his 12 injuries on that day and was not able to go through that part of his draft process, but I imagine he would have faced similar resistance at a pro day on about half of his attempts.
There were so many times where it's like, there he is, got all day. Here we go, just scanning the field. No problem. Oh, it's 3rd down. Great. 4th down. Fine. We'll go ahead and find a guy because I have all day.
3. We'll just rush 3 on you.
Yeah,
why not? We'll just rush 3. Just have fun, JJ.
Clog and cover,
baby. Be comfortable, JJ. We're going to drop 8.
This might be uncomfortable, but, I was wondering what was that 3 weeks? And it reminded me of the Josh Brent, Jerry Brown story where they played great for 2 weeks. And I think something around the tragedy galvanized them and gave them a higher purpose. I like what Chief said in crosstalk that, the Eagles and Chiefs just aren't good. Yeah. And you had answers for them. But the Vikings weren't good either. The Lions were very beatable. So they were really good for 3 weeks and fooled me. Yeah. And now you have to hope that a turnover of the coaching staff in one off season can significantly fix a defense that's completely busted.
They need big time change.
Maybe Diggs was right about this whole thing, right?
Well, he was. That's the one thing that you could say. Like, he's not wrong about what he's saying about his disdain for what Eberflus is doing.
Yeah.
But he's got everything else that you can't really agree with the way Diggs goes about things. But with what he was saying about the scheme and the approach defensively, he was hitting the nail on the head.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he learned the TO lesson that they can talk honestly about you, but you can't talk honestly about them because they hold the keys to who plays, and it's unfortunate. I don't think Diggs would have changed much yesterday, but you needed one turnover. One turnover would have changed everything.
Well, on 3rd down, he might have been on the field instead of Carson.
Yeah.
That, if you look at that, that's the unfortunate thing is they put Carson out there for a few downs and then all of a sudden the Vikings kind of find oh, here we go, and they're going to launch a deep ball. They get the protection. They did a great job yesterday using, they had a left tackle situation where Daresau didn't play in the game. I mean, their starting left tackle was out. School was the replacement. He's been a guy that's been really not very good for the Vikings all year. But what do? They maxed that thing up. They kept guys in order to kind of give them the opportunity to throw the ball, and it really helped them. When they weren't helping, they were chipping, and when they weren't chipping, then they were going out in some routes. But maybe Carson's not on the field when they launched that ball. It's a 50-yard play, and unfortunately, it turned into points for the Vikings.
I hope that it's not seriously on the table to bring Eberflus back, and I don't know how much of a role he had in, deciding not to play Diggs. It's probably his scheme that has touched off all of the, animosity between the two sides. But there was a play where there was total chaos, like the Cowboys were struggling to get lined up, and
it was it might have been a fourth down.
In the moments after, Shotty says to somebody, and it was right after he walked by Eberflus, "What the bleep are we doing?" And the TV cameras caught it. And I think that my hope is that Shotty is saying, we definitely need a new defensive coordinator. It was my first year, and maybe I deferred to you because I was happy to get the job and everything, and we ended up going with Eberflus. But I just hope Shotty is thinking, boy, let me go interview the DC candidates and we'll get something.
Yeah, there's your hope right there, Dawson, is that somehow you find a way. And the Charger game, it could be very, very difficult the way they're playing right now. I mean, you got to give them a lot of credit. Find a way to win this one. The Commander game, the Giants game, that makes that makes Shotty's record 9-6-1. Is that what would
9-7-1?
9-7-1. Excuse me. So now it's not a successful year for playoffs, but when you look at first-year head coaches and stuff, you just want something positive. You want something to build on. You want credibility not only with the players, but you want credibility with the front office. And maybe Shotty will have bought himself credibility. I think he has in a lot of ways. Even though I thought it was a really rough game for him last night, decision-making and then some of the play-calling stuff that he was involved with. But I'm looking at this, and I think I keep saying Matt, I think Brian Schottenheimer's going to have to be the one that goes to Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones and says, listen, I'd like to make a change at coordinator. Maybe you're in a situation where you're looking at one of these other teams that's potentially going to let their coach go. What if something happens down there in Tampa, and you see,
Todd Bowles
get let out. Maybe something happens in Cleveland, it's Jim Swartz gets let out. Guys like that are these really solid the coordinators that create pressure, coach guys up. Maybe if that's the case, then I think Shotty is going to have to be the one to go to Jerry and Steven and say, I would like to make a change. And I think the Joneses would allow it to happen. I think the Joneses would. I think that if Schottenheimer requested it, I think the Joneses would allow it to go.
My only fear is, obviously Flus was a Jones hire, so they want him to work out. The continuity thing, that's been my fallback. Like, they stress this so much. Are they really going to talk themselves into, we just need another year with these players in the scheme? Kind of like what Ben Lieber was telling us on Thursday. Sometimes it takes a player 2 or 3 years. The issue is in the NFL, you don't have 2 or 3 years. Like, you don't have that amount of time to kind of figure this thing out. And Brian, didn't we have something with McCarthy and the coaching staff? And it was like almost like a prisoner exchange, like some of McCarthy's guys. It was the Mike Nolan firing. There was something that went down like.
Well, it was when Joe Philbin got let go. Jerry didn't want to pay.
He was a McCarthy guy.
Yeah, Joe Philbin didn't want to pay, or Jerry didn't want to pay Joe Philbin like $2 million a year or whatever Joe Philbin was asking for, and all of a sudden Jerry says, "No, I'm not going to pay him." So what happens? What does McCarthy do? He gets rid of the defensive line coach, the former player,
was it Greg Ellis?
Not Greg Ellis.
Birdie?
Okay. But
it was Leon Lett.
Leon Lett.
Oh, that's right. Right.
So then he gets rid of Leon Lett. He gets rid of George Edwards. It was like they were I call it
tick for tat here.
Yeah, the prisoner exchange. Like all of a sudden, like Rob Davis, who was Mike McCarthy's assistant head coach, who was really like a player programs guy, Jerry gets rid of him. And so all of a sudden McCarthy goes, okay, well, I'm going to get rid of, and so it was kind of that type of a situation.
Yeah, and I'm still a Shotty believer. I appreciate him falling on the sword last night and saying I got outcoached by Flores. The Vikings are giving up 21 points per game. You should have scored 32 on them, right? I think he's covering for Dak Prescott. who was completely confounded by what Brian Flores was doing. Like the look on Dak Prescott's face, I think said everything.
Well, we knew going in this was going to be. I mean, all week long we talked about this was a unique blitz package and just the different looks that you were going to get. And the trouble was, that was a very stressful game. And I think the things that really, the injuries to Williams and to Hunter Lipke, with those guys on the field as pass protectors, no pressure. 13 reps with Davis on the field, you had 4 pressures.
Okay.
So there was some things. Man, it wasn't clean. It wasn't clean at tackle. Adeniji being in there at the end of the game was an absolute disaster for them. You started talking about on the right side of the offensive line. You could watch the tape. You could look at the pressures. They had 8 pressures on the right side of the offensive line between Booker and Steele.
It was also when they tried to add some extra tight ends, Reverend Span Ford would get beat. TJ Bass got loaded up on that other side, and they just weren't able to pick it up.
Yeah.
And Dak, to your point, I did think that at times he floated into pressure. Whether he's stepping up into it or he's drifting to his side. But I was frustrated watching it back. Like there were some quick outs to Flanoy, to Lamb. Like I don't know that they really made the adjustment to try and give Dak some quick release throws. A lot of it still was, all right, we're trying to hit medium to deep routes down the field. You didn't have time.
Yeah.
You couldn't block it up to give Dak time to let those develop so he could hit that. You needed something that it was available, whether it's in the, and not just a running back, just a quick, just some tendency beater.
Well, they had a situation too where they knew when you got in third down situations, they covered your underneath game. And I mean your underneath game of your slants and your drags and things like that. When Dallas likes to run those mesh concepts where they try and run guys through and all that. No, they had linebackers that were dropped and then were turning and waiting for a crosser. And they had a safety in the middle of the field, almost what we call a robber, that was waiting for a crosser. So they had you defensed in some when you got in a third down. I think Dallas was so bad on third down, just the way that Minnesota was able to defend you. There were free rushers really all day in this game. Dak, what they tried to do was traditionally you let the furthest guy from the ball go. You okay, Dak, that's your guy. That's Smith. That's Harrison Smith coming off the edge. Or, they had a situation with the linebackers. So they took the outside guy and let him rush. And Dak, had to, but the outside rusher got there so quick that all of a sudden now you have problems with the throws down the field. They hit a whole shot on a cover 2, the long pass that went to CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
They couldn't get anything else going. There was possibilities in this cover 2 the way they played it. There were possibilities they just could not. That's what Minnesota does. They get after you to the point that you're not comfortable making those throws because of the pressure that they cause.
But it's 294 yards passing, 138 rushing.
Could have been a lot more.
Yeah, you settled for field goals.
It was the defense.
Yeah.
You let J.J. McCarthy look like an all-pro.
There's no question.
No, absolutely.
But you did not protect well enough in that game, but you knew going into the game it was going to be a problem. I'm just saying though, the defense has been a problem all year. Yeah, and we should have known. And I think we know now. No matter who lines up underneath center for the opponent, he's probably going to have a really good day.
Right or wrong, my thought on Dak Prescott is his biggest fault is processing post-snap when players are rotating in and out of spots, and he'll lose track of somebody. And I think Brian Flores' style is the number one guy in the NFL at doing that. So it was a bad matchup for him. Still should have scored 32 points.
Yeah, no other team in the league shows you something and drops more than the Vikings do. And so now they're testing your knowledge of there were several times in this game when you're watching the tape where you will see guys not block anybody. You'll see Tyler Smith not block anybody because the guy who's over him drops, and now he's looking for somebody to hit. Or you look at Booker, or you look at
Beebe
Steele.
let a free linebacker go one time.
Yeah, they really do a great job, and we called it the coordinated blitzes. Is what they did, and it was a big issue for the Cowboys.
It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the fan. We got 5 hours of sporting conversation for you today. We got the champ on the other side, then Wolchuk's top 10 at 220. Buddy, what's the subject?
Yeah, no top 10 today. We're just going to do a Cowboys vent session. That's next.
All right. the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorney in Dallas. 623, Gavin, your hate of Dak shines through. I bet you were giddy after the game thinking how you were going to be able to attack him. Thank God Brian Broaddus is there to school you. I know. I think my lucky stars every day that Brian Broaddus is here to set me straight on a bunch of stuff, but I'm a huge Dak fan. I just think.
Wait, when were you mad at Dak? I mean, you just basically told me it's the defense that's the problem. You were. Yeah. I was actually the one that was kind of defending the offense and the problems, but you're like, bro, it's the defense. Don't sit there and act like that the offense was the issue.
Yeah, I think I just pointed out the fact that post-snap processing and tracking defensive players is not Dak's strength.
It really never has been.
No. I think that the thing is, like, people are so polarized on Dak. Either he can't do anything wrong or he can't do anything right. And I like to live in the gray area in the middle, which is acknowledging his strengths and weaknesses.
He's gotten better at it, though, because the play-action game, his ability to turn his back. There was a time where this was a game, and Wolchuk and I were talking about in the press box last night. This was a game where all of a sudden, with all the different looks, that you would see like a linebacker drop into an area and Dak thinking it's clean.
Yeah,
this is that type of game, but he got it. That was a tough game for Dak. That was a tough game for Schottenheimer. That's a tough game for the offensive line. Because that group, right, you will not play against another group that gives you as many different looks pre-snap as that one does.
And Flores is going to get you. He's off the Belichick tree, and he brings it, and I'm sure he made Bill proud yesterday. We'll be back into the Cowboys here in a couple of minutes. Let's go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the Day champion.
Yeah. What's going on with everything and everybody is?
Happy Monday to you, buddy.
Yes. So you like living in the middle?
Yes, I love it.
I like that. Yeah. Little Jimmy Eat World right there. Take some time, live a little in the middle after a while. Everything will. All right. All right, so I think this will be day number 5 for you, Mr. Wolchuk, Zach Wolchuk, and your piece of audio. That one G-Bag of the day swept through all last week. Last week, Wolchuk walked off from the show, just to go get a little coffee break or whatever. Came back kind of a goofy guy. Mm-hmm. Put something in his drink, maybe. Some goofy pills. I don't know.
Don't out me.
But this little piece of audio is our winner so far.
Buffalo's got some sex appeal, don't they?
They miss tackles at the highest rate in football.
You're telling me Drake May, possible MVP, that guy's not sexy to you?
No,
he's sexy to you.
He's got it going.
You don't think Pat Surtain is sexy?
What got into you, Wolf?
I don't know. I just had a little. I just took some more espresso.
The espresso.
That would make sense. This machine is doing it for me, guys. I am
playoff football. It just brings it out of my guy.
And the Eagles are about to get their bums kicked tonight.
Hey,
wow.
Shout out to the Eagles, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, bro.
At least they won something this year.
It's the finer things in life, you know what I mean?
Tune in tonight, 5:30. See if Wolchuk can make it 5. Right under the deadline, he'll be eligible for the 2025 G-Bag of the Year. Might be your year, buddy. Here's Zach with more sports.
Shout out to Alec Medford.
Not if I can do anything about it.
Yeah, no, you got a long list of contenders there, Brian. But Ian Rappaport has just said that the Commanders have decided to shut down quarterback Jaden Daniels for the final 3 games, so it will be Marcus Mariota who will be starting. Daniels was reevaluated today. He's not yet cleared, so it will be Mariota against the Eagles, and then, of course, Christmas Day against your Dallas Cowboys. That would probably be bad news if the Cowboys had a won yesterday, but they didn't. So let's do this. 877-881-1053. Go ahead and text in your Cowboys complaints as we do a little vent session. And I think the big thing to me, when it comes to Flus, like you saw the difference there in the defenses. It's so passive. It's just we're gonna drop 7, we're gonna drop 8. We are going to let offenses dictate to us what they want to do. And we're just going to hope we're in the right spot and we can rally to the football and tackle. Maybe we can break on the ball, but our guys aren't even looking for the football when it's thrown their way anymore. I don't know if that's an Overstreet thing or what's going on. That was maddening to watch Bland and Revel, who both could have had interceptions last night, and they just don't turn and locate the football. But it was, you need to be the aggressor. Get on the attack. You were playing against a quarterback that had Jamarcus Russell-like numbers until a week ago when they played Washington.
He's a good player.
Come on.
Get over it.
Come on now. I don't know how in the world, the second play of the game, what did you do? You were in a 5-man line. You blitzed Donovan Wilson off the edge. What happened? Donovan Wilson pops it up. It's intercepted by Quinnen Williams. All of your blitzes, for the most part, were in the first half of the game. I think they had one blitz in the second half. It was mind-blowing to me, the kind of crap that Eberflus was doing. And you're in week 15 now. Week 3, cool. I was defending the guy. Let's give him some time here. Yeah. You should know your personnel by now. You should know, hey, I can clog and cover if I want with 8 guys. They're not good enough to hold up in the back end. And my front 4, they're not going to win. Yeah. So I can't let J.J. McCarthy sit back there, make himself a sandwich, fire off the Xbox, and now I'm just going to pick you apart in the secondary. You had to send extra players. Be the aggressor. Yeah. What does Brian Schottenheimer say he wants when you look at this football team? Violence and effort. Well, you don't see violence when you watch that defense. You might have for a 3-week stretch. And I thought that the line of scrimmage, that's where this thing had turned. The last 2 weeks, they've been dominated at the line of scrimmage. It's sad and it's pathetic. And yes, the personnel's bad. The roster building's a massive issue with this football team. Massive. They've never had everything all together, even in their good years. 2014, defense sucked. 2016, defense sucked. 18, their offense sucks. They make the trade for Amari Cooper. They go on a little bit of a run. Then they're exploited because they can't stop the run against the Rams in the playoffs, right? The McCarthy years, it was always something. Didn't have enough weapons on offense. Defense is holding San Francisco to 19 points. Your offense isn't good enough. Then your defense isn't good enough. You get blown out against Green Bay. It's never the complete team. And it's hard. You're probably going to have some type of deficiencies on your roster unless you're the Eagles of a year ago. The Eagles kind of showed you the blueprint a little bit. And the Cowboys just don't seem to ever learn from their mistakes. It's 1 step forward, it's 2 steps back. And they're reactionary to everything. There's never a plan. There's never a thought of, let's get ahead on something. It's let's wait. Micah is going to be a Cowboy. Excuse me. Mike is going to be a Cowboy. He's going to be here, right?
Is that a pube hair on the I
don't know what the hell that was. That was disgusting. Then him and Jerry go south. All right? Now we're going to trade. We'll trade Micah. We're doing it a week before the season. What are you doing? Now we want to decide the defensive tackle position is important. We neglected it for years. Hey, there's this Tristan Hill guy. Rod Marinelli loves him. We'll take him in the second round because our defensive coordinator thinks he's really, really good. Bust. Mozzie Smith. We need a run stuffer. Let's take Mozzie Smith out of Michigan in the first round. Bust. Osa's the only guy that they had that hit, and that was a 4th-round pick. And now you paid Osa, and you guys know me, Osa defender. This is the worst year of his career, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Osa's done nothing for you.
Yeah.
This 3 technique was supposed to be the spot that was the most important in Eberflus's defense. Where's Osa been? There's been like 3 or 4 games this year where I noticed, Osa had himself a good game. Everybody's regressed on this defense. Eberflus was supposed to be the linebacker whisperer. That's what I thought, right? Anthony Hitchens, look at him. He's awesome. Goes to Indianapolis. He's got some guys that are having good careers. I probably should have reset that thought when he traded Roquan Smith to Baltimore and decided to replace him by signing Tremaine Edmonds. That was pretty foolish. Mm-hmm. But Kenneth Murray, foolish me. I thought, okay, you get him out of Tennessee, different scheme. Flus is going to work with him. He'll be better. Nope, sucks. And then they ball-sacked the hell out of us with the Logan Wilson thing. He's going to start. He's going to get way more snaps than
Same
Kenneth
ratio.
Murray. No, no, he didn't. No, he did not. So the secondary, you're paying Diggs. Well, now Diggs is hurt, and he's not going to be on the team again. 3 games from now, Diggs is not a Dallas Cowboy. If he is in 2026, I'll do a bet payoff. I don't think there's any chance Diggs is here next year. He's gone. Deron Bland looks like a shell of himself. Savone Revel, I think, is going to be a good player. You don't have any safeties that are any good, and you neglect the safety position. Yet undrafted rookie free agent Marquise Bell, undrafted rookie free agent Wanye Thomas, 6th-round pick Donovan Wilson, who maybe should be a linebacker by the way that he plays, and Malik Hooker. When is the last time that Malik Hooker made a play in coverage? Can you think of one?
Been a minute.
Right. Malik Hooker's not good. You've got to address safety as well. So linebacker's an issue. Safety's an issue. You thought you had corner figured out. Now all of a sudden that's a glaring weakness for you. Good thing is it's a good draft for corner, but how many resources are you going to put here? You thought you had it figured out. Now you've got to go back to that spot, and now you can't fix the other holes on your roster. There's always something. And what does it go back to? The front office, right? Mm-hmm. The way they go about this thing. And Brian has helped us understand their way of thinking and how they go about making decisions. It's too many chefs in the kitchen. There's too many voices. You don't have anybody with a singular focus, a singular plan of what they want to do with this team. It's this coach wants that guy. This coach wants another guy. The scouts want somebody else. Will McClay's head's probably spinning trying to keep this thing on track, and then he's got to go and talk to Jerry and Steven.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's a zoo is what it is, and Steven and Jerry are too freaking stubborn to ever say, all right, you know what? Maybe we should hand off the reins of the football operations. You guys are badass owners. You're probably the best owners in sports. But for 3 decades now, you have failed to accomplish anything. You have won some NFC championships, and you've made the divisional round. It's not good enough. 3 decades. How in the world do you not look yourself in the mirror and say, we should probably change things? The way that we're doing it, I know we want to win our way, but our way's not working. So maybe we should change something. Give Will McClay the opportunity. And if Will doesn't do it well, then okay. Maybe we'll look at you a little bit differently then. It's not that easy. Right? But the bottom line is it's the same thing every year. As a Cowboy fan, you're going to start getting hopeful. You'll get excited over something. I love that 3-game stretch. For 2.5 weeks, I was on cloud 9. I thought, yes, my team's got a chance to actually go and do something. Well, what happened? You get the rug pulled out from underneath you. And yet again, every year they find a new creative way to absolutely make you sick to your stomach and ruin all of the hope that you ever had. And it's tiring. It sucks. I feel for all Cowboy fans, especially listening to Steven today on KNC, when he says, like, yeah, we think it's a good thing to be involved. Why? Why do you think that? I would love to give you the credit, and we did. Pickens, great trade. Williams, awesome signing. But there's so many other things that you've done that weren't good enough. Mingo, bad trade. Tolbert, I tried to stress, trade Tolbert in the preseason. Ryan Flanoy is a better player. Now Tolbert is inactive on game day. You could have gotten something for him. Is it a day 3 pick? Who cares? It's something for a player that's going to leave for nothing in free agency. They're never thinking 1 or 2 steps ahead, and that's why they're always behind. And it's never going to change. That's the thing that stinks. It's like we come back every year and we build up hope because that's what we do as fans. But in reality, you're just going to get kicked in the teeth again.
The league's built for us to have hope.
Yes.
There aren't really any great teams out there, which makes it even more frustrating. They can't make one year theirs.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. This could have been a year for them. The NFC East, or the NFC conference is open.
Yeah, I have 2 main issues. I mean, basically with what you're saying there is their inability to shift out of the trying to make the playoffs every year approach. Like, I think you got to ride that pendulum a little bit stronger, and the Cowboys still haven't broken free from that. And then picking coaches, I think they do that, and then they empower the coaches because they want to keep the coaches happy. They don't want the coaches coming to them and being like, the scouts gave us the wrong players, and they don't want to have to turn over coaches. They want coaching loyalty, so they give the coaches that much power. So A, they don't complain. B, they're happy to stick around. They don't have to hire new ones. And Jerry can have the certainty that I have a guy in this position that has my back, won't make me look bad in front of my peers like old Jimmy did 30 years ago. That one's still hurting you.
Your job as a coach the players I'm giving you.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's what shows, I think, the good coaches to the great coaches.
But they want it on autopilot. They don't even want to have that difficult conversation.
And that's fine. You don't have to. Put somebody else in charge of the football operations. You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
You can do your gas, oil deals, American Airlines, whatever other sponsors you want to deal with. Own the team. Reap the benefits of that. The other thing that pisses me off is every single home game, it's infiltrated by the away crowd. Last night we got skull chants going on at AT&T Stadium, the Cowboys don't have a home field advantage. And that's a shame. You're America's team. I get it. It's a destination venue. And I can't blame the fans for selling some of their tickets now.
Well, you get people that are in their 40s and 50s, and by that point in their life, they're highly cynical as you're starting to figure out in your mid-30s. Like, you lose hope. But Jerry, because he wants to lock everything in for profitability with those personal seat licenses, it's impossible to get rid of your season tickets. So your only other option is to sell to the StubHub market, which invariably is going to be away fans.
Expensive, right?
Yeah.
So if you sell one Thanksgiving game or whatever it is, maybe you can recoup and break even.
Yeah.
So I understand. Who is anyone to tell a fan what they should and shouldn't do? But it sucks to see. I mean, every home game this year, it was red for the Chiefs. The Eagles showed up in full force. Last night, Minnesota, there's purple pockets all over the place. I mean, you're kind of turning into L.A. and Vegas a little bit with the home crowd coming into AT&T Stadium and taking over. It was lifeless yesterday. Your season was on the line. You had to win. And it just felt dead. There was not a whole lot of emotion, and we got to go out there and make sure that we're playing our best from the word go. I think Dak has some of that, but the offense, this is the first time they scored an opening drive touchdown since Week 7 against Washington, and they would have had another 3 and out if it weren't for the fake field goal.
Yeah. Man, so frustrating how things were going their way. I thought, boy, this is awesome. And yeah, I did bet on the Cowboys last night to win. It was down to 5.5. I thought it was easy money. You know, I believed in this team, and I shouldn't have. You know, so I'm right there with you, getting wrapped up and wanting to believe. And I thought we had enough signs that were there, but clearly they got a lot of work to do to make 2026 better.
Well said, Wolchuk. Needed to be said.
That was therapeutic.
I know that was.
That was the best top 10 ever.
The colors back in your face. You look like you're a little bit lighter, and you're just you're feeling good right now.
Thank you.
I needed to hear that too.
Okay, we need some college football in our lives as well, Chief. What's going down with that?
We do. I mean, it is playoff week. We got the transfer portal that is just being infiltrated right now with big name quarterbacks, and the funniest thing from the Michigan scandal next year in the nation.
Coming up.
Upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Here's Eric Chiafalo with the college football darty.
Plenty to get to right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them now to say our name again.
Well, I don't get. Bring the head cold.
All right, we got plenty to get to when it comes to the transfer portal, but I did want to acknowledge the funniest thing that I've seen from the entire Michigan fiasco with Sharon Moore. There's apparently a hot spot around campus called the Brown Jug in Ann Arbor.
Oh yeah, great bar.
The Brown Jug.
Been there.
Yeah, I thought Sharon Moore was
played for between them and Minnesota.
Brown Jug. The little Brown Jug.
Looks like Sharon Moore's a little bit more of a white jug kind of guy, but he did have some say on the menu and the items. And he has the Sharon Moore sampler basket. All right, jalapeno poppers, chicken tendies, onion rings, cheese sticks.
He's a sampler for sure.
He does like
dabble here, dabble there, dabble everywhere.
Man needs a little variety.
Yeah.
It's no surprise he had a little white meat on his sampler basket with the chicken tendies.
Big fan of milk, this man is.
Big fan. But he also managed to get
some mid milk, by the way, too. Some very mid milk.
Yeah,
that he threw it all away for out there.
He's not going top of the line.
I learned something the other day.
What's that?
I didn't know this.
Is this like milk education you're about to give us?
No, this is.
Uh-oh, he looked at me. Please be careful.
I scouted with her dad.
The
Jeff
mistresses.
Jeff Shriver. Yeah, he's still a scout with the Bears.
Yep.
He's been a scout for probably 30, 35 years. Really wonderful man. Great to be on the road. Highly respected guy. I had no idea that was his daughter.
Ooh, that's You never want to be the dad. Whose daughter is the mistress.
One of the nicest guys in the world, and I'm sure him and his family's going through some stuff right now. But man, outstanding scout, outstanding guy. It's a shame that you get put in these situations, but here we are.
A lot of girls, that's their kink. You know, the married guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's well documented.
Did you get kind of upset that it just wasn't her as a side? There was other sides and whatnot, and that's
he stepped in it. From everything I've gathered, he basically he fired her. Okay,
yeah, he did.
And so this was
$90,000 job.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
She was 52 job, and he made it 90,000.
Right.
Yeah, he like doubles her salary. Okay, they have a couple of years of doing this thing, and then I guess word's getting out, and it's like, man, you got to move on from this girl, or just his own inner decision to move on from her. And then the reason why all this comes out is because then she, in retaliation, is like, okay, well then let me drop this bombshell
he should
on
have worked
everybody.
that better, brother. Hey, I'll float you for a while until you can find something else. I'll talk to other guys out here in the college ranks, see if I can get you somewhere, or give it some time, and I'll be probably kicked out of here and get another job.
Right, I'll give you a hell of a recommendation.
Put you over the basketball department.
Gosh, man.
Put you over at baseball.
Track. Just tell me what you want to do, honey.
The M Club. Did they? I thought that there was some rumor that they found out through a DoorDash account that the what's the thing called with the when you find out about babies?
Make her chew a Plan B.
Paternity test?
Plan B. Yeah.
Maybe he DoorDashed the Plan B.
Yeah.
Right.
I think is that what happened?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true.
Allegedly,
I saw that.
allegedly.
I saw that, but I don't know if that is true. But what I do know is true.
Evidently, they're saying that somebody from the DoorDash account are the ones that kind of leaked the.
Shoot, it ain't all that. It's all these little side bras that he has right now putting their screenshots out about him like jumping on them, saying, "Why are you talking to people about us?"
Yeah.
After I've got out of jail.
Yeah,
He had
he's
a
wild.
roster.
He's wild. Yeah, had a roster, reaching out to OnlyFans girls that were Michigan fans, then trying to put together a couple of 3 and 4-somes.
not golf related.
Go
and
he was celebrating the win, bro. I understand that. That one doesn't count. Yeah, you won, bro. You won.
Well, he's taking the L here. Yeah, he had the mistress have her own menu item at the Brown Jug. Okay, so Paige Shiver's cauliflower gluten-free 12-inch pizza you could get, and 75 cents for additional toppings. So that's just one of the things that he did to, I guess,
I told you, man, these guys think they're invisible.
The whole story is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, stuff about recruits' moms and the way he was handling them. I mean, there's a lot to sort of unpack there. Yeah, not sure about the dads, Wolchuk, but I will continue to investigate.
Maybe they weren't.
Now they give ED to the wrong people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
he needed that to slow him down. Some people have all the vigor in the world, but just can't.
Yeah, that's a great point.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, and it needed to be said. Now, you also have, just in the world of college football right now, and of course throughout the week, we'll start to preview some of these playoff games, but you have the portal situation that's getting cranked open here in the next couple of weeks. First couple days of January, that thing becomes...
Where are we spending our money at LSU, Eric? Tell me that.
Well, it might be DJ Lagway, the Florida quarterback who's entered the portal, and when that news broke from On3 Sports, Lane Kiffin, your head coach...
Did he get the eyes? He
just retweeted it. Simply retweeted it. Didn't put the emoji eyes or anything, but
he immediately slid into Lagway's DMs.
Yeah, and he doesn't have retweets or not an endorsement on his bio. So maybe he's endorsing the fact that perhaps DJ Lagway, and he was clearly interested in him because he was interested in the Florida job. Maybe he's like, I can have my cake and eat it too. I get to go to LSU, and then I'll handpick my Gator quarterback. So DJ Lagway is going to be a guy that is going to hop in the transfer portal, and he'll have plenty of suitors, and perhaps Broadus's LSU Tigers are going to be one of them.
I don't know about him. I mean,
I'm not crazy about him either.
I was a good fan coming into the year, but it was a rough year.
I was watching Georgia. I was watching the linebacker. And
C.J. Allen?
I was watching Allen, and I was kind of like going, I don't know, man, Lagway.
No, he did not look good this year.
I mean, against LSU, he threw like 5 interceptions in the game.
Yeah, last year I thought he was kind of a dark horse to win the Heisman this year. But unfortunately, all these quarterbacks, man, you look at Lenore Sellers, probably going to go back.
Yeah, it looks like he's going back to South Carolina.
Nussmeier. Who knows what's going to happen there? Cade Klubnik, like all these guys that we thought were going to be legit quarterbacks in college football didn't really pan out, and Lagway's in that list. Hopefully a change of scenery benefits him because he's super talented.
Yeah. I mean, getting with Lane Kiffin would be a good play, you would think, for Lagway. Now, you also have Nebraska's quarterback Dylan Raiola expected to enter the transfer portal. So
he's going to go play for the Chiefs this week?
Yeah. I saw some funny memes of him being like, crap, now I have to tear my ACL because he wants to be Mahomes so bad. But yeah, so he will be in the portal. You also have Cincinnati's quarterback Brendan Sorsby, which is a last name that I can appreciate.
House.
Sorsby to the right. Sorsby. Damn it, Sorsby. Like, there's just something good about that name. And it looks like he's hopping in the portal. Maybe Texas Tech.
Yep, Texas Tech's definitely going to be in the hunt for him. And it would be perfect because Will Hammond, who was going to be their heir apparent, ended up tearing his ACL. Because right now, Baron Morton, it's his last year of eligibility. So you'd be able to have Sorsby come in for a year. Super talented player. And then Will Hammond will get a full year off and be able to come back and take over the reins for Lubbock and Joey McGuire.
So that's just scratching the surface right now on things going down with the transfer portal. We continue to monitor what Michigan's going to do at head coach.
Did any offensive lineman ever jump in this thing?
Yeah.
Do you ever see any big time, do you ever see like an all-conference 2-3 year tackle jump into this thing?
Yeah, you get some linemen that do that.
That's what I'd be buying. Offensive linemen help.
Yeah.
One of the best pass rushers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'll get plenty of that. But right now,
I never hear any linemen, though. I never hear, and maybe it's not a glamour position.
Yeah, it's not the glamour. The quarterbacks are always going to get the love, but there's definitely been plenty of linemen that have done that, and we'll see what that looks like for this year's go around.
One of the Texas linemen just popped in the portal.
Did they? Okay. Yeah, but I guess
we were
big time.
He's like an all-conference
talking about the good ones. Texas offensive line sucked.
It did. So he might not be one of the good ones.
Kalen DeBoer is claiming that he just wants to be at Alabama, and they're working on an extension there. So
that means he's going to Michigan.
Yeah, so all options are still on the table there for DeBoer. And congratulations to...
There's a sick side of me about this. I would wonder if he in fact goes to Michigan, how loyal Lane Kiffin really would be here.
Oh, I know. We were talking about that on Friday.
Who it'll be? Sark will leave Texas and go to Bama.
That Lane Kiffin will fight for that job. I think
he would, but I think they just go get Sark.
Well, congratulations to your Heisman, Mr. Mendoza. Yeah, that was a really good speech. He seems like just a kind of a goober, but super likable guy.
You surprised I asked Brad Sham who he voted for?
Yeah, Brad Sham's a voter. That's interesting.
Did he vote for Pavia?
No, he didn't. He hates Pavia. He likes
Pavia.
Jeremiah Love.
That makes sense.
It was Mendoza, then
he voted
Love,
for Rodriguez,
and then Jacob Rodriguez.
Well, that's an eye for talent right there.
How did he get a vote?
He's had it for 25 years. There was a guy that had it, and he asked, the guy asked him to vote, and he just gave him the vote, and he took it over. I believe I got the story right.
That's pretty cool.
But he's been a voter for over 25 years.
Thanks, Chief. We got 1 hour down, 4 hours of sports to go. Top 5 reasons it didn't go the Cowboys' way. Coming up next here, it's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105 through the Fan. Got a very interesting point of clarification on the Trayvon Diggs contract. We'll get to that here in just a minute, but did want to pass along, we're your home of the Rangers as well, and Adolis Garcia fans. There is, I don't know how you want to receive this news, but apparently he's going to sign with the Philadelphia Phillies. It's a 1-year deal. It's going to be worth about $10 million for him, so... I mean, there's no reason to cheer for a Philadelphia team ever, but I'll be hoping for the best for our hero, Adolis Garcia, to go on and find success now. At least he's moving over to the National League, so he can't crush the Rangers too hard. But, there's resolution on that. Rangers had a decently busy weekend. Actually, shortly after we got off the air on Friday, they started getting some stuff done, so we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But on Trayvon Diggs' contract, if you go to these salary cap websites, Over the Cap is one of them, Spa Track is the other one, and they get a bunch of detail on player contracts, and we use that as a basis for a lot of our conversations about that. So on Over the Cap, it says the medical guarantees of his contract were all used up after this past offseason, and that is why the Cowboys were unable to release him last year, even if maybe they were already willing to. And on that website, it has said that he doesn't have any more medically guaranteed millions of dollars remaining. But, Brian, what have you learned about this situation?
Yeah, by the way, the Rangers open the Major League Baseball season in Philadelphia.
That's right.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Wow, that's going to be a heck of a series.
March 26th. I was just curious about that.
I wonder if that played a role in his decision.
Yeah, I asked somebody that might know what about the injury guarantees on Diggs' contracts. I said, I never know if I'm reading the right thing, and I said, Are these done, yes or no? And he said, no, they're not. So that's kind of where you're at right now.
So that explains why the Cowboys would not want to play him, because they don't think he's better enough to justify the risk that if he would get injured again, then we would owe him a significant amount of money. And
they might be worried more about the knee, too, the opposite knee. You remember that's something he's been kind of dealing with. He's telling everybody he's practicing and playing well or doing things well. The head coach is coming out and saying, no, he's really not. It's kind of back and forth. There seems to be like he doesn't practice hard, lackadaisical, kind of ho-hum. That's not from his side. So I think this is a two-way street, but obviously there's something to do that with some medical concerns there that they don't want to put him back out there.
So he would have to be able to pass a physical. I don't even know if he can. Based on what they're saying, if they're going to be able to get off of that guarantee as it is right now, but certainly it would make it an impossibility if he'd go out there and have another catastrophic injury. So hoping for a good resolution to that. I see people asking, could you trade Trayvon Diggs? I don't think you can. I mean, at most, a 7th-round pick swap.
Do you have the Over the Cap? Do you have it on up right now? Are you looking at it?
No, but I can bring it up real quick. What's your question?
Just look at it and see what it would cost if you did trade him. They give you a thing where you could kind of put that in, what the cap hit might be if you trade him. I could probably do it myself.
Trade him pre-June 1 of $12 million hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what it would be. So if you traded him if this is right, if this is correct, then
I think that would be your cap savings, just the $12 million.
Is it red or green?
Yeah, the dead money would be $5.8 million.
Okay.
You'd save $12.5 million.
Okay, so there you go.
Same as just cutting him. I imagine they're going to end up releasing him, and maybe there's going to be a dispute about the medically guaranteed money since he did get hurt playing in 2023 and 2024 for you. If he can't pass a physical, if his career can't continue, I imagine his
What if he's got the insurance too? What if he's one of those insurance guys?
Yeah, maybe there's an insurance play as well. I hadn't thought about that, but that's one of the great workarounds in pro sports. If a guy gets hurt, you can recap a significant percentage of that salary cap money. Okay. Is Brandon Aubrey part of the reason they lost? How do you guys process that? He's been so great.
Those were 2 turnovers.
Yeah.
That was turnovers right there. I know that if you listen to Zach and I talk in the postgame, anytime you miss a field goal, I look at that as a turnover.
Give them the short field, especially.
Yeah, the scoring says that Dallas was +1 in turnovers last night.
They were really -1.
I think they were actually -1 because considering where the field goals took place and the misses, you basically gave them the ball at midfield twice.
It's a turnover on downs with a sack that lost you 7 yards.
There it is.
Is kind of what it is. So yeah, that makes sense because looking at the box score last night, I was like, how did you lose this game? And it felt like you really got your ass kicked.
You lose your game by going 2 of 12 on third downs, and fumble farting away in the red zone when they are punching it in the red zone. And that was a thing that we talked about plenty. Like the Vikings red zone defense is legit. Mm-hmm. Yours is not, and that's really the difference in the game there.
And they were 3 of 3 on fourth down, right?
Yeah, and when they went for fourth down, they were punishing you because you did nothing to stop them. JJ McCarthy sitting there on fourth down having all freaking day to throw the football.
What do you guys think about the idea of sitting down Dak Prescott?
I'm totally here for it.
I mean, now that the season's over,
I'm totally here for it.
Well, I mean, hey, they're eliminated. They're eliminated, Brian.
Broadus's laugh would have made sense if this was suggested to bench him last night.
You would have said, don't play Dak against the Vikings. You don't have Tyler Guyton, guys. Guyton's not playing. Don't play Dak. That's Brian's take.
Give Brian his flowers.
No, the laugh's good. The laugh's really good.
That was pretty good.
I
want to kick you in the nuts right now. It was good.
Do you feel like I am not laughing the fact that man got hurt, though.
Oh, I know you're not.
No,
you're just laughing about being right.
No,
he didn't get hurt against Houston, boys.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
Just a week later,
survived Houston,
right?
And he survived like 3 quarters and 99%.
And then the knee caved on him. But yeah, I'm totally cool if you want to just make sure that nothing happens to Dak. Let's put him in bubble wrap now. Your season's over.
Yeah, I think it's time for it.
I think it was over for Kansas City, too.
It technically wasn't, though.
Quinnen Williams, don't need to see him anymore. Yeah. There's probably a handful. Got Lamb, don't need to see Lamb anymore. There's Tyler Smith, don't need to see him anymore. Like, let's just go full on here. We don't need a catastrophic injury, meaningless games. No way.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to watch Joe Milton play, at least for a quarter or so. But I think the big thing right now is you don't want to put 2026 at risk. He has had significant injuries, and he's not really up for any postseason awards right now. So I wonder how Dak would look at that.
I guess comeback player of the year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he might still be able to win that.
Still on the cards.
He's already won that once, right?
He's too unselfish for that.
Yeah, he doesn't care about that.
Come on, dude.
But I mean, listening to him talk last night, he's not sitting.
No, they're not going to do it. I'm just saying
I
would root for it.
The worst thing that could possibly happen, and I said that with our nightmares, is like anything to one of your star players that now bleeds into next year. Yeah. That's not worth it.
Yeah, that would be depressing. That impacts your entire off season of interest, training camp. Just everything would have a dark cloud hovering over it if you did not have Dak Prescott. I think they won't play him week 18.
Yeah.
That's probably the one thing they will give us. But I would love, right now, if I'm in that building, I'm like, guys, we could finish this season at 6-10-1 and sneak into the top 10. Right now, we're picking, 14th?
Yeah.
Pretty good pick. But we can guarantee Dak Prescott health for next year and actually give him a real strong impact player. Maybe that's your lineman from Tech. Maybe that's Fano or Utah. Maybe that's Fano. Maybe that's one of these pass rushers at Texas Tech or Miami.
I got 14 first-round grades, and that's without any quarterbacks being in that thing. That's you're right there on the line. You're right there where, if you talk about if you're picking 14th, you're just right there at my window, and that's without any quarterbacks in that group.
Where are you going with draft right now? Is it edge, linebacker, corner?
Man, all of a sudden last night after watching that thing again, edge. You got to think edge is something you're looking at. You're looking at corner. You're looking at edge. You're looking at linebacker. Maybe not defensive tackle so much.
Yeah, it's all on the table.
It's all the perimeter. I mean, safety's in play.
If Caleb Downs is there, you got to consider him.
Thank you.
I'm not looking at any defensive tackles, but I'm sure looking at every in the edge group right now. Hell, I've done 7 of those guys already. I'll tell you the strongest group so far, in my opinion, is the cornerback room. That's the one. I've got 4 first-round grades for corners, and then
4.
Hood, 4, and then Hood from Tennessee is my first second-round grade. So I've got 5 guys right there in the mix at corner.
I turned off the TV last night late in that game, and as is becoming tradition after these losses, I need to clear my mind somehow. So
who'd you watch?
I had watched Jermod McCoy a couple of weeks ago, the corner from Tennessee.
So you watched the other one?
I added Delane from LSU. It's hard to watch tape on this guy because they never throw at him. No. I think he's been targeted against 35 times the entire year, and of those he's got 9 PBUs.
Yeah.
So 1 out of every 4 balls that's been attempted at Delane's been a PBU, but I liked Roberts better. Is it Terrell? Avion Terrell at Clemson.
His brother plays for the Falcons.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's so you liked him better than Delane?
I did.
Okay.
But like I said, it's hard to find a lot of places.
Good. That's
yeah. I'll tell you the thing with Terrell that's amazing is his strip sack ability.
Yeah.
He is an absolute ninja. He's a wizard when he gets around the ball. He's reaching around and poking it out. Just
dude, he is.
I think I watched about 10 forced fumbles from him last night.
It's unbelievable how he's able to jar the ball loose. He is a little tiny for me, but he's a pest. He really, really is. Have you watched the South Carolina kid yet?
No. Is that the 4th first-round guy?
How do you say his name? Is it Sissis?
I think it's Sissis.
Sissis?
I think it's Cisse.
Cisse.
Cisse. I think it's Cisse.
Brandon Cisse.
He's legit.
I think I put him ahead of Terrell.
I think
I've got him as 3.
I
but
did too.
They're pretty close. But he kind of gives me a Jordan Lewis vibes.
Cisse?
But I like Terrell. I was wrong about his brother.
Okay.
And his brother's been awesome.
Well, they got options, and I think whoever they take, if they would take a first-round corner, I think he'd probably end up being your best corner you got next year. But you got to look at the offense as a significant reason they lost last night as well. How do you guys feel about this protection for Dak? And, last night against Flores, if you just give him an extra second, I think guys would have gotten open down the field. It's one thing to go up against that scheme when you're getting good protection. And Dak said last week when he was asked about Flores, as long as we can block it up, I'm going to be fine. Well, if you can't block it up, we've seen enough times this year when things have gone bad. Oftentimes it's because your tackles are getting destroyed. I would definitely consider using my first round pick on a tackle next year. And I wouldn't be surprised if you want to go back and do that again in 2027. If you want to keep Dak Prescott upright, if you want to keep this offense flowing and humming along, I would be much more willing to think a new defensive coordinator and just kind of keeping status quo on defense could be okay. We'll hope to find, better players. But I need something for an aging quarterback to mitigate all the chaos that's in his pocket.
Yeah, they need a right tackle. I mean, like, it used to be, okay, well, Steele's awesome in space, the run blocking stuff. I was like, okay, he's last night, no. They tried to get him out in space, and he wasn't really fine. He wasn't hitting his marks. I think it's time. And Steele's been a great story. Undrafted guy, got paid, been a starter in the league, but you can upgrade there. And Thomas seems like he can be a solid backup swing tackle moving forward. But yeah, if you have the chance to go get the Utah kid, I would not hesitate.
Which Utah kid?
The right tackle, Fano.
Oh, you went okay. You're gonna go for Fano is what you're gonna do, right? Yeah, I mean,
you got him as a first round.
Yeah, no, I do. Fano he's my best guy. The thing is, and this is where I always F this thing up. It's these 308, 304 pound tackles.
You want bigger?
Just give me a 318 guy.
He glides, man. His footwork's so good.
No, I mean, he is. That's what I'm saying.
Is he a pass pro guy, run block guy?
Both. I didn't see him. I watched 3 games. I didn't really see him lose a rep.
Yeah, he's.
He was damn clean.
No. The thing but am I right about him being kind of a linear, kind of a thin guy?
Yeah, I thought he does. I do think he moves some people in the running game.
Yeah,
but in pass protection, yes, he is. He's gonna stay in front of you, but his footwork is just so smooth.
It's more that he's so athletic and so balanced that he can stay in front of anybody. Yeah. Like his feet are firing, and whatever you want to do, he's just gonna mirror you and stay in front of you. He's not gonna come out there and dump you.
That's true. The thing about it is, I just always these guys, and I'm always wrong about him though. The lack of the mass. and then the arm length on this guy. Those are going to be two questions about this guy.
Yeah, he's not going to hit anybody.
Yeah.
You know, with it, he's never going to have that hand. He's going to get it done totally different.
Stay in front with.
But he's the most athletic tackle I think I've ever seen in football.
The guy that's the mauler is our guy Proctor from Alabama.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Yeah.
Okay, we got to run. We got the C note on the other side. Jerry Jones asked if Eberflus is the right coach for the job. We got some of that for you, and other angles from last night's defeat coming up next year to the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. conversation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, Jerry Jones asked if Eberflus the right coach for the job. Quote, the adjustments that we should be making defensively should be with these next 3 games in mind. With 3 games left in the short time that we've got to play them in, then that will impact any adjustment that you make regarding coaching with the time frame we're dealing with. That's a legit question, asked Jerry Jones. More of an acknowledgement that things aren't going great than what they have said so far. You know, and I want to believe that they're just up to this point giving the answer that doesn't put pressure on the coaching staff or tip the hand. Like, they don't want the media saying like, oh yeah, Eberflus is gone. So when they say we like continuity, I don't think that's any sort of a thing that you could take to the bank one way or the other. Sounds to me like these final 3 games are going to have a massive impact on how they look at Eberflus. And for Jones to even acknowledge that much about the uncertainty that he has at this point, I would be surprised if Eberflus is back.
I'd be really surprised too, and
I'm happy to hear that, dude, because so many people that are all the beat writers are like, well, I don't know, I can still see him coming back, continuity, all this kind of stuff, but it's just inexcusable. Why would you want continuity and continue a garbage defense?
I'll say it, but it's going to be Shoddy going in there though. It's going to be Shotty going in there and saying, I'd like to make a change. Yeah. And last night, I think, was the first time. I know there's heat of the battle in the game, but when he had to use a timeout down there, you know, and he walked by Eberflus and he's like, what the F are we doing out there? Mm-hmm. You know, that's like the first time that you could see that, you know, it's like, listen, we've got to be better than this. And I want to believe that he gave Matt a chance. It's just not working out, man. And the Joneses are the ones that have really kind of championed all this. And you know, I think that that Brian Schottenheimer, when he was getting this job, probably didn't have a staff together. Probably didn't have an idea of everybody who he wanted to hire. Kind of had an idea of maybe some offensive guys that he knew, but maybe not know the defensive guys. And you know, the Joneses give him the job, and he's kind of like, well, hey, Matt, what about, you know, they did the same thing with McCarthy with Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn, they really didn't know, Mike didn't really know anything about working with Dan Quinn. It was a recommendation, and it worked out.
Yeah, but that was after McCarthy identified Mike Nolan as his guy, and it was a disaster.
That's what I'm saying, though. Yeah,
now this is sort of the reverse.
Yeah, exactly. They said, all right, you hired your guy. Now we're going to do something differently here.
I just think I don't really need to get much farther beyond the guy is trying to shoehorn players into his scheme. Mm-hmm. Like I think that is the red flag of red flags in today's game. Like you get me a coach, it's like, well, this is the kind of scheme that I run, and if we don't have the kind of players, I'll try to coach them into this scheme because this is really what's going to work. A lot of different things can work, and if you can't coach it or you don't appreciate that fact enough to say, hey, we got man corners, let's run more man, I really don't need to see anything else. And then you get to the linebackers and the lack of blitzing, and it should really be 3 strikes, you're out. I would love to see him moved on from to see if somebody else could come in here and get, you know, better results. But at this point, it's too late. I guess you got the Chargers game, and that would be an exceptionally short week. And then you have Washington with a backup quarterback and the New York Giants. Like, you're really not going to be able to learn much.
He's going to play out the string.
Yeah,
he's going to play out the string. And you know, if you win all the games, great. If you don't, then it's a draft pick. But this thing has the writing of being a change.
Morning news headline here as we work our way through the C note. Is Shotty's first season better than McCarthy's last? I don't even know how you would answer that. I'd say they're about the same satisfaction perspective. I mean, Mike loses a lot, and you know, Shoddy lost Micah Parsons before the season even started.
And Dak.
Yeah.
I mean, like McCarthy, that's kind of a tough comp, right? Yeah. Like, we kind of need the quarterback to really give that a fair judgment.
They both really suck, so it's kind of a weird premise. But, you know, I wanted a way to get into just how much faith do you guys have in Schottenheimer right now? You know how I feel about the guy. I think you want to judge the process at this point in a coach's career a lot more than the results, and everything that I see in the process and the things that he's establishing will eventually bear significant fruit for this team.
I could definitely see it trending in a direction much like with Garrett, where eventually he's going to have to give up play calling and be the CEO type of head coach. Because, I mean, look, first half of the season, I think we were all, heck yes, this offense is humming along. You've definitely seen adjustments made by defenses, and I don't know that you've quite seen the adjustments made by Shotty. And, you know, I think the last 2 weeks you could look at some things, and I think it's fair to criticize certain play calling in certain situations. The second long runs are something that he absolutely loves. And yeah, I mean, I think the quick finding ways to just have receivers running routes that are closer to the line of scrimmage to where Dak could get the football out. And really, I think attacking the sidelines. I think the sidelines were open last night, and they really tried to use a lot over the middle. CD was able to make some big plays over the middle. But I think when you saw Flanoy and George Pickens have some of their big moments, it was kind of working an out route. It was working along the sideline.
Was that too deep?
Exactly.
They tried to kind of fit those things, and, you know.
It didn't,
It didn't really work out.
Wasn't enough of it.
I think there's been 2 weeks now where we haven't seen the deep shot. Now, I should say 2 weeks because Pickens had the one where he didn't find the ball. It was a deep ball against the Lions. But I didn't know yesterday where, you know, max that thing up and let it fly. You know, the one thing that George Pickens has been able to do all season is run routes down the field, go vertical, and go get a football. And if not, he draws a pass interference call.
Right. You got to take those shots.
We haven't seen, you know, max that thing up, and you know that's what the Vikings did on the long pass play they did against Carson. They max protected that thing. They went one-on-one on the outside, and they hit a big play. And we haven't seen that, though. I say we haven't seen it. We haven't seen it nearly enough. Where earlier I felt like we saw it far more. You know, with part of the offense.
You're a point and a half off the Lions, who lead the league at 30.6 points per game. You know, I would just push back, and I don't mean to get dug in on Shoddy too much, but you have a pretty porous offensive line. Your run game has been touch and go, and you're at 29.1 points per game. Don't you take the body of the work and say, this is a good job? Now, I'm with you, Wolchuk, that maybe that now is a good opportunity to see what Clayton Adams could do next year as a play caller. You know, sure. I don't think teams are going to be beating down his door looking to make him a head coach as long as he's not called plays. So, you know, but I would say things have gone pretty dang good offensively. You had all those injuries to your offensive line early. You mitigated that. Your tackles are turnstiles. What are they good for? It's somewhere between 7, 8, 9 pressures. I guess Tyler Guyton coming back will at least make left tackle better. It should be better than what you had out there last night. Dak Prescott on the offensive frustrations, quote, the cover zero that we talked about throughout the week showed up a lot. We didn't have a good enough answer, and when you did not have a good enough answer for that, especially against Flores, you're going to see it again and again. So they did a great job on the back end playing with vision. It made it tough to get to the beaters, the normal cover zero beaters when they're playing man. They were not just looking at the man, they were looking at the quarterback. And that's something that Flores does unique, is the ability to scheme up pressure while dropping guys in zone. And it's those combinations of things that allow the DBs to maximize how they take advantage of that quarterback under pressure. It's one thing to do it with man, and that's typically the way that you're going to do it when you blitz. But when the way that Flores schemes it up, I think Dak was back there thinking, crap, that guy can see what I'm doing, that guy can see what I'm doing. It's not normal, oh, they're in man, his back's to me, I can throw into this window, and it's something that, you know, this offense maybe needs more reps against, or just is not that equipped to do. But again, they should have scored 32 points. Dak continues. They were able to rally when you throw it underneath, and you did not have time to get it past them. They did a good job, kept it on us, and we did not adjust fast enough or come up with something good enough to scare them out of it. And we saw it the whole game. And this is a Minnesota team that was, what, 4-9? Is that what they were last night coming into this game?
5-8, yeah.
Oh, that's right. They beat Washington last week.
Offensively, they were putrid.
I need go ahead, Dawson. I need to look up the number, but I don't think they played as much zero coverage as Dak thinks they did. And this is post game.
Yeah,
I guess he's talking.
Yeah,
I think when he watches the tape, he'll see that they played far more cover 2 is what they played in this game. They did play some cover zero, but I think it was for like 6 snaps. I'm going to look that up just to make sure.
New mock draft is out from PFF, posted here. This is Max Chadwick is the author. Cowboys taking edge T.J. Parker at Clemson with the 14th pick.
Oof.
I haven't looked at him yet. You don't like him, Brian?
I got him in the second round myself.
He's a scary guy to me. I mean, you can definitely see the athleticism and the potential there, but it's very inconsistent, at least in the games that I watch. There's times where it's like, oh, heck yeah, that guy's awesome. And then there's other times like, whoa, he's just kind of out of the play here.
Yeah.
At 23, they grab C.J. Allen, has a 91 PFF run defense grade, 4th among FBS linebackers.
If you flip the two, I would say that's probably right.
Do you have C.J. Allen with a first-round grade?
I don't, but I'm saying I think Allen's a better player than Parker is.
Now, how do you compare and contrast Allen with the name du jour last week, the Sonny Styles, Ohio State?
Oh, Styles is much better.
Styles is much better, yeah. I'd take Styles over any one of those guys.
I think Styles, I mean, if you have Arvell Reese as a linebacker, he's the best one.
Yeah.
But Styles would be
the next
2.
See, when I'm watching Styles, I see a guy who's got this incredible athletic profile, but he doesn't really bring any violence. He's not finishing plays. Like, he's big and he's rangy and he's versatile. He can drop. He can take the tight ends in man coverage. He might be able to drop and give you safety stuff.
Yeah.
Like, this guy's incredibly versatile.
He was a safety when he switched over in 2024.
No, but you're so right. So I watched the first game of the season against Texas, and I was feeling the same type of stuff. But then, he got better every week.
Yeah. He's only 20 years old.
And he's only played the position 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you watch the Big Ten championship game against Indiana, you're going to be like, oh, holy crap. This guy,
He was unbelievable.
You can see him, like, he is certainly grown leaps and bounds from early in the year.
Because my thought would be against NFL-level players, he's going to get bullied. Like, he needs to put on weight. I don't know how much he weighs, but he is lean for a linebacker.
Yeah, I mean, he's 6'4", he's a big dude.
I like Allen.
248?
He's 248 pounds.
Yeah.
He's listed at least 240.
I guess he's high. He's so tall that I watch Allen play and I'm like, this guy is a freaking bowling ball running through the box, knocking over whatever is in his path. Like, it's rare that a linebacker will come up to a block and look like a defensive lineman, like Bobby Wagner's an example of that. And maybe it's because his center of gravity is so low, but I thought this guy is a fit for what the Cowboys need, a physical middle linebacker who's going to be in the spot, fight off blocks, and get to the ball carrier, where I thought maybe Sonny Styles is more of a finesse-style linebacker. All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Krusty's Corner coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
I'm going to walk you through all of Dak's pressures. How about that? We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, what type of mood will Jerry Jones be in at 8:30, plus Monday Night Football, Stars, Mavs, and 2 concert ticket giveaways in the 7 and 9 o'clock hours. It's a TOLO Tuesday on The Fan.
John and RJ here with Underdog. Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. And using Underdog is easy. You just pick whether your favorite team will win, or your favorite player goes higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you get your profits fast. Download the app today. Promo code TOLO and get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk that may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Buford, what are these IRS notices?
Karen, don't worry about those. Just put them on my dresser.
You hid this from me? They're saying we owe the IRS what?
Honey, I can handle this.
Buford, I'm going to...
Hi, I'm Randy Martin at IRSprob.com. We help good people with IRS problems. If you're receiving IRS notices like Buford, you need to give me a call right now.
Wait, who are you?
A friend, Karen. At IRSprob.com, we protected thousands of families from the IRS and negotiate settlements, oftentimes for less than the original amount owed.
Hey, Randy, can you help us?
Absolutely, Buford. But you need to call for an appointment right now at 214-214-3000. That number again is 214-214-3000. 3000.
We're calling now. Thanks, Randy.
IRSprob.com is here to help. Check out our 5-star reviews. Call us today at 214-214-3000. Again, 214-214-3000.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving, not your paperwork. Join over 11,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain in the letter x.com/AI.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
TOLOs, you can change your child's life by donating your car to Cars for Kids. It's fast, easy, free towing, paperwork handled, and a max tax deduction. Running or not, your car funds Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids a shot at education. So clear out your driveway and change a life. Visit carsforkids.org. Right off the car, not the kid.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. LegacyBox.com/value.
You have spent the last 10 years building a successful business, but recently it's been tough. You are behind on payroll taxes, and the IRS is coming after your business and you personally. Hi, I'm local attorney Nick Namath with the law offices of Nick Namath, located right here in Dallas. Don't spend sleepless nights wondering if you are going to lose your business and your personal assets. The IRS is one of the most powerful agencies in the federal government, and it can and will aggressively target businesses who have not paid their payroll taxes and can also target the business owner personally. If you are facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, or tax liens, call me, Nick Namath, today. I have helped many businesses and individuals in DFW resolve payroll and other types of tax problems. So whether you owe the IRS $20,000 or $2 million, why not let us try and help you? Your first visit is free and confidential, and we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. So call us now at 972-484-0829. That's 972-484-0829, or go to myiRSteam.com.
A deep Cowboys dive on Love of the Star, DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and time now for Broaddus to take a look at the tape for us. It's Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Flores.
Thank you very much, Lucis. Appreciate you playing that. Thank you very much to Greystone as well for being a part of this as well, too. Dawson, to give you your numbers about the Vikings defense coverage types.
Yeah.
I know you were talking about cover 0.
Yeah.
They played cover 2 on 43.9% of the dropbacks. Dak was 10 of 16 for 165 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. That was right about 10.3 yards a completion with 62.5 on the completion percentage. He was sacked 2 times, though, in that cover 2 look. Cover 0, which is the blitz look with no safeties in the middle of the field, 19.5% is what they played. Dak was 5 of 8 for 35 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. He averaged about 4.4 yards per pass versus that. And then the cover 3 was at 17%. He was 4 of 7 for 46 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Yards per attempt was 6.6. So they kind of threw a lot of different coverages. They also played a cover 6. They played cover 4. They played cover 1 as well in this football game. So I was going to ask you guys something too, and this is just an observation. Wolcha, great job of your kind of going after them a little bit for the things that you saw.
Bringing it back to the Joneses.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very important.
Yeah.
Very important.
I'd like to say something about the defense and Matt Eberflus. And this just shows up on tape. And when you sit down and have the opportunity to watch it, and you talk about the lack of pass rush, and you're thinking, oh, blitz, do this, do that. Even when he rushes 4, there are times where he doesn't rush his rushers.
Oh, yeah, he's dropping rushers into coverage.
I don't know how you can create pressure. I don't know how you can create pressure when you watch Ezeraku drop, you watch Clowney drop, you watch Fowler drop, you watch Williams drop. I don't know. I don't know how, and you wonder, like, well, why are they not getting any pressure? What's the problem? Well, he's got his edge rushers dropping, like his best edge rushers. And by the way, these guys can't finish when they get in the pocket anyway. That's been a big, big problem. You'll see that on tape, too, when you sit down and watch it. But it's really, really hard to generate pressure when you don't rush your rushers.
Yeah.
Somebody else is rushing.
Mm-hmm. They've leaned too hard into bend but don't break.
Yeah.
When the defense was at its low moment, Shoddy talked about, we're trying to cut out the big plays first.
Right.
And I don't think they ever pivoted from that. It hasn't been much of a talking point. But I think they've decided that we can make them try to move the ball down the field 10 yards at a time and ultimately frustrated, but that's not working out.
No.
Yeah. That you're
not good enough in coverage.
Yeah, that you could force like, we'll make them drive the ball, they'll make a mistake.
Eventually he'll turn it over.
Yeah.
And it's not going to work without pressure.
And that guy was turning it over at an alarming rate for Minnesota.
Yeah, and the one time he turned it over, you blitzed him.
Yeah. But yeah, if you're going to, and by the way, the 4th and 3 play, you tell me you're going to rush 3 on that play?
Oh, I know.
And he looks a little confused.
So he goes he tries to basically clog and cover, but the Vikings run everything at the sticks. So they're there's no pressure on this quarterback. All the 3 rushers are actually pinned to the left side of the offense. So all he has to do, he's got everything is materializing in front of him to the right. There's nothing to the left for him to go over and throw to and say, oh, all their routes are to the right. Mm-hmm. And so now he just slides over a little bit, and then he kind of waits the situation, and Naylor he's on our rookie on the rookie there on Ravel, and you're like, Ravel's kind of got him matched up at the sticks.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got guys plastered across.
But McCarthy's got all day, so he can just pivot out. And
Well, he
Naylor
pivots.
just turns up.
Yeah, and then Naylor just turns.
Yeah.
Naylor just so you got the guy plastered, and then all of a sudden Naylor feels like, this is not going to work out good for all of us over here. And he just pivots out.
Because you gave him that much time.
And
Right.
Ravel is just off and running. I mean, he's past him, and Ravel's having to catch up on it. But initially, he was in a really, really good position to make a play because they're all playing it at the sticks, but they were probably hoping for that McCarthy was just going to try and fit it in there. He was going to make a panic throw.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no reason to panic if you're just sitting there waiting for somebody to break open.
Right.
And that's the unfortunate thing right there. But, 4th and 3, and the rookie gives up a big play. Initially, the rookie was in great shape, but your coordinator didn't help. He rushes 3, and plus he rushes everybody to one side. There's nothing coming. There's nothing in McCarthy's face to make him have to do anything.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Just cleanest pocket you could ever imagine.
Cleanest pocket you can ever imagine. You're absolutely right about that. And by the way, the Vikings were in a situation last night, too, where they didn't play Darrisaw at left tackle, and they played School over there. Oh, jeez. He didn't give up a pressure. And there's a guy that when you watch Minnesota tape, when he had to play early in the season, like he played the first 2 games for Darrisaw, and then comes in and plays occasionally because Darrisaw's knee is not good. And I told you they max protect or helped him over there with some of that. But when he had some one-on-one stuff, nobody was winning over there. Nobody was winning.
No.
And that's another issue itself. All right, let's talk about some of the things I saw on the offensive side of the ball. I really do believe that when Hunter Lipke and Williams both were out of the game or both nicked up and weren't able to play, Williams came back. I mean, they probably did something to him at half, built his pads up, gave him a shot, whatever they had to do.
Came out running the ball kind of nice.
Yeah, but having Malik Davis in there as a blitz pickup guy.
There was one where off the right edge where he just gets
Yeah.
totally taken back.
Man, credit Hunter. Like, why haven't they been using Hunter Lipke?
They just want to pay him and just let him
so
chill.
bizarre. Like, he showed you he's got ability to not only catch the football, run the football. Like, and he had to do that in North Dakota State, and he was kind of a one-man band.
He was heating up last night right as the time he got hurt. It was unfortunate.
Looked like it could have been the Lipke breakout.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing, I just felt like, though, that he was going to be a big part of what they were going to do. Him and Williams were going to be the blitz pickup guys. But all of a sudden, when they're out, then having Davis in there, that's just that wasn't good business for the Cowboys. I'll say this, though, when this is how dialed in Minnesota was defensively. You remember they tried to screen pass to Hunter Lipke?
Mm-hmm.
And so when Hunter Lipke, you see, like, Van Ginkel is going to have a free rush. He's going to have a free run on Dak. But they're screening this thing out the left side. So they're kind of thinking, like, teams run these screens against Minnesota thinking, like, oh, they're blitzing, we can get it out, we can make big plays. That's kind of something you think about. Well, Dallas is in a situation where they're going to screen it to Hunter Minnesota's playing man coverage. It's Harrison Smith. And Harrison Smith has been blitzing the whole game. Like he's been walking up and blitzing. So you're thinking, we're going to get Harrison Smith here. We're going to throw a screen to his side. And we're just going to flip it over there and let Hunter Lipke run. As soon as Van Ginkel, he's coming on the pressure, Dak slides, they throw it to Hunter Lipke. Guess who's standing there waiting for him? Harrison fakes like he's going to blitz and then plays in coverage, plays man coverage. And that just shows you like you would kill if your defense would play with that kind of awareness or play with that kind of being that locked in. Hey, I'm going to show you I'm going to blitz. I'm going to act like I'm going to blitz, and you're probably going to throw the screen over here to this guy, and I'm going to play man coverage.
Be the aggressor
on him. It was amazing how many times Minnesota was able to do things where the pressure and stuff like that was, you talk about. I mentioned Davis. One of the pressures, he gets overpowered. He got overpowered by the linebacker Eric Wilson. I mean, just run over. And so, but Dak gets the ball off to CeeDee Lamb in the end zone, but that's when CeeDee kind of falls down over there. But that shows you again here, maybe they're trying to get the ball to Lamb, but they can't get the protection because the back that's normally in there to do it. We've seen plenty of times where Williams has been the guy that has like cleaned up. And I think that's why they had so many of the pressures and stuff last night, is because Williams, when this offensive line is not good enough, Williams cleans up a lot of the mess. He's able to identify where he needs to go and come across the pocket or step up and make a play. But last night was just that was tough. That was a tough situation. There's the sack situation that Dak had. He's got to step up again. Van Ginkel is coming on this blitz, and because Steele lets him inside. So now he's beat on the play. And so now on the other side, you get Thomas loses his guy. So now Dak's kind of in a situation right now where he's trying to step up, but there's nowhere. It's collapsing on him because you're two tackles. And this is where Williams and those guys have kind of been able to clean up when these tackles miss a blitz or miss a rusher or let somebody through. Then Dak is able to. But Dak, there were times last night, and you mentioned this, Wolchuk, where Dak drifted into pressure. His pocket awareness on a couple of these passes wasn't where it needed to be. And Dak has been pretty good with that. He's been able to kind of navigate where he needs to be. Okay, I need to stand here. Oh, I need to step up. Oh, I need to make a throw. There were a couple of times there where he just kind of was eyes downfield. He's waiting, but he's drifting. And he drifts into his tackles trying to block, and then those guys having problems.
Yeah, when it's been good, he has not done that. When it was bad at Arizona, Denver, and then last night, he's kind of contributing to the pressure problems.
Yeah. Well, they like I said, I think their plan was to try and let the furthest guy from the ball go, and I think it caused them some problems because the Vikings did a pretty damn good job of covering up your guys in the secondary. There were a couple of times where Pickens was open, but just the opportunity, there was just too much pressure for Dak to get him the ball.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every day, 3:40, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Wolchuk, I need a fix, brother.
I got you, bro. Let's do this thing. We got injury history repeating itself, setups and throw-ups. That's next.
Sean and RJ. driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We do have the Shoddy presser coming up here before too long. It's time now for Wolchuk's Daily Football Fix. Here's Zach.
Let's hit it right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side. Left side. Wrong side. Left side. I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
This is the first postseason without either Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, or Patrick Mahomes since 1998. That's right. Wow. The Chiefs officially eliminated from playoff contention as they lose to the Chargers. And no, it's not the San Diego Superchargers. It's the LA Chargers. And that's who the Cowboys are going to be playing on Sunday at noon. Somehow a 1.5-point favorite against the Chargers at home are your Dallas Cowboys. But terrible news for the Chiefs as Patrick Mahomes suffered a season-ending torn ACL in his left knee. I guess the good news here from Andy Reid is that the MRI scans show that there is no other major damage to other ligaments. Mahomes is headed to Dallas. He's going to get a second opinion here on his knee from Dr. Daniel Cooper, who's the Cowboys, of course, head team physician. Everybody goes to Dr. Cooper. He's the man.
Yeah, him and Dr. McKenzie, another one in Green Bay. There's about 3 or 4 really good doctors in this thing.
So he's expected to have the surgery later this week, and then we'll see. I don't know how quickly he'll be able to get back. Usually, what do you look at, a 9-month kind of recovery timeline here?
That's what they say.
For the ACL, it sucks for the sport. It really, really does that you lose one of the faces in Patrick Mahomes.
Hey, Dawson, 420-ish.
Right on. Salute to Shotty, heading in for this presser.
This was very eerie, though, as this started floating around. When you look at, okay, now Mahomes has torn his ACL, and Trey Wingo put this out. Both Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes won 3 Super Bowls early in their careers and then tore their ACLs in their 9th season, with both teams missing the playoffs that year. Nuts.
It's all lined up perfect.
Absolutely crazy. The GOAT. History repeats itself, man. So that does mean, I guess, evidently, we'll wait another 10 years, then Mahomes will get back and win another 3 Super Bowls, right? That's how this goes? That's how the story goes?
Apparently. You know, if we're going to hold trend here, and I guess Aaron Rodgers will go play for the Vikings.
Let's make it happen.
And it's crazy because when Brady tore his ACL, it was against the Chiefs.
It was against the Chiefs.
Yes. And was it week 1?
Low knee shot,
That's when Matt Castle came in, went 11-5, and they still missed the playoffs.
Yeah, because that was the Miami Dolphins Wildcat year.
Was it Sperano?
Yeah, it was Sperano, Pennington, Ronnie Brown, and Ricky Williams. And they had Bill Belichick in a blender early in the season when they unveiled
Wildcat.
Everybody's surprised. Yeah.
Oh, baby. Nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills,
21-point comeback win, largest by a visiting team in the history, boys, of Gillette Stadium, as Josh Allen said, no, not
That's
yet.
hard to believe.
I know, isn't it nuts? 21 points?
Yeah, because the Patriots before, like, Belichick were... I know
bad.
Pete Carroll. Yeah, they were okay, but not great teams. You figure they maybe like the old Boston. That's the new Gillette's. Yeah, Gillette's a newer.
Maybe they just weren't good enough to get up by the 21 points.
Yeah, maybe so.
But yeah,
I was trying to go all the way back to the old Foxborough Stadium.
Crazy. The Bills, that 21-point second quarter deficit, they come all the way back. Josh Allen putting his name back into the MVP conversation, says, Drake May, you're good. Your time's coming, all right? But I'm still the man. I'm still the guy here, as you are not going to win the division. Bills still have a chance at 6 consecutive AFC East titles, but there was a video that went viral as on the sideline, Josh Allen was just puking his guts up. And afterwards, of course, the media's got to ask Josh about him throwing up.
Pregnancy.
That's, I mean, if they don't catch it every game, I don't know. Like it basically happens every game. You know, if I don't get enough out pregame, you know, it usually happens at halftime. If I don't get enough at halftime, it usually happens in the 3rd or 4th quarter, and that's just, I don't know why I do it. It just happens, and it's due to nothing else but other than just like a weird feeling. Just got to get it out.
You guys ever pukers on game day? Just the nerves, the game day nerves, the jitters?
No, I've always been fascinated by it, though.
Yeah.
One of my first jobs in football, it was the PA announcer for Portland State Vikings football there at Old Civic Stadium, where the Portland Timbers call home. No, I wasn't nervous, but they had a player that would throw up every game.
I thought you were
and it was a thing like the fans and the media would wait for. And right on cue, about 5-10 minutes before the game, he'd be throwing up in the back of the end zone.
Just like waiting.
Yeah, so ever since then, I'm like, what is this? You're so excited. You're nervous. I imagine you're Josh Allen. It's your 6th or 7th year in the NFL, like eighth year. This should be over.
I don't know how many years he's been in the league now.
Hey, Chief, did you when we were in Vegas, like when you were car sick, did you get sick in Vegas when we were driving around?
Yeah, I sure did, because we were in one of those limousine deals and we were
going
facing one direction and driving the other. It screwed me up. But no vomiting.
No vomiting
for me. No.
I think the last time
the pregame deuce was always a deal, but never so nervous that you're vomiting.
I got sick. I get motion sickness. I'm like you, but I think that's the last time that I've got sick that way. I don't think it's been a while for nerves or anything, but I think it was just motion sickness in a car. I just get out and just get sick.
I definitely puked all over the place. My first game.
7th grade?
Yeah.
Yep.
Opened up against Jackson Jeffcoat. It's not a good day.
Were you wearing your uniform?
I was wearing my number 69.
Did you puke in the toilet? Like in the locker
room? No, it was on the field.
Oh, it was on the field.
Pre-game warm-ups.
Well, Jackson Jeffcoat will do that to you.
Yeah, you look over there and I'm like, oh my God. Do I want to do this?
Why are we playing high school team here, guys?
This is not cool.
When you were as a player, when you were blocking like that kind of situation, how would you describe yourself as a blocker, as a pro guy? Describe yourself as a pro blocker.
Yeah,
soft.
7th.
No. Give me a player. Is there a player that?
Gosh.
Is there a player that was like that blocked like
Chaz Green?
I don't want to do any player a disservice, including Chaz Green. I had good lateral agility. I could mirror pretty well, but yeah, I was. I probably was Fano from Utah. Great feet. Just wasn't going to be blowing anybody off the ball. Maybe your guy Colton Miller. Maybe like a Doug Free.
Yeah.
That. But no. I knew very, very quickly. This is not going to go well for me.
Did you get pushed around a bunch?
I was a pretty big guy, so I wouldn't say pushed. Against Jackson Jeffcoat, yes, absolutely.
We got to dig up that tape.
I don't know.
Bobby will find it.
I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't. But yeah, I probably did get pushed. I was a better defensive tackle than I was offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Credit to Wolchuk's self-awareness, because when did you quit?
9th grade.
9th grade, right? So 7th, 8th, power through, 9th, you say, we pull the plug on this thing. We don't need to embarrass ourselves.
Is there like a player coach job here that I could possibly do?
Yeah, can I help you with scouting, recruiting,
team manager? Anything else I could do? Yeah, water boy, hey, I'll go ahead and push the button for the cat wagon. First down, Plano Wildcats. I did that my senior year.
Go team.
Yeah, it was fun.
The cat wagon.
Yep. Cat guard is what it was called. First down, Plano. We had a weird situation going on in Cleveland. This story just gets weirder and weirder with Shedeur Sanders, man. It's like...
Is it because of the head coach?
Yeah.
I think this is the weirdest one.
This is 14-0. Browns quickly fall behind in Chicago. It's freezing. The Windy City, Soldier Field. 4 completions for 54 yards on 2 attempts and 9 yards rushing, along with 2 sacks is what Shedeur had at this point in the game. Now, as it turns out, Fox comes in and says, well, Shedeur's been wearing the wrong play sheet on his wristband during the first few drives of the game. How does this happen? Here's Kevin Stefanski postgame reacting to this news.
Was there something wrong with the Sanders wristband?
Yeah, there was a miscommunication early.
I think they mentioned that you guys had the wrong plays in the wristband on the first 2 drives. Is that accurate?
No. Yeah. There was something. I don't know if the wristband got something on it or whatever it was.
That guy's bleep canned.
So it's
That's a dead man walking.
I don't understand why you would even have multiple play sheet things. Like he's kind of
maybe they didn't change him out.
Is the self-sabotage thing real here? I didn't want to believe it. I'm like, why would you sabotage your own guy? But maybe it is.
Yeah, I mean, this is
bizarre.
this is the most damning evidence in regards to it all. Now, it sounds like he's sort of halfway denying, like, no, it wasn't the wrong plays. Like, there was a smudge on the wristband, so he couldn't see the plays appropriately.
I don't know, man. This one,
that one doesn't make much sense,
it's a little
man.
fishy,
He
boys.
started backpedaling pretty quick. I got Lion vibes. Coming off him.
Not good.
Did they ask Shador about it? Like, I would love to hear what Shador would say.
I didn't get any
about
post-game
this.
audio from Shador. I'm sure he was asked about it. Probably took the high road. It's like, I don't even need a wristband. Are you kidding me?
I could call my own damn plays.
You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and make this happen. But just not good.
I think, I mean, you get to this point in the season, I think a lot of people are mailing it in like, holy crap, let's get this whole thing over with.
We know we're going to lose.
Yeah.
This isn't going to go well for us. Well, Brandon Ayuk, that's going to be
He hasn't shown up in a while, has he?
No, and it's hilarious. Kyle Shanahan had an awesome response. If only like Shoddy would just say this about Diggs. Here was Kyle Shanahan talking about Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, we haven't seen him forever. So, I mean, that's a decision they make. It's been pretty simple for me. I mean, I haven't seen him in a month. So, that's and same with our team. So it hasn't been an issue with our team at all. We've kind of been plugging away and no big deal. Or it's just something we've been used to for a while. But I know it's new to you guys. So they just officially, I think, had to do that yesterday.
It's no big deal.
Yeah.
So he's still being paid? Like, they can't?
Oh, yeah.
I don't understand
They
how
just
he's
moved him, I think, to like the
reserve injured list or something.
But I do think that he still gets paid.
I don't understand how that happens. How is there no recourse for guys not showing up? We just gave him the fatty boomba. He's getting injured. He's pouting, and I still have to pay this guy who doesn't show up and is just MIA. And I'm the head coach, and I haven't seen him in however long.
Watch what happens. Maybe if Diggs is not activated next week.
He's just not going to show up?
Well, he might not.
He probably won't.
He probably just there's no reason to show up.
The Diggs thing, I think,
Unless
makes
he's
plenty
required.
of sense if it's a medical deal.
Yeah.
There's no way they're going to activate him if they haven't yet to this point. If they're trying to save themselves from having to give him medically guaranteed money, as Brian, confirmed for us in the first hour of the show.
Now, Brandon Ayuk has posted on Instagram for the first time in a long time. I don't know what he is saying here. I don't know that I can even really articulate what he is writing. Ona E-Way V Truck, even though Issa BP, I still play the rear view mirror my wrist to PP Patek. Felipe, same price. Richard Mill.
I think he got hacked.
You think that's a hacking? Or is it a song?
No, he's talking
Sounds like it
about
might be a song.
Could be a song.
He's talking about wristwatches, though.
Wristwatches?
Yeah.
Gosh, it was, he's going to be in Washington, putting in the call. He's going to go be with his BFF, Jaden Daniels. And then the last thing here, our buddy Micah Parsons. I mean, it was a bad day. It was just a bad day for big-time ACLs. Mahomes, Micah goes down. It was confirmed. He officially does have an ACL injury. Teddy Buchanan, rookie of the Baltimore Ravens, who I loved, he's out. He's got an ACL. And Jackson Dart, again, flirting with the concussions. And the Giants saying, we're not going to change much. They don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the right answer is there because he's not going to stay healthy playing like this, but you don't have any confidence that he can succeed as a pure pocket quarterback. So, but if I was Mike Kafka, I wouldn't have said that. That just got him eliminated. I think from consideration. I need a head coach that has a different plan than continuing to play Jackson Dart like this.
Well, Kafka, man, Hard Knocks had his bye-bye speech before they broke off on their bye, and it was awkward.
Was it?
It was very cringy.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
I don't know if he's like
cuss words.
Yeah, I don't know
not
if he's
head coach material.
The commander of the room type of guy.
Gotcha. Well, thank you, Wolchuk. We have a Shoddy presser scheduled coming up next. Might throw it off to him. Might kill some time as we look at Cowboys Twitter and top tweets that went viral after the Cowboys loss. That's coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. I want to chat with you about the...
G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're getting ready for the Brian Schottenheimer press conference brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. And, we'll hear from Shoddy in between now and then. Let me get you just a few Cowboys Twitter items. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Stephen Jones was on with KNC today, said the defensive coaching is something they're going to evaluate in the offseason. But he didn't stop there. He said they also, were disappointed they had 10 days to prepare, and it wasn't just the defense, but offensively and special teams as well was a disappointment. It wasn't as bad with the kick coverage, but still was not ideal. And I'm pleased, between what Steven and Jerry have said between last night and then today here on The Fan. I do believe they're no longer in denial or covering for their guy. They're preparing us, I believe, for the announcement shortly after the season ends that they're going to go ahead and find a new defensive coordinator. That's the right thing to do. What'd you guys think as the game was going on and Steven went viral for talking into that radio? That was pretty funny.
Yeah, I was waiting. I was so glad that KNC asked him about it because we were kind of joking about it in the press box.
Did he give an answer?
Yeah, he did. He basically just said it's for like communicating injuries and other
things around the stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine you wouldn't want to leave it up to chance for your cell connection to be good. So it might not just want to be texting around and calling around and stuff like that. I know you get enough people in that Arlington area, and your phone will, not be reliable there. I was wondering exactly what that was for. So salute to Kevin and Corey for asking about it. Jerry Jones continued the mysterious approach to the Trayvon Diggs story, saying Diggs isn't healthy enough to be out there for us. Did everybody hear that? I said he's not healthy enough for us to put him out there. Diggs did say he's healthy and ready to play and upset to not be on the field. But the thing that Brian confirmed for us earlier in the show was that there is medically guaranteed money left on that contract, and for me that changes the equation significantly. Spotrac, Over the Cap are pretty good contract tracking websites, but they can only use with what's become publicly available. Mm-hmm. And when that contract was signed, there was a report that $9 million of it was medically guaranteed for the 2025 season, and that was guaranteed on the 5th day of the league year. But the Cowboys didn't have a decision to make last spring because Diggs was already hurt and he was coming back from an injury, so they really didn't have an option on him. And Over the Cap Spotrac did not have any medically guaranteed money on the contract for 2026, but just because they don't have it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And Brian was able to confirm for us earlier there is medically guaranteed money. So I think they're playing this right. If there's no medically guaranteed money, I believe Diggs is probably your best corner, or at least worth the shot to put him out there and see, because he's probably better than Kalen Carson and Savone Revel at this point in Revel's career. I mean, that was back-to-back games that was pretty disappointing from him. I'm still confident in Revel, but I want to see Diggs out there. If it's anything of significance, anything over just a couple $2-3 million, the best move right now to make is to preserve maximum cap flexibility for March of 2026. I mean, the way that they throw around free agent dollars, if it's $5 to $8 million, that's a very significant amount of what they would plan to spend in free agency. That might be a starting linebacker.
That's like 4 players for them.
Replacement safety, yes. It is. It's a significant amount of cash. Trayvon on the defensive struggles all season could be the change of defensive coordinators. That's hard. It's hard to deal with changing personnel, finding what fits your players that you have. It's just trying to find a balance that you could run with. Yeah, I think just even saying the words defensive coordinator is pretty strong, but I salute Trayvon for doing that, because we need, the maximum amount of pressure on this situation to ensure that there is a change and that you don't try to run it back with Matt Eberflus. Kenneth Murray's getting crushed for the goal line play where C.J. Ham ran it right up the middle untouched for a touchdown. Like, what was he looking for over there?
Yeah, he runs around
the left tackle.
Watching him play.
Is it possible that that's, and that was his responsibility? Sure.
Yeah.
And there was supposed to be
possible.
a different player getting in there. Nobody knows what it is like chickens with their heads cut off.
It was so wild. I felt maybe it was just a bad read.
I think he guessed. I don't know.
It was like I thought he guessed at it too,
because he fires over on that other gap and boom, the middle is wide open.
Yeah, I mean when you look at
embarrassing.
When you look at the end zone view of it, I think it's pretty clear. Like he felt like he knew what his gap was, which was the gap that he shot, and Kenny Clark gets way too upfield and opens up the gap that the running back actually runs into.
It happened to Kenny Clark a couple of times in that game where he got turned pretty good and kind of knocked out of the way. They did a pretty nice job of blocking on him last night.
Wilson and Murray combined for one full tackle. They had a half tackle each.
God.
It was funny that it was weird because when one of them was on the field, rushing was 2.8 and off the field was 2.9, and they had the same splits when it came to yards per carry with them being on and off the field. Sometimes you get that where it's like one guy is really, he's got like, when he's on the field, they're 3.5. When he's off the field, they're 5.7. This one was very much a 2.8, 2.9 for each of them. So it really just shows you that the Vikings weren't, didn't run the ball really all that effective, because if you go through down all the players that were listed, most of them were in that under the 3 range or right around 3.5 with them being on or off the field.
Yeah, it looked like, Bobby, I think he was tweeting this during the game, so I don't know how it finished off, but for a good chunk of the game, Minnesota's success rate was 10% better when Murray was on the field compared to Wilson.
Yeah, he leaned over and told us that. So I don't know if it changed, because I want to say that was probably in the third quarter.
Okay.
But I mean, that's what it feels like. Wilson also, I think you can upgrade there. Don't get me wrong. He definitely is not a great athlete. But I do think, just football IQ wise, he's not going to be out of position as frequently as Kenneth Murray is.
Yeah. I thought this team was crazy for letting Eric Kendricks go. I keep calling him Kendrick Perkins in conversation, but Eric Kendricks, add up the money that you gave and the draft capital that you gave for Logan Wilson and Kenneth Murray, you could have made Eric Kendricks a very happy man and had a significantly better player. And he's just been sitting out the entire season. So I don't know what's worse, like the way that they're rotating him or not playing Wilson over Murray, or just you went out into the market of available players and those were your two decisions.
Well, Jack Sanborn was in that group too. We kind of forgot about Jack Sanborn.
And Sanborn's a backup linebacker. I think it's pretty obvious to me Marist is a backup linebacker. Shamar James has shown potential. So maybe Shamar James could be a starter for you moving forward. But other than Overshown, and Overshown clearly is not, back to his level that we're accustomed to yet. He's getting there, but it's not. You can tell he's not quite the same guy right now. But other than Overshown, I don't think there's any of these linebackers you feel great about starting moving forward.
Overshown led the team with 4 tackles yesterday. Brian, what was your takeaway watching him play?
I felt like that he played a little bit better. I'm always a big fan of when Overshown is going to be a forward player or a rusher. We saw that very, very early that they blitzed him. I think that's kind of where he could be a disruptive guy that way, because he kind of has a feel for how to be slippery and get through and get to the quarterback and stuff. I felt like in some of the space stuff, he's been a little bit lost. Mm-hmm. And I mean lost as far as okay, where's my fit? And or is he really trusting what his eyes are telling him? And I think all these linebackers we've seen from the Cowboys, their eyes have failed them at certain points in time during this season.
Let's go back to the Twitter account of Bobby Belt here for our last tweet before we get to Shoddy. Of the 13 teams that have played the Cowboys this year, 8 of them have put up one of their 2 highest scoring performances of the season against the Cowboys: the Giants, Bears, Packers, Panthers, Broncos, Cardinals, Lions, and now the Vikings. I don't think the personnel is this bad. Before the bye week, you could say, okay, maybe we thought early on it was Flus's fault, but these players just aren't good. You bring in 6 or 7 new guys, and you had the turnaround, and now for it to have devolved, Wolchuk, you said earlier, like, there are no players on this team that defensively are having a career year, and you could argue almost every one of them has been made worse by this scheme switch. Eberflus doesn't have answers for the team. He doesn't have answers for individuals. I still have belief that if you gave Eberflus enough time and enough draft and free agent resources, he could be a hell of a coach. That's just so far off in the distance to find the right players who are good and match his scheme. There's no way it's worth the squeeze.
No, and you could find a million defensive coordinators who would be awesome if they had dominant talent.
Yeah.
Like,
that's not saying much, right? The players are always going to make the coach, but it's easier, in my opinion, to just move the coach than it is to, well, you're just going to overhaul basically your entire defensive, or really your corners, right? And the answer is no. I mean, you just drafted Revel. He's got 3 more years left on his deal. You just paid Deron Bland. They're not going anywhere.
Clarence Hill, the Cowboys lost to Jacoby Brissett and J.J. McCarthy at home by double digits. That was late in the game before, I guess, the field goal made it a little bit shorter. But, man, it really stings, because as a defensive coordinator, you should be able to absolutely hang your hat on the fact that bad quarterbacks, inexperienced quarterbacks, especially essentially rookie quarterbacks, are going to have a nightmare day against you. And he made them so comfortable they looked like veteran Pro Bowlers. Okay, we either got Shotty or a mixed bag coming up next. Wolchuk, where are you taking it?
Well, that's a great question. Let me pull this tease up. Oh, which college leads the way in alcohol revenue? Rangers updates and baked beans. That's next.
But tell us.
Good afternoon. Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. How would you assess your defense over the last 2 weeks?
Well, I think I'd start with assessing our team, and I'd say our team hasn't done well enough the last 2 weeks. We've lost 2 games. I thought we've played well at times, but the execution was not what it was when we were winning 3 games in a row. I think that's what this league is about. I said to the guys in the locker room after the game, that at the end of the day, there were opportunities for us to make plays at critical times, and we didn't make those plays. And unfortunately, in a league where there's so much parity, Calvin, if you don't make those plays, you can't gain momentum. And I think that's kind of what yesterday's game came down to, was the fact that, we weren't able to kind of gain momentum. And like I said, we kicked field goals and they didn't.
There's a lot of discussion after the game about the lack of pressure and even the lack of blitzing. What was the thought process there about not blitzing a young quarterback as much as we did?
Yeah, we looked at it. We've talked a lot about that. Again, I think the biggest thing for us is we've got to affect the quarterback, and there's different ways to do it. You guys have seen our ability to do it with our defensive line and 4-man rushes. We have the 5-man line, but at the end of the day, we just didn't get home. And were there enough blitzes? Maybe, maybe not, but certainly we didn't affect the guy. And again, they were out there left tackle, and anytime that happens, it's hard. So we were close, but again, you got to get this guy on the ground, and we didn't do that. So we didn't do well enough in that regard. And conversely, we didn't do well enough protecting Dak. So again, I really feel like at the end of the day, this came down to pass protection was a big part of the game and how it swung.
To the DLLS Cowboys, you talk about protecting Dak. Did they do, with the blitzes, did they do things that surprised you, that it wasn't on tape, or what was the issue with not?
No, it was just they did a really good job, Clarence, of kind of showing down, and we put ourselves in 3rd and long. I think we had 7 of our 16 3rd and 4th downs were 7 or more, which allows them to do more disguising. And I just think that they kind of mixed it up, and we thought it was 0 on a couple times, and it was, and we thought it was 0 on a couple times, and it wasn't. And at the end of the day, I just think our execution was off, and I think I didn't do a great job adjusting, and that comes on me. And having looked at it this morning, we've got some really good answers that we feel good about, but it certainly doesn't help us get that game back. And so I have to own that from my seat.
Going forward, how do you balance trying to win but also looking toward the future? Are you at that point where you want to evaluate some of the young guys for the future, or even the coaching staff for the future, or is it just all about winning?
All about winning. It's always going to be all about winning, whether we're sitting at undefeated or wherever we are today. It's always going to be about winning, because again, our mantra and central theme of the program is compete every day, and kind of talk to the guys about that a little bit today, and we're not going to blink. We're not going to change who we are. We understand, where we sit, but we got a really good opportunity to play a really good football team this week in I want to say San Diego, but I won't, with the Chargers.
Brian, Todd Archer with ESPN. On Trayvon stuff, we've asked you a few questions about there the last couple of weeks. He says he's healthy. He says he practiced last week and he was part of the game plan and was told you. What's been the breakdown in communication, or has there been in one?
Well, again, I think, number one, Trayvon and I sat down and we had a very detailed conversation on Saturday. I told him not only the reasons why, but also the standards and expectations. So, again, I'm always going to have real conversations. I would never not play a player and not explain to them why they weren't going to play. I know he feels like he's ready, but in our long conversation, I thought I made it very clear. And so I'll leave it at that.
You have to make a decision on him by Saturday. Does he have three practices to show you that does 3 practices enough to show you that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we know what a great player Trayvon is. And again, at the end of the day, it's a 3-week ramp up, 3-week process for a reason. And we're going to use all 3 of those weeks. I don't think there's been many where guys have come up. I know none have come up in the first week, but absolutely he does.
And then Calvin asked you about the blitz stuff. In the last 2 games, you've sent pressure the first quarter, I think 50-something% of the time, and then 20-something% of the time. And why such a disparity? Why in your blitz numbers after the first quarter.
Yeah, again, I mean, I think it's the game flow is different. Again, I'm going to go back to this, Todd. I mean, at the end of the day, you have to affect the quarterback different ways, and we certainly, did that early on against both these teams, in terms of, if you remember the Detroit game, I thought early on that first drive, Goff was, kind of unsettled. And at the end of the day, we got to keep the pressure on guys, and that's part of doing that. And there's different ways to do that. But you don't have to blitz to always get pressure. If you're not getting home with your 4-man rush, then you have to blitz, or your 5-man pressures. And I think that's where we have to stay aggressive and stay on the attack.
John Machado with The Athletic. How would you evaluate how Matt Eberflus has done this year as your DC?
Yeah, again, I think, look, at the end of the day, I have a ton of confidence in Flus. I think he's a hell of a football coach. He's accomplished a lot in this league. We all should take ownership of where we are. This is not an offense, defense, special teams thing. This is the fact that our record is what it is. And, we've played well at times, and then we haven't played very well at times. I know what the stats say. The stats are not very good. That's real, and I understand that. But at the end of the day, this is not just about Flus. This is about, me as the head coach, the offense and Dak and the defensive players and special teams and everybody. And so at the end of the day, our focus right now is, hey, let's go finish strong. Let's go play well this week. And again, we got 17 guaranteed ops, and we're going to maximize them all.
And then with your offensive tackles, you go back and watch the game. Just what did you think of Nate Thomas and Terrence Steele?
Yeah, again, I thought we didn't protect very well overall. I've already talked about my part in that, which is a big part of that with some of the blitz looks and the plan and all that stuff. So, like I always do, put myself out there. I thought our technique was a little bit poor with the tackles. We gave up inside leverage at times, and we're getting beat inside, which, again, a pocket, the way it's developed is from the inside out. It's kind of like a saucer, if you will. You want the A gap to be the firmest, then the B gap and the C gap. And when you get beat inside on spin moves, it obviously spooks the quarterback some. I thought our backs, with all the double A gap stuff they were doing, we lunged some. We were lunging and not keeping our eyes up and striking and getting our chin up underneath their eyes. And, it's really, all 11 guys and the coaching staff are involved in pass protection, but it certainly wasn't to the standard that we've been. And, we've been really good against the blitz. And again, I'm going to say it. I said last night, I have a ton of respect for Brian Flores and his defense and what he does, and he makes you work.
A lot of fans are, for lack of a better term, tired of the Cowboys having to use first-round picks on the offensive line to fix all the issues. Do you feel like you guys have on this team right now the answers on your offensive line?
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, I believe in the guys we have. Again, I think, Minnesota gives a lot of people trouble. You guys started asking me the question on Wednesday about going up against the Brian Flores defense, and again, kudos to them. But we've played really well at times, Nate's, had been thrown into duty a little bit. Tyler Smith, been battling through some things. Cooper Beebe, it's been a little bit of a revolving door. But at the end of the day, I'm very confident in that group. We just have to coach and play better. And it comes down to, honestly, when you take the game plan out of it, the fundamentals. And so we have to tighten up our feet. We got to tighten up the way we set, keeping good leverage. All those things are part of it. So.
Nick Harris, Forward Star Telegram. Dak was talking after the game yesterday about how that one was one of the more frustrating losses he's been a part of. Where do you see that frustration stemming from, just as an offensive group going into that game and maybe having an expectation of things that didn't play out?
Well, I think, we started out pretty fast. We get the sudden change. We go down. We run the fake field goal. We end up punching the ball in, right? Then we go back down. We get another touchdown. Actually got points before the end of the first half. So I thought the first half was pretty good. I thought the second half got away from us a little bit. I think the frustration is kind of what I spoke to last night. I know he spoke about it last night as well, is just we felt like they were kind of a step ahead of us along the way as we went, and that happens at times. It's not the first time that's happened to me as a coordinator or play caller, and you're frustrated because as a competitor you're working through the issues and you're trying to come up with the answers, and sometimes you try to overcorrect, and like I said, where I look back at it today, I think we had some good answers, but we didn't get to them soon enough. And that's why it's frustrating, because we had a chance. And, again, we scored 26 points. If we got to score more than that, we'll do it. And we didn't do it yesterday.
I know you guys have handled some personnel changes on defense throughout the year. Is this a time of year when you look at 3 guaranteed opportunities remaining where you maybe lean into trying some more things? I know you want to win. That was with Clarence's question, but do you maybe lean into it if it's closer to a 60-40 type of?
Yeah, again, I mean, every week is different, Nick. You know what I'm saying? Every week we look at things differently. You just said, I'm going to say it again, we're going to compete every day. We want to win. We're ultimately judged on winning and losing, right? That's ultimately how you're judged. And that doesn't matter if you make the playoffs or not. We've been to the playoffs around here a lot and lost. And, at the end of the day, you got to win. And our objective and goal will never change as long as I'm here. We're going to compete to win world championships and want to win them and build a great culture. But at the end of the day, the focus is going to be on winning. And to do that, you have to play your best players. And you also want to see your best players play well because of how much they love the game, how much they love their brothers in that locker room, and how much they love playing for the Dallas Cowboys.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com. You were talking last night about how you didn't feel like you played well situationally. When you watched third down in the red zone back today, anything stand out as to why those areas kind of struggled?
Well, again, I'm going to make an adjustment in the red zone. Again, the stats are what they are, and again, that's why I think I'd be a little careful reading stats. We were 2 for 5 in the red zone, but really we were kind of 2 for 3. Why do I say that? We had one at the 19-yard line where we ran a play just to burn the clock. We had like 18, 17 seconds left, maybe a little less than that, and we threw the out route over the top of his head. Like, we weren't trying to score, right? And then we went down there, we got to the 19 or the 18, and we tried to draw them off sides, and we kicked the field goal. The stats are the stats, but I actually looked at the red zone and thought we were better. I thought I stayed committed to running the football down there. The first couple drives, we punched it in. I thought, Javonte and Malik both had some really good finishes down there. I thought that was really good. Where we struggled defensively in the red zone was fourth down. They were 3 for 3 on fourth down throughout the game. 2 of the 3 were in the red zone, and that's why you look back and they were scoring 3 out of 4 times down there. Was our inability. We got them to fourth down. We just couldn't get them off the field. They had the one bootleg, where JJ comes clean, and then we had a coverage miss.
You talked about the all-up looks that they present to you. Is there a telltale sign or read that you can see, whether it be you or as the quarterback, when they're all up there and not moving until the snap of, okay, this guy's going to drop, or is that just part of the difficulty in going up against that?
Yeah, you try to use your cadence. The answer is yes. You try to use your cadence. When you've got a guy that's almost my age as the free safety stand down there on the line of scrimmage, he's pretty good at not giving tells. And, he's seen a lot. He's been doing this for a long time. He's been doing this going back to when he first got drafted. There was him. So I think he's, if not the best, one of the best. After what they did to us last night, I'll say he is the best. But, a guy like Harrison makes that thing go, man. And they're very disciplined. They're very confident. And, again, that's why I give them a lot of credit.
Babe Loffler, 105.3, The Fan, Cowboys Radio Network. Obviously, the record is not what you want it to be or you thought it might be. But what has been most disappointing for you up to this point of the season?
Yeah, it's a good question. I would say the consistency, babe. We've played well at times, win 3 games in a tight stretch against good teams and you come back to do it, and then you go on the road against Detroit and you don't play very well, and then you come back home and you got 10 days to prepare for a Vikings team that again, I think they're a good football team. They're very well coached. You don't play very well, and then you look at the ball security. We went 4 weeks in a row with taking care of the football. We had 0 gives. And then we go 4 weeks in a row where we're turning it over 2 or 3 times a game. And the most disappointing thing is we've not gotten to the point where we've played consistent enough football. And it's kind of like, when you don't do that, you give yourself, a lot less opportunities to find ways to win games, as opposed to if you're going to have bad drive every now and then. But when you kind of have bad quarters or bad halves, things like that, that's really what hurts your ability to win and finish games in this league.
Garrett
Podell, CBS Sports Prime. You talked about wanting to see your best players play their best. Kind of what did you see about how the offense was unable to find George Pickens with regularity? You talked about a few weeks ago, lighting the world on fire. Why do you think the team hasn't been able to find him the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, again, we'll take a look at that. They've obviously had a very specific plan the last 2 weeks. We're seeing a lot of different coverages where they're aware of where George is. I think when you do that, that's when CD goes for whatever he went for yesterday, 120 yards or whatever it was. Again, that's why it's important to have two guys. George has been, superhuman almost for most of this season, and two teams have kind of slowed him down. Does that mean we're going to stop throwing the ball? No, just like they're not going to stop throwing the ball to Justin Jefferson. But fortunately for us on offense is if they do take George away or if they take CD away, that we have other people that we can, attack with. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to attack. And, again, I thought we moved the ball really well yesterday. And, again, the ball's not going to – you're not always going to go for 6 or 8 for 130 yards every game. It doesn't happen. But again, overall, through the course of the season, the guy's been almost unguardable at times, and we'll hopefully get him back to that spot.
As the play caller in that situation, how early into a game do you kind of get a sense or feel for, okay, they're taking George away or CD, which one of them is clearly the focus to be taken away?
It usually happens. You figure it out about the first quarter, you kind of have an idea. We do move CD around more than we move George. That's part of it. CD's much, more used to moving around. We move George around some, but we move CD around a little bit more. So that makes it harder on George at times. He's a little easier to take away and double. So we'll look at that. But probably by the end of the first quarter, you kind of have an idea of what their plan is. And, they did a nice job. Again, veteran defense. I think Murphy played really good yesterday. I thought he did a really nice job with some things. And again, I'm going to continue to sing their praises because I think they just very, very good defense we played yesterday.
Joe White, Dallas Morning News. Just one clarification question. Trayvon says healthy. Jerry says not healthy. What do you guys, as a coaching staff, look at it as?
I think he's moving around well. I don't think that's the only issue. Again, like I said, he and I had a very detailed conversation Saturday morning in my office, and we talked about the reasons. But more importantly for me, Joe, is the expectation, and that's not just an expectation for Trayvon. Okay, I'm going to make that very clear. It's an expectation for all of our guys, and the standard is the standard, and I do believe that. And again, like I said, I'm not going to not play a player without having a man-to-man conversation and have them not understand why. I think it's too important. I respect them too much and what they do and what they put into it and the competitors that they all are.
Weekly question about Logan Wilson, Kenneth Murray, just loading up the start. How did you think those two played?
Yeah, again, I think at the end of the day, they both have traits we like. I think, none of us played well enough yesterday. I think, we have to be better. There's got to be better communication on all parts. It's not just them. But I'd say about the same. I think both guys do things that we like. Both guys can improve in certain areas, and that's kind of pretty consistent throughout our football team right now.
Quinnen, how is he doing today? Was he in the building?
In the protocol, yep. He's doing pretty good. And then Hunter, same thing in the protocol.
With a week for both those guys, does that make it more
Next
difficult?
couple of days, we'll see. Next couple of days, these things are different. I mean, you guys all saw what happened to CD. I mean, and the next thing you know, he's out there Wednesday's practice, and you're kind of like, wow. So we'll see. But I will say this: I thought Q played outstanding yesterday. I mean, he was disruptive. He was everything that we thought he would be. So, hopefully, he's okay.
One more Trayvon one, I guess. Has he bought into the culture you're trying to build?
I think so, yeah. Again, I think the biggest thing of what we're trying to do is get everybody to understand how much, the brotherhood matters and doing things the right way all the time matters. And I think so. I think we can all be better at those things. I can be better at selling it at times. But, I don't worry about Trayvon in that regard.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to talk to Trayvon today?
No.
15 games in as a play caller, what have been the challenges for you? 14 games in. What have been the challenges that you've faced throughout the season, and what are maybe some successes you didn't anticipate having as a play caller for?
I think it's probably been staying consistent in the run game's probably been a challenge. We've run it really well. I thought we ran it really well yesterday. That's when you blitz a lot like they do, you open yourself up to run lanes, and I thought that's why I think we had 4 explosives, 4 or 5 over 11 yards yesterday. But staying consistent with the run game, I think, is big, and I think using our personnel the right way is something that I'm proud of and pleased in. But there's really every year's different. I've called plays for a long time in this league, and I think at the end of the day, the stats, I talk about them all the time. The stats are great, but I really don't care about the stats. I care about the wins, and that's what I'm probably the most disappointed in as we sit here where we are 6-7-1. And I think we're better than that as a football team, but our record is what it is, so you own it.
Tyler Guyton, where's he at in his recovery? And you hoping maybe this week is the week he comes back?
Yeah, again, next couple of days will tell. I know you guys hate that answer, but again, I think he had a good day today is what it sounds like, and we'll see what that means. Again, a little tricky when you're big offensive lineman and you have to move around and block elite athletes, but today was a positive step, but we'll see how the next couple of days unfold.
Okay.
Good. Thanks, guys.
All right, there it is, the Brian Schottenheimer press conference here on your home of the Cowboys. It's a busy Cowboys Monday. There is Rangers news. Chuck will get to that coming up at 5:20 as we kick off the Expressway. What are we doing next, Eric?
Football's finest, and we laugh at other teams' pain. Next in the nation.
Racing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4 of the nation here on a Cowboys Monday. Got Ranger stuff coming up here in about 15 minutes. Then we'll get to the G-Bag of the day and LA Live. It's time now for football's finest. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Okay, we sink into our own pain and then we laugh at others' pain. I saw Nick Harris with the stat of the day. Cowboys defense has allowed 4 quarterbacks to throw for a season high in passing yards this season. That includes Russell Wilson, Caleb Williams, Justin Fields, and now J.J. McCarthy. 2 more quarterbacks have had their second highest passing total. That was Jalen Hurts and Jordan Love. So this is a season-long story.
You know, to turn it into a positive, we should probably celebrate it that it got this bad. Otherwise, we would have had Eberflus next year. You know? You could have won 3 out of your last 4, still missed the playoffs, and had Eberflus next year. I'll take this.
Pin the tail on the positive.
Yeah.
I like what you're doing
Better
there,
draft
Dawson.
picks.
Yeah, and how about, speaking of the Eberflus stuff, Dallas was 0-3-1 this year against the NFC North.
It's not good.
Which is where Eberflus came from. You would think maybe he would have a beat on some of these teams.
They got the beat on him.
They got the beat on him. That is for sure. You gave up 31, 40, 44, and 34 to the NFC North teams this year that Eberflus should have a decent amount of knowledge on.
You know, they talked about that when they hired him, like, oh, this is perfect. He's available. He's just coaching in the NFC North. We got that division this year, boys. And we were planning on just going 2-2 here with Chicago and Minnesota maybe being your wins. This might push us to 3-1.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was an ultimate backfire. It's still frustrating, and I get it. Like, Shotty's going to have to be the one to go to the Joneses and be like, hey, we got to make a change here.
I think so. But that's me.
Yeah, I think that's reality, and it's a sad reality that the Joneses can't sit there and look at this and immediately know, hey, we need to make a switch here because we prioritize winning, and we can't win this way. But that's not even the case. They would just sit back complacent, preach continuity, and move forward if Shoddy doesn't go up there and step up and say something.
Based on what Jerry said last night and Steven said today with KNC, I would not be surprised if Shoddy already made that walk and had that talk last week after the Detroit game. Like, you kidding me? And then maybe he felt a little bit more bold this week saying, what the bleep are we doing in the direction of Eberflus as a result of already having that conversation behind closed door. Now, publicly, he continues to include himself and throw himself under the bus, and he's protecting people. I think he's protecting Dak by, talking about how he is better than what he showed last night.
Yeah, and even just him having to go mid-season and spend a bunch of time in the defensive meeting room when he's your offensive head coach and you're supposed to have sort of a head coach of the defense in Matt Eberflus, and he's having to take time out of his preparation to go make sure and babysit that we're doing things in a competent way. And then you had, even before the game, and I'm sure it's only gotten worse, but Bill Barnwell had the nuggets of like the Cowboys defense before the trade and after the trade. And before the trade, you were 31st in the league EPA per play. Since the trade, not accumulatively, but just since the trade, you go from 31st in EPA per play just to 26th. So you're not that much better, even with all the reinforcements that you've had defensively. Your points per drive, you were 31st in the league before the trade. Since the trade, going into last night's game, 28th in the league.
Better.
By inches. Yeah. And you got to play the Raiders, the Eagles, who you have Jalen Hurts' number, and then J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah. And the Chiefs, who have proven time and time again now that their offense is just stuck in the mud.
Yeah, it's very average.
But versus the Cowboys, they were putting up points.
Yeah.
They were getting it done.
If it wasn't for the dropsies, they would have lit you up.
Go ahead, Broadus. Do what you want to do.
Man, we're having some revelations here about some of these teams, aren't we?
Yeah.
Like the realization that maybe Kansas City's not any good. You know? Revelation maybe the Eagles aren't that great.
Hey, those are the NFC's champs, okay? Show some respect.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, let's bring up the Eagles for a second.
Screw them.
And this is just mostly to laugh at the Raiders.
I kind of feel like you have played some bad offenses here lately.
You have?
Well, with the exception of Detroit. I don't think Detroit's offense is bad.
No.
Especially with St. Brown playing.
Yeah.
They could be compromised at offensive line and still find a way to kind of kick your ass.
Well, the Eagles were fortunate to get the tune-up game versus the Raiders. And the Raiders scored 0 points, as we know.
Yeah.
They also totaled 75 yards in the game.
Was that two gloves?
The entire game?
In the game, bro. They had 29 passing yards and 46 rushing yards.
Oh, my gosh.
And, I mean, that right there, that's the fewest yards in a game in the Super Bowl era. Wow. It's the fewest yards in a game since Week 11 of the 1955 season.
Wait a minute, let me tell you who was playing that day. 1955?
Were you there?
Well, hang on, I'll tell you who was playing. We're going to go with the New York Giants held the New York Giants held the Chicago Cardinals.
Wow.
No way.
Now,
You saw this.
I think this was Philadelphia. I want to say this is Philadelphia going up against them, but it was the Chicago Cardinals who were the constipated offense and had the fewest yards really in football history in a game. So that's where we're at there. Now, it's funny to look at.
So it's Philadelphia versus Chicago then.
Yeah.
What's crazy is the Raiders' first drive was 13 plays for 41 yards. So after that moment, they got 31 more yards.
Yeah.
They only had the ball really 7 times.
Yeah, they had the ball for like 20 minutes the whole game. Their time of possession it was like 40 minutes to 20 minutes.
Were we kind of thinking that maybe the Raiders had a chance in that game? Like going into it?
We were hoping, but no, they didn't have a chance. They're the worst team in the league.
It's funny
the
to
first
look.
overall pick or the Giants?
I think the Giants still do because they lost yesterday. But if they played each other, which they did, right?
Watch the Giants beat the Cowboys in that last game and screw up the first overall pick.
I would love
please.
that.
Oh, that'd be hilarious.
That would be beautiful. But when you look at the next gen spray chart,
They've done this before, right?
They sure have.
Didn't they do it just last year?
They did it last year, yeah.
They played themselves out of Cam Ward.
Beat the Colts or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. No, but you have the spray chart, the passing chart for Jalen Hurts. He went 12 of 15 in the game for $175. And maybe this is just because, hey, we're playing the Raiders, so we don't have to do anything ridiculous. But he didn't have a single completion across the line of scrimmage to his right. Everything was just throwing to the left. Every completion was to the left. There was one kind of right completion, but it was at the line of scrimmage.
Was this one of those teams we talked about when we played them that one corner was better than the other? I was trying to remember that. That we you really didn't want to attack this guy. You kind of wanted to go the other
Raiders?
direction. Yeah.
I think both the corners were kind of mad. There was one corner that was better than the other because they were banged up, I think.
Okay.
But I don't know. I don't think either of them were too big of a concern.
Yeah. Well, count them up.
We get Giants at the Raiders the Sunday after Christmas. Get excited.
Really?
Yep. Giants at Raiders.
Oh,
December 28th.
This could be.
Okay, so that is the Christmas week.
Mm-hmm.
This could be like the South Park Bowl, right?
Nobody wants to play.
No, they're worse than us.
Yeah, they're terrible. They're worse than us. How are they worse than us?
How they suck.
The network should probably save some money and just not send a TV crew out there to that game.
Yeah, this could be a bits game, right? Like we're going to go back and relive the no broadcaster game. How about you ever hear about that one?
Muted games.
You guys ever see that? When
No.
the Jets and the Dolphins played? I'm surprised. Ask your dad about this one, Eric.
All right.
Jets-Dolphins played in a game at the old Orange Bowl, and they had no announcers for the game. Like the only thing you heard was the public address announcer.
Oh, so it was on TV but with no call.
No call, yeah.
Do you know why they did that? Were they experimenting to see if it was popular?
Just to see if just do a bit.
You know what we do? Was there an NBA game that did this recently? And all you could hear was the squeaking of the shoes.
Well, there's a college team.
I think we did this in the NBA recently.
There's a college team that has a game where they didn't cheer. There was it was a game where it was
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
It was a silent game. Yeah. It was like it was like a COVID situation, but fans in the stands, no cheering.
That's crazy. Jackson Dart of the Giants has been evaluated for a concussion 5 times in 10 games, if you include the preseason.
Can we question the concussion doctor for the Giants now?
Aren't they independent?
I would hope.
On the sideline?
I would hope.
Yeah, don't they get called from the booth? They're like, hey, we see a sign or something, and now we got to check it. I mean, the guy's reckless.
Yeah, and he's saying that he's not sure the reason why he keeps getting evaluated. I think that'll just be something that hopefully can get communicated. So he's kind of kind of lashing out a little bit. Like, I don't know why they're even evaluating me here. But he is absolutely...
Because you're concussed, sir.
Yeah, he's extremely, extremely reckless. Is this like the guy having the career game and they're giving him the steroid test? You know, they just feel like anything with Jackson Dart looks a little suspicious. He's probably concussed.
He's a little suspicious.
Yeah, maybe that's the case, but it's pretty bad. And it's bad for other teams as well. We'll get to it in the hodgepodge.
Thank you, sir. I'm looking forward to this recap of the Rangers news with our baseball expert, Zach Wolchuk, as we kick off the Expressway. What's cooking, my man?
We'll hear from Chris Young, the Rangers' new signings, and they've lost their prized deadline possession. That's next in the nation.
But Fort Worth, I bring you good news because the all-new Alliance Hyundai is here, ladies and gentlemen, and it's conveniently located at I-35 in Golden Triangle. Can't miss it when you're driving down 35. It's a beautiful building, and I was in the car business for a couple of years. Let me tell you, man, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner, big-time TOLO. He is delivering a
The G-Bag of the day in 14 minutes from LA Live with Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup. He's standing by right now, ready to rock. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and here's Wolchuk with some baseball.
All right, let's update you on all things Rangers. Former Ranger Adolis Garcia, we mentioned at the top of the show, he is finalizing a one-year, $10 million deal to go to Philadelphia with the Phillies. So we'll open up the season, as Brian told us, against Philadelphia.
Baseball guy.
In Philly town there. And Adolis Garcia, hopefully he has a tremendous season with the Phillies. I hope the Phillies, though, stink. But good luck to you, Adolis.
I hope they lose in the World Series to the Texas Rangers.
Oh, that'd be amazing. Yeah. Absolutely amazing.
We'll leave Game 5 for sure.
Yep. Let's not. Or maybe if we have to do our part to win the World Series, we'll do that. The Rangers on Friday night were pretty active. All right. They signed free agent catcher Danny Jansen. They agreed to a 2-year, $14.5 million deal. They also added a pair of relievers in Alexis Diaz and Tyler Alexander, South Lake Carroll's own. Jansen has a 720 OPS, which was better than any catcher the Rangers have had over the past 2 seasons. Besides that, he is also an okay defensive catcher. He's never really been one of these guys that's like the great pitch front framer or the ability to throw runners out. They're rarely grading out well, but he is solid at the plate. So now you've got somebody that they can go ahead and split with Kyle Higashioka. They did.
But couldn't Kyle coach him up on that? Isn't Kyle one of the best at doing this? Or is it Jonah Heim that was one of the best at doing it?
Jonah was pretty good.
I think
Higgy
one
might
time
not be bad.
we were down there, might have been Eric and I were having cocktails down by the Rangers bullpen, and we were like watching him frame him up. I thought Kyle was a pretty good framer.
Yeah. Higgy, you know what? He's definitely a better framer than Jansen.
My expert opinion between the multiple transfusions that we were partaking in at that particular time of the game.
You're really just adding the bat. That's what you want. You want the bat. They're trying to look for production offensively. Somebody that'll see some pitches, and Jansen will do that for you.
Yeah, Danny's going to get some walks and hit some bombs.
Yep. That's what we're hoping for.
We said that about a couple other guys.
Okay, Brian, let's not be negative.
No,
right?
I'm trying
let's
to be
optimistic
positive
right now.
I am very positive about that.
I don't sense the positivity from you. I really don't. I sense that you think Jansen's going to stink.
No, you know what he said.
And you know what he might.
I was thinking Jansen, the pitcher, when I first saw that. What's the pitcher?
Kenley.
Yeah,
Kenley Jansen.
You know what's funny about Danny is he looks like Merrill Kelly.
Yeah, he does. And that's a good segue because Merrill Kelly left. He went back home to Arizona. Yeah. He said, bye-bye. I'm going to go back home. And that was a rental that, hey, Merrill Kelly was okay for us. But I did have some people reach out and say, like, they remember their interview that we had with Merrill Kelly, and he just didn't seem, he seemed homesick. He seemed like he missed Arizona.
Yeah, we asked him, do you want to make this a permanent home? And he was like, gee, I don't know.
Please don't answer that. I got one foot out the door. Alexis Diaz.
You ever seen that Sky Harbor Airport there in Phoenix?
Gosh.
Oh, wow.
I love it there. I like the 2 bullpen additions they made, though. Diaz was an all-star in 2023. He did struggle last year. He was around 3 different teams, but he's exactly the kind of guy that the Rangers have success with in the past, right, Evan Grant? Alexander's a hometown kid, and he's certainly been a guy that I think has performed well whenever he's pitched against the Rangers, so they're trying to fortify that bullpen. Last thing here before we get into G-Bag of the Day and LA Live, the Rumorooskies of one Corey Seager. Well, Chris Young addressed that on Sirius XM Radio. Here was CY talking about Seager's future.
Corey Seager is a great player, and teams are looking for great players. And for whatever reason, maybe they thought by trading Marcus that we would be open on Corey. There have been a number of teams that have called, and some of the teams that characterize Corey as perhaps if he were a free agent would be the best player on the free agent market right now. And what I love is that Corey Seager is a great player for the Texas Rangers, and our goal is to win a championship. And to win a championship, you have to have great players. And so while I understand teams checking in, I think that's been a little bit overblown in terms of we are not shopping Corey Seager. We want Corey Seager to help us win our next championship. And, but we call and check in on great players with other teams as well. So teams are doing their job. I get it. It got out in the media from another market, and I think it got a little more momentum than it deserved. But we are not shopping Corey Seager. I want to make that very clear.
There you go.
Perfect answer from CY. Love it. And that's going to preserve, if not enhance, his trade value. Just put that out there. Of course, lots of teams want him. I do think they need to get him dealt in the next 24 months.
You know what? I think they need to call about Tarek Skubal. Maybe Dangle DeGrom.
Oh, I like that. That's good GMing. Okay, it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Lucius Alexander standing by with your G-Bag of the day.
Pom, pom, pom. What's up, fellas? How's everybody been doing there?
Good. You're looking great, man.
Yeah.
Pretty crappy, dude.
Staying warm?
I surely am. My hands are ice cold, though.
Me too, dude.
Boy, it is. Tell you what, the AC works up in this joint.
It sure does.
It works, man.
I don't know if the thermostat works.
Yeah, the AC works. All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. If there's anything you think I should be playing that you run across, doesn't matter what it is and where it's from, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. All our handles are in that bio right there. All right, this is day number 5 from Zach Wolchuk. Regardless of how it goes, you won't hear this audio for the rest of the week.
Thank goodness.
I think it was like Tuesday night. Last Tuesday, Zach Wolchuk walked off in the 6 o'clock hour. He said he went to the coffee machine. That's what he claims, but he came back hella goofy, and that's our winner.
Buffalo's got some sex appeal, don't they?
No,
they miss tackles at the highest rate in football.
You're telling me Drake May, possible MVP, that guy's not sexy to you?
No,
he's sexy to you.
He's got it going.
You don't think Pat Surtain is sexy?
Dang, lean into it.
Got into you, old.
I don't know. I just had a little.
I like it.
I just took some more espresso.
The espresso.
That would make sense. Machine is doing it for me, guys. I am
playoff
giddy.
football. It just brings it out of my guy.
And the Eagles are about to get their bums licked or kicked tonight. Wow.
That is some inside information right there from Zach Wolchuk.
I just saw Gavin. Wow.
You talking about football guy of the day.
Yeah, I was quite surprised in that.
Yeah, I surprised myself.
The beat writer told you that?
Yeah, I actually.
Beat writer.
I wasn't supposed to share that information, but what can I say?
Yeah, beat writer, man.
I let it
Beat
slip.
writer, yeah.
All right, let's see what else I got.
Only if they win is what I heard.
Yeah.
Only if they win. There's something I can say about that, but I won't. All right, let's go to some football, some high school football. Got Lake Mary versus Vero Beach, I believe. I'm not sure.
Vero Beach?
Yeah. Okay. Got Lake Mary High School. The quarterback, Noah Grubbs, throws a Hail Mary, which is great for a school called Lake Mary. And they won their first ever title.
Oh, on a Hail Mary?
On a Hail Mary.
Wow.
Lake Mary did. Now, it was a crazy play. He threw a Hail Mary, and the defense They blocked it in a sense. They swatted it down, but it went to a receiver.
Oh, no.
Receiver caught that thing and tried to take it to at least a 2. He got jammed up by 2 other defenders, and he ended up getting the ball to the running back. Boom, and they scored right there. It was beautiful. It was all over the timeline. Many different calls I've heard from this, but this one right here might be the best. Eric's seen it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I have a feeling there's going to be some overmodulation here, right?
That's my favorite. I love a good broken mic when the play happens.
Throwing to that end zone where the wind has been in the face traditionally, but the wind has quieted down. In the shotgun, 8 seconds to go in the game. Grubbs drops back to pass. This will be the final play of the game. Grubbs, 4, 3, 2, 1. Barring penalty, final play to the 5. Deflected, caught, and he's brought down at the 2-yard line. No, he's not. He's in the end zone for a touchdown. Goodness gracious. It's caught by Schultz. Lateral to the left side. And in the end zone for a touchdown goes Savarius Brundage Jr. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Touchdown, Lake Mary.
Throat is cooked.
From 43 yards out, Lake Mary's a point after away from winning the 7A state championship.
Wow. God bless his larynx.
Yeah. Hell of a call.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious me, oh my.
Yeah, he's going to have to see that ear, nose, and throat specialist.
Cooked after that one, bro.
Last night we had Pete Bursich on, who's the color commentator for the Vikings, and we played the Minneapolis Miracle, the game that they won. And they were the same way.
Losing their mind.
They were losing their minds. And there's a pro, like NFL announcers, and they were just, and he was sitting there kind of like just laughing, like, God, I can't believe I was doing that.
I'm glad you're talking here, Mr. Broadus, because I got something for you.
Oh,
yeah. Earlier during the show, you were playing a guessing game and just gave up.
Yeah.
You gave up in the middle of the guessing game. I thought it was amazing, bro.
Oh, crap.
Check this out, y'all.
Jerry didn't want to pay Joe Philbin like $2 million a year, or whatever Joe Philbin was asking for, and all of a sudden Jerry says, "No, I'm not going to pay him." So what happens? What does McCarthy do? He gets rid of the defensive line coach, the former player,
was it Greg Ellis?
Not Greg Ellis.
Birdie?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I couldn't remember Leon Lett. I just was Leon.
No faith in your guys here.
Hell no.
Well,
Eric,
on the next guest. These idiots aren't going to get it.
No help. Better chance I was naming some Dolphin player or something like that. Oh, Nick Bonacani.
All right.
I had Leon Lett. All right, I see where we're going here. This guy, no faith. Guys don't know ball. You loses. Can't help me. Where's my guy Vach when I need him?
Yesterday was your church day. I pray you got your blessing. Yeah, you gave up. I seen it. I watched it. I was looking right at you. Let me hear it again, bro, since you want to.
Coach, the former player,
was it Greg Ellis?
Not Greg Ellis.
Birdie?
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Aiden Dirty suggestion really disappointed Brian.
Aiden Dirty, jeez.
No, former player, you idiot.
Yeah, that was 11 minutes into the first segment of the show, and he was already giving up. All right. Yeah, yesterday's church day. I pray you got your blessing, because there is a blessing out here for you. Shout out to that Potter's house over there. That's my dad be at on Sundays, over there trying to sit next to Michael Irvin. Hey, shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes, too, man. All right, Lot. The story of Lot in the Bible. We got them freaked out daughters.
Yeah.
His wife turned to stone. God told him not to look back because he was from Sodom, right? Sodom and Gomorrah.
Okay.
Yeah. He was from Sodom. When God destroyed those cities, they were talking about
Leon Lett.
Yeah. They were talking about it in this sermon right here.
Like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Ooh.
Sodom and Gomorrah, the most evil cities in the history.
Yeah.
Evil cities in the history books.
Yeah, he knows. He knows what they were doing. I gotta hear it again, bro.
Like Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah, the most evil cities in the history. Most evil cities in the history books.
Got to run it back one time.
Yeah, you gotta hit that. Sounds like a great name for a gentleman's club.
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Sodom and Gomorrah. TD City.
Oh, TD City.
Nice. Yeah.
That sounds better. Sodom and Gomorrah. I'm like, man, I don't know about that one, bro. Yeah, I like TD City. TD City. Yeah. I almost said it.
You did.
I did. I almost said it.
I think you said it.
No. Well, don't do that, bro.
I think you did. I think you did.
It's a farm term.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a farm term. Yeah. He already had that one on deck, just in case you ever got a situation.
Sodom and Gomorrah, the most evil cities in the history.
Yeah.
He said it so hard, too. It wasn't even like he bailed mid-word. He nailed it.
I think you might be looking at his congregation.
We got to find a way to get that in the TD Tuesday intro. That's all I got to say.
That is a good one.
All right, bro, that's it.
Okay, it's time to vote. Is it Wolchuk looking for 5 right here? Is it Lake Mary High School's Noah Grubbs throwing the Hail Mary, found its way into the end zone eventually? It is high school championship season. I think there was another one where
I got it for tomorrow. If it is DeSoto?
No.
My bad.
Sorry. There was a million unbelievable
finishes.
state championship finishes.
Yeah,
it's
all
throughout the country. I don't know if you got this one, but this kid celebrated early and took his helmet off.
Yes.
Unbelievable. I don't know that I've seen this.
That's in Louisiana.
He'll never forget
Louisiana
that, bro.
State.
Yeah, it's amazing. Is it Jerry not wanting to pay Joe Philbin, making Brian give up, or is it the story of Sodom and Gomorrah? Wow, this is tough. I know Wolchuk's looking for 5 right here, but all of these are worthy G-Bag of the Day champions. I'm going to go with Lake Mary's touchdown. Give me the bum lickers. We're tied at 1, Lucius.
TD City.
Okay, we are still tied at 1. Wolchuk.
I got to go 5-time.
It's a vote for Zachary. Brian?
Yeah, I'll vote it off.
By a score of 3-1.
Yep, that's the way we're going to go.
Let's go! Now a 5-time G-Bag of the Day champion. Yes! Didn't forget that.
Let's go, baby!
We've done it!
You get your bum licked tonight.
Now eligible for the G-Bag of the year.
Kicked.
Had a hell of a rant earlier as well. That could go 5-time, but it was like 11 minutes.
Yeah, it was too long.
It was like 11 minutes of don't forget to blame the Jones boys back there at 2:20 today. It was Radio Gold.
I wanted to do this on the post-game show, but I really had no chance.
Couldn't get Brian to shut up for long enough to get this rant off, so here we go.
Surprised he was able to today.
Let's stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius in LA Live.
Yeah. It's a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick J.
All right, you squares. Just said it.
All right, fire up this funk.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Do what you do, but watch my shoes.
It's been pretty chaotic here. Controlled chaos. We saw a lot of people at one point actually running across the street through traffic to the mall property. We talked to some people who waited in line, and some people gave up. They just said it just wasn't worth it.
Crazy up in there. I don't have time to sit up in there. People are already trying to fight and everything. It's not even worth it.
I'm investing these. Look at that. It's real.
Yeah, kids, people got their babies out here. It's cold. They wrapped up in blankets. What if your child get ammonia for a pair of shoes? It's not worth it.
I got one of the guys who's got one of the first pairs. What's your name, sir?
Curtis Solomon. I'm a shoe connoisseur. I've been getting shoes. It was crazy out here. Me and a group of my friends, from Lakewood, we get a lot of money, so it's nothing to us to buy shoes. Man, we just came up here, to have fun. We get money, boys. We get money. We came up and had fun, man. There were people trampling people over a pair of tennis shoes. Man, I seen one mama was in tears because she couldn't get the shoes for her kids. It break our hearts out here, though. But what? To get money, boys, we do have some shoes. We are selling them. So parents look us up,
All right. Okay. All right.
All right. Good work.
All right. You just were on. There you go.
There you go. They done restored the feeling out here, baby. They done restored the feeling. The Air Jordan 11 Gamma Retros. Air Jordan 11, the Gamma, the Retros, dropped over the weekend, causing all types of emotions and chaos on these streets. By the way, if you don't know what they are, Jalen Hurts was rocking these Jordan 11 Gamma cleats on Monday Night Football last week, okay?
Dang, flex.
Before they even dropped, he already had them things. Cleat versions. CJ Stroud had them things on yesterday, too. But Foot Locker did a midnight release over the country for the new Jordans. Like, I think it was Friday night into Saturday morning. Ooh. First of all, who wants to go out there at midnight to go pick up some J's? That sounds like a dangerous job. Especially some sought after J's that are, limited like that.
Yeah, some people are going to be out there partying, coming away from the bar.
People looking for, that's what I'm saying. You just sitting out there.
A lot of ways this could go bad.
These are the new Jordan 11s. You know what you do when you cop Jordan 11s, right?
No. Put them in the closet for a couple years.
That's what I do with damn near all of my good shoes. When you first get the Jordan 11s, don't matter which ones they are, you do this.
You see those? You gotta lick the bottom of these. You gotta lick the bottom of these. These are. You see, we was out here till 1 a.m.
It'll lick the bottom of it.
You gotta lick the bottom of it. Yeah, hold on.
Since 1 a.m.
So you waited a few hours just to grab
few.
the shoes. Yeah.
We waited a lifetime for this.
What was the crowd like?
Oh my God, it was unexplainable.
Unexplainable.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I'm going to use that. It was unexplainable.
It was unexplainable, man.
Ask me a question. Hey, it's unexplainable.
You wearing me out too much, dog. Yeah, there's a video about 750 people standing in line waiting. 750 people outside of a darn Foot Locker, bro. Waiting for the Gamma 11s in Southern California at night.
They need the referee guys out there to kind of keep order.
Jeez.
Could one store even have that many pairs?
No.
I'm doing the numbers.
It possibly can't. There's no way.
We got to drive down to San Diego or something.
Yeah,
guys.
I think a lot of people are moving around trying to find these. They're all over the map. There was maybe 100 or more in line at the North Park Mall over the weekend trying to cop the Gammas. Hundreds of people standing there in line. So I like.
Was it like in-store only? No online?
There was some online, but it was sold out.
Oh, okay.
They had the in-store. We opened it up at midnight, just like we did back in 2013 for these things.
So cool.
Yep. They did it around the same time, too. It's December something when they dropped for the Christmas times.
They always drop the biggest heat like a week or two before Christmas just to get everybody's money.
Yeah. They know what they're doing.
Should have got on that Nike shop.
They been know what they're doing. You think Jordan and them look around when they see all this chaos, like Nike, and like, oh, we need to slow this down, or they're shaking hands like,
no, they're happy.
We still got them.
No, they're happy.
We still got them, baby.
Probably like Steven and Jerry, like, how much longer do you think we can keep this up for?
Yeah.
No, he was out there. Michael was out there in front of him and NASCAR were in battle. He was in Charlotte outside the courtroom.
He sure was. I think there was a settlement for that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like how they were talking to Mike. Every time he would come out the courtroom, they were either playing like one of his intro songs or they're playing Like Mike or something like that. Not everyone was happy, though. Looks like this Foot Locker location in either New York or Philly either ran out of Jordans or never even had them, but there were grown men with grays in their beard, crying and crashing out over J's.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Look!
Oh, well, it's not there. Here we go.
Ah, yes. Many people leaving disappointed because Foot Locker shit the bed today.
Oh, wow.
What the did you bring us out here for, Foot Locker? You motherfuckers was on some goofy today. I'm flaming the out y'all. Foot Locker.
Yeah.
Grown man.
How about an announcement?
He's mad.
Yeah, he's
like
got
an airplane.
Grays in his beard, crying over Foot Locker, not dropping them Gamma Jordans for him.
Airplane flying over with a banner. We're out of shoes.
Sorry.
Board up the doors. And they had all other grown men crying in happiness.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Look! Oh!
Lick it!
Oh my God! I got him! Look, I got him, y'all.
You got something bottom.
Oh, my abs might acting up. Hold on, my abs might acting up. Hold on. Now I go get my suit. I got a suit made for these, baby.
I got a special suit for these.
All right.
Hey, so if you got somebody some Gammas for Christmas, shout out to you. Especially if you are a lady, you hooking your TOLO husband up or boyfriend up or something like that. Shout out to you. That's hard work out here, apparently.
Yeah, my lady asked me, "Are you into these?" And I was like, "Actually, they're too snug on my foot." Yeah,
I haven't bought a pair of J's in a minute.
Yeah, I haven't either. Yeah, it's probably been a decade.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute.
And I like the 11 lows.
Yes.
I just feel like they're a lot more comfortable.
Okay, I'm not mad at the lows.
Are those the ones, Lucius, that people are wearing with suits?
Yeah.
The guy was talking about, so the lows are what everybody's wearing with suits, right?
Yeah, the 11s are definitely made for suits.
Okay.
Right? They had that patent leather on it, the taxi-looking thing.
The different colors, right? The 2 colors and stuff like that? 2 different colors? Okay.
Yeah, good stuff, man. So, yeah, if you hook somebody up with those, congratulations. You can hang that over their heads
coaches on the
for a
sideline wearing
while. For a while. This is LA Live for Monday, December 15th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip-hop group. It's a hip-hop group, not a rap group. They were doing hip-hop. PPT for naming today Monday, Friday. Monday, Friday is just, I'll go over some things I've seen on the timeline, or maybe I did myself, you know what I mean? LA Live is brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. My father, he hosted his annual family Christmas party Saturday night up there in the hills and by Joe Pool. It's packed. It was packed. Yeah, I haven't seen that. Last year we had a lot of people, like hundreds of people in this house. This time, yes. Whoa. The streets. Like, he's got to go talk to the neighbors and let them know what's about to happen.
Yeah, that's a good neighbor.
Damn, that's awesome.
He's got to let them know. Make sure that there's nobody parking.
Yeah, the parking.
In the neighbors' areas. There was catered food there, good times. Bartenders pouring the drinks because Dad says people like to pour their drinks a little too heavy when they do it themselves.
Yeah.
So you had the bartender there.
Wow.
It was pretty sweet.
Bottle's not going to last long if it's self-pour.
Absolutely.
It'll be sloshed by 9:30.
Yeah, there'd be a fight out there somewhere.
It's like Broadus pouring drinks at spring training.
Yeah.
They're drinking my Corralejo, my family is. I started noticing that.
Nice.
They started drinking that Corralejo. They had the big bottles. Margarita machines. It was good vibes. And we did drunken karaoke. Might post a video of that later on
Is there a family
Lucky
member?
Lucius P on Instagram.
Is there a family member that's super talented doing this?
My sister's pretty good at it.
Is she?
Yeah, they keep saying I can sing. I don't know. I think they're just drunk. I sang a little bit, but I think they were just drunk.
Did you give it some of your Frank Sinatra with a cigar and drink in hand kind of a
I
thing?
sang some Tevin Campbell, but I should have done that. That's more my octave right there.
Yeah.
Like when you just a little drunk singing.
You might have it.
I like that punk rock version of you, though.
Punk rock. Oh, yeah.
When you hit some of that pretty good.
Yeah, it's
Stop gassing, bro.
It's a pretty good singing voice plus the impersonation talent.
Yeah. You got to be drunk, though. You got to be drunk. Let me do this real quick. Hey! Shout out to the South Oak Cliff Golden Bears. Headed to the state, five years in a row?
I think 5 in a row.
Good for them, man.
Headed to the state 5
Coach
times
Todd
in a row.
getting it done.
Yeah, shout out to Toad. Oh, come on, hey! Hey!
I'm starting my morning a blunt and exotic. I wanna rock right now, rockin' Robin. I'm bending and bobbing. I stay with a thick little yellow like Christopher Robin.
Shout out to y'all over there at South Oak Cliff, man. And shout out to Prairie View A&M.
Uh-oh.
They got beat in the Celebration Bowl by South Carolina State.
They did.
Final score was 40-38. South Carolina State had an amazing historic comeback. They were down 21-0 at the half.
Uh-oh.
And that South Carolina State coach is cool in a fan. I'll tell you what. He had them dark glasses on. You could barely see his eyes. And you can see his team just panicking. And he looked, they were down 21-0. Yeah. You can see them panicking on the bench. And he just turns around and he says, calm down.
Yeah.
Everybody, calm down. Yeah. They came back and won that game. But it took 4 overtimes to beat PV. So shout out to PV out there, man. Y'all put in the work. You had a fantastic season. It was your coach's first year there. Okay, you got the SWAC situation in, but you just couldn't get that. But it still looked good, bro.
Future's bright.
Future's bright. Lakeith Stanfield, you guys know who he is?
Actor.
He played in Get Out. Sorry to Bother You. He was in Atlanta.
Okay.
Yep. The Book of Clarence. That man will play Dennis Rodman in the 48 Hours in Vegas movie coming soon.
Sweet.
48 Hours in Vegas movie. So he's going to play that. It's a Lion Gates film. It's a comedy based on Dennis Rodman's Vegas trip during the 1998 NBA Finals.
Oh, wow.
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty awesome. Lakeith, he's replacing Duncanville's Jonathan Majors. Kane the Conqueror.
Oh, it was supposed to be him.
He was supposed to be him.
You have a conflict?
Well, yeah, he had a little.
Well, I thought, he got cleared from that.
Yeah, but people like, I don't want to touch it now. You got the allegations.
Is this the Carmel Electric trip? Was she part of this Vegas, the 48-hour Vegas?
I mean, if I'm going to go to Vegas with somebody, I would want to go with Carmen Electra. That's for sure.
I think they were. I don't know. I thought she was part of this.
You might be right, man.
Yeah, I think Last Dance she might have been.
Yeah, you might be right.
They're getting freaky.
I'm here for that.
Oh, yeah, on at center court.
Yeah. Well, in the Vegas trip is that?
And specific to the Vegas trip, yeah, she was definitely there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful stuff, man.
I think he got married that weekend to her.
Did he?
Yeah.
That's going to be a good thing, but it's going to be a comedy, so I wonder how that's going to hit. And last thing before I get out of here, Howard Stern.
Listened to him the other day.
Howard, king of all media.
He is set to make an announcement on the future of his radio career tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't want
at
to
6 a.m.
$500 million. I don't want to do this job.
Right.
Yeah.
Baba booey, baba booey.
Perfect job for me would be.
Yeah. You know what?
Don't have to work. Pay me.
I feel like he's been quiet.